Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is true potential in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 116, Preparing for the Worst. Alright, and our hour is up. Naruto exclaimed, a cheerful smile on his face. Good work today. Naruto-sensei, we hate you. Katsumi panted out. Naruto proceeded to chuckle. This was now the third time he had gotten permission to leave Shimigami Island to go visit his genin at MT Mayaboku to check on their progress and give them his own training, and, in his honest opinion, the three were doing great. Fukazaku and Shima were doing wonders for their training and toughening them up. After all, they did manage to last through a whole session of Naruto testing the limits of their newly mastered Shunshinjutsu. Hey, it's all worth it in the end. The Uzumaki noted as he rubbed the brim of his nose. The more shit I throw at you that you're able to use the Shunshin to get away from, the more likely you'll be able to pull it off during the exams and during the invasion after. It makes sense, but my body... Kanji groaned as he closed his eyes. My body is shutting down. I think Ma and Pa are letting you all rest until 10 today anyway. So you got an hour to nap if you want. Naruto shrugged his shoulders. Good. Katsumi closed her eyes as well as she laid down next to Kanji. I'll just nap here. Hey Kanji, wake me up sometime tomorrow. Yeah, sure. Kanji mumbled. Night. Hanabi. Naruto blinked for a moment as both Katsumi and Kanji promptly passed out, hearing some light snoring coming from both. He then turned his attention towards Hanabi. You don't seem as tired as them. Naruto noted, chuckling, guess your endurance is getting better than theirs. I suppose. Hanabi mumbled between breaths. I'm still tired too. Just I'm better at hiding it. I guess. Meh. Naruto shrugged his shoulders. Anyway, tell Katsumi and Kanji I said bye when they wake up. I'm gonna say hi to Ma and Pa real quick before heading back to Shimigami Island. Hanabi nodded her head. Naruto was about to walk off when she cleared her throat, bringing his attention back to him. Can I ask you something? She asked. Sure. Naruto nodded his head. What's up? Hanabi was quiet for a moment, looking downward. She poked her index fingers together as she took in a deep breath. Naruto-sensei, what kind of shinobi do you think I should be? She asked. What do you mean? Naruto asked, his eyes narrowing. Hanabi did not reply to him, only looking further down. The two remained in silence for a moment until Naruto cleared his throat, causing the Hyuga to look up to her. I don't really mind if you have to think about what you have to say and stuff, but I do have to get back to Shimigami Island before it gets too late, cause I'll get yelled at if I miss our training. Naruto said. So, do you want to maybe take some time to think about what you want to say? And we can talk about it the next time I come by. No. I can talk. Hanabi mumbled. She took in another deep breath before she narrowed her eyes on her Jonin-sensei. I went back to Kumo a few days ago. To visit my uncle's grave. Your uncle? Naruto's eyes widened for a moment before he nodded his head, and you're not sure how to feel about it. Not particularly. She admitted, shaking her head. I went with father, Hinata-chan, and Niji. And they all spoke for a while. I was initially okay with not saying much. Hisashiaji-san was dead before I was born, after all. However, Hinata-san and Niji started talking about the new seal and how they successfully united the Hyuga clan. She sighed. I don't know. I don't feel like I match up at all. You shouldn't compare yourself to them. Naruto replied, crossing his arms. Easy for you to say. Both Kanji and Katsumi already said the same thing when I spoke to them about it, but... For a moment, a scowl developed on Hanabi's face. Naruto's eyes widened for a second in response, but the scowl quickly vanished and she sighed once again. I mean, they're my family. Hinata's my older sister and Niji's my cousin. Even if people don't mean anything by it, they'll always compare me to them. And I'll never match up to them. I stand by what I say. You can't compare yourself to them. Naruto shook his head. Hanabi, do you remember what Hinata and Niji were like back when they were genin? Hanabi blinked in response. Hinata, she was so shy back then. And very insecure. Naruto said, chuckling slightly. She didn't believe in herself at all. She had a lot of confidence issues that she had to work through. A smirk then developed on his face, and don't get me started on Niji, he was an asshole. And he was always whining about fate this and destiny that. A slight giggle escaped Hanabi's lips. That's a mean way to put it, Naruto-sensei. Hey, it's the truth. Naruto shrugged his shoulders before his smirk lightened into a smile. The point being is that they're completely different people than they were back during their genin days. And they're stronger than I think they ever thought they both could ever be. Hinata was able to move past all our insecurities and become strong enough that even she had to recognize it, and Niji got over his beliefs to become the type of shinobi that destiny would not have allowed him to be. His smile widened, so don't compare yourself to them. Just as they changed, so will you. And I really can't wait to see what kind of shinobi you end up growing into. Hanabi was quiet for a moment as she stared at her Jonin-sensei. A few seconds passed by before a smile developed on her face and her eyes started to water slightly as she took a step forward and hugged Naruto. Thank you, Naruto. She said. I needed to hear that. Of course. Naruto hugged her back. What kind of sensei would I be if I didn't know what to say at any given point? Fair. Hanabi giggled in response before she broke the hug, although, one of these days, I'm gonna have to start calling you brother instead of sensei, right? Naruto blinked for a second before a light pink blush developed on his cheeks. Why yeah, that's true. His mind immediately flashed back to his conversation with Hayashi before leaving to Kumigakure. His blush deepened. Hinata smiled in response. Well, I had to become accustomed to calling you Naruto-sensei. If I have to start calling you Naruto and I-san, I don't think it'll be too difficult. Naruto returned her smile, his blush still evident slightly. Thanks, Hanabi. Taijutsuem groaned as she and Togorium fell to their knees. Both Anko and Hinata stood nearby, staring intently at the two snake princesses. The white snake sage laid still in her throne, looking at her two students. Well, how did they do? She asked. Togorium and Taijutsuem did not reply immediately, only panting amongst one another. A few seconds passed by before they pulled themselves up to their feet and turned their attention to the snake. If we were human, I believe Anko-san's poison would have killed me. Togorium noted. She then gestured towards her fellow snake princess. I trust Taijutsuem would say the same thing about Hinata-san, yes. I would. Taijutsuem nodded her head. They've improved. That's good to hear. The white snake sage grinned in response as she breathed out a poof of smoke. It's good to see our teachings are really starting to impact both of you. Being able to produce and utilize your own poison is the most essential aspect to becoming a sage in our clan's senjutsu style. Both Anko and Hinata smiled back as they bowed their heads in response. We're doing our best. Glad to see progress is showing. Anko stated, pumping her fists. And with progress, it is now time to move on to the next step. I have one more technique I would like you to learn and I think you have enough time to master it before the invasion you mentioned. The white snake sage breathed out another cloud of smoke before speaking. It is time you learned how to create an aura. An aura. Hinata repeated the word, tilting her head slightly. What do you mean by that? The sage chuckled slightly as she closed her eyes, channeling nature energy. After a few seconds passed, her body became surrounded with a white cyan-colored layer of chakra. The chakra layer then began to twist into a more solid shape, forming what appeared to be multiple, spiraling, snakes that encircled her body. It resembles my flare aura jutsu. Anko noted, her eyes widening. Hinata was silent as she simply stared at the ethereal snakes. The way the snakes swirled from the ground around the throne and the white snake sage's body. The sight was entrancing. The snakes moved around in an organized, graceful manner. And yet, she could feel the power radiating from it and the chakra around it. I suppose that is a good comparison, Anko-chan, although this would enhance your flare aura if you combined the two. This technique is an incredibly useful and versatile one. Allowing the Snake Clan's Senjutsu to completely surround you forms this chakra shroud and allows you to use it as an extension of your body. The sage replied. It has many applications that can really strengthen yourselves. I wish to start working on it right away. Hinata said, bowing slightly. Good. The White Snake Sage smirked in response. Then let's not waste any time and get started right away. As the Nibi door to the training room opened once more, the 9 Jinchuriki all began to walk in one by one. As soon as Naruto walked inside, he was immediately pat on his shoulder. He turned behind to see Rashi behind him, grinning. Hey Naruto, can I get your opinion on a jutsu I've come up with? He asked. Sure. Naruto nodded his head. What's the technique? As the two moved to a separate section of the technicolored training ground, both Jinchuriki activated their chakra shrouds. Upon entering their own section, Rashi clapped his hands together. Immediately, the lava on the outer layer of his chakra cloud began to branch off, forming 3 separate identical clones of the man. I wanted your opinion real quick about this, cause I consider you an expert on clones. I've actually never made a lava clone before because, despite having the lava release, lava is such a difficult element to mold into the shape of a clone. Rashi admitted, rubbing the back of his head slightly, lava has the fluidity of water, but at the same time has more of a structure like earth. It has always been difficult to find a balance to hold it up when trying beforehand. Might be a mental thing, but the chakra shroud helps me actually make lava clones that can hold onto physical form longer than a few seconds. Well, as an expert on clones, Naruto snorted as he repeated the line, I think they look good. He then reached into a holster on his side and threw a kunao at one of the clones. The kunao embedded itself into its neck, but the clone maintained, and they seem pretty durable. Immediately, the clone's neck started to spray lava outward, directly at Naruto. The Uzumaki quickly sidestepped as the lava rushed forward until it hit the ground of the room. It immediately caused a sizzling sound effect as the lava started to harden. Well. Shit. Naruto blinked in response before turning his attention back to Rashi and his clones. He noticed that the clone that he had stabbed was still standing, the wound having been repaired, so, those things almost function like exploding shadow clones. Only even more durable. Yup. Rashi said, grinning. Not jealous. Not jealous at all. Nope. Naruto crossed his arms as he took in a deep breath. Kurama, what the hell, I want lava clones. Then fucking learn lava release. The Kyuubi snorted in his head. Quit your whining. It's either a goddamn bloodline ability or a perk of having the Yonbai sealed in you. I can't just learn it. Naruto rolled his eyes. Yuri. The lava clones are definitely going to be useful, especially if I can actually get myself mixed up with them. Rashi continued to speak, pulling Naruto's attention away from Kurama, but they're actually essential for my jutsu, if you want to see. Naruto nodded his head. Both Rashi and his clones took a step forward and entered a new formation. The 3 clones stood in a triangle formation while Rashi stood directly in the center of the clones. They each then reached for the staff at their side. Lava style, Monkey King's Vortex. In an instant, Rashi and his 3 clones began to spin rapidly in place, spinning the staff alongside them. Immediately, 4 cyclones of lava surrounded their bodies. A few seconds passed by as the 4 cyclones merged into one, and changed color, turning into a jade green colored vortex. The vortex expanded rapidly, spraying lava around as it started to move. Naruto quickly jumped away, avoiding oncoming lava. He then jumped again as more lava flew his way. A few seconds passed by until the cyclone finally stopped. The 3 clones had disappeared and all that remained was Rashi standing in the center of where the lava vortex was, gripping his staff tightly. I actually could maintain that jutsu for a lot longer, but I think you get the point. He noted. That's actually really cool, not gonna lie. Naruto stated, whistling in approval. So having clones do it helps with the jutsu. It does. Rashi nodded his head, because when their vortexes merge with mine, it not only amplifies the heat, but it also forms a barrier around mine. A smirk developed on his face. It gives this jutsu a defensive edge while I start spinning around and trying to melt whoever I was facing. Satisfied with Naruto's opinion, Roshi bowed before walking further off to continue his own training, spinning his staff slightly. Naruto walked further in the opposite direction, his right hand going to his chin. Everyone here is learning how to do some really cool shit. Naruto scratched his chin thought as he closed his eyes. I wonder what else I could possibly do in my own chakra shroud. You can freely control chakra arms within that form. You've already experimented with it. You can also freely use any of the jutsu that I know, as we've been experimenting with. Kurama stated. But if you are wanting to do something a bit more interesting, I guess, have you ever considered how this form manifested for you? Naruto blinked in response. What's that supposed to mean? The chakra shroud resembles golden flames. I would consider myself proficient with the fire element, which is why it manifested that way. Why don't you try to incorporate it with your own jutsu style? Naruto hummed aloud. So, you think this form would help augment my fire style ninjutsu? No doubt, I already showed you how to breathe fire the way I do, but why stop there? The fox suggested. I'm sure that the flames of your chakra shroud alongside your natural wind elemental chakra could be easily combined. Almost as if you genetically were able to merge the two. You mean like a Kekkei Genkai? Naruto's eyes widened as he racked his brain, trying to recall the list of elemental chakra-based Kekkei Genkai. Fire release and wind release make scorch release. Do you think it'd be possible for me to do it? Why not try? Kurama asked. Naruto was quiet for a moment as he closed his eyes for a second, trying to recall anything he knew about the Kekkei Genkai. Scorch style, incinerating flame technique. In an instant, the image of Yakushi Kabuto, standing on top of the Kazekige's mansion in Suna, entered his mind. He recalled the silver-haired man clapping his hands together as a large flaming orb appeared between his hands as he separated them. The Uzumaki took in a deep breath as he clapped his hands together. He began to simultaneously channel his own wind release chakra into his palms while trying to manifest the flames of his chakra shroud at the same time. Scorch style. In an instant, the wind and fire combined into a spiraling orb. Naruto's eyes widened in response, his eyes glued to the orb. Holy shit, it's working. As soon as the thought entered his mind, the orb exploded, causing scattered flames to flow rapidly through the air, before becoming one with the air. A few of the scattered flames made contact with Naruto's skin, causing him to hiss in pain. He could feel underneath his chakra shroud that his skin was burned. What the hell kind of fire is this? I've never been hit by anything like this before. Naruto internally growled. The sheer temperature of the fire was overwhelming. Quit your whining, you know I'll heal you. Kurama snorted. But how do you feel? Are you satisfied with that? Naruto spoke aloud, looking at his hands for a moment. A second passed before a grin developed on his face as he tightened them into fists. I'm ready to get working on this. In addition to Kurama's jutsus and his flying, he now had another thing he needed to work on. I can't believe that this fucking invasion is adding even more paperwork to my stack even before it happens. He growled as he finished one stack of papers on his desk before looking towards the 3 other piles he still needed to complete. I need a distraction. I'll take anything, hell, I'd even take B's shitty rapping if it meant I could take a goddamn break from this. Raikage-sama. The door to the Raikage's office opened up and a Chunin rushed inside, bowing his head. The other Kage have arrived. Finally. He cut the shinobi off as he immediately pulled himself out of his chair. I assume they were already instructed to go to the conference room here, right? The Chunin nodded his head. Has the Hokage already been informed? Again, he nodded his head in response. Good, then go report to Mabi and Darui and tell them to hurry over as well. Yes sir. The Chunin bowed his head before rushing out of the office. He walked out of his office and hurried down his hallway until he reached his private conference room. He walked inside and took a seat at the head of the large table and waited. And God did the Yondaime Raikage hate waiting. Better than more fucking paperwork, though. He told himself as he cracked his fingers. He remained alone for another 5 minutes before both Mabi and Darui walked into the room. They bowed towards their leader before rushing over to him, standing at his side. 2 more minutes passed by before the remaining cage started to walk in. The Hokage was the first to arrive. Jiraiya bowed his head as he walked and took a seat on the opposite side of the table, with Tsunade and Shikaku standing right by his side. Following him, the Mizukage was the next to walk inside. Mei stepped into the room with a smirk on her face as Zabuza and Ao followed her, taking their spot at her side as she sat down in a chair closer to the Raikage. The Tsuchikage came in next. Kurotsuka quietly walked into the room and took a seat next to Jiraiya's chair, with Roto and Ninda following her and standing to the side. The Kazekage was the last to arrive. Gaara walked into the room and took his seat directly opposite of Mei and Kurotsuka, with both Cho and Kankuro standing to his side. With all Kage present, the 5 proceeded to take off their hats and place them down on the table. "About damn time you all got here," he stated sharply, crossing his arms. His eyes then narrowed on Kurotsuka. "So, you're Onaki's brat. I always wondered what his successor was going to look like. You're younger than I expected." Kurotsuka glared in response. "Is that supposed to mean anything?" "No. It's just an observation," he said as he turned towards Gaara. "I'd like to begin this meeting right away, but I should ask you this first. Kazekage, how is the training going?" "It is going well," Gaara said, crossing his arms. "All of us have obtained this Biju form as Yujito-san and B-san have referred to it. As of right now, we're still experimenting with ways to best optimize our new abilities." "Good." He nodded his head. "I trust you'll be ready then for the invasion and your battle." Gaara nodded his head back. "We shall. I guess now's the best time to begin discussing this." Jiraiya brought his hands together as he leaned forward slightly. "We need to come up with a strategy for how to handle this invasion. This is the best opportunity to wipe out Akatsuki once and for all, and we need to ensure that all their numbers and associates die here." He scoffed in response. "No need to tell me that. I'm aware." He then brought his left hand to his chin. "Their plan is to attack during the 3rd exam. I'd envision they would wait for a time when they could ensure the audience would be most attentive to the matches. I think the attack could be assumed to occur near the end of the matches. Orochimaru did something back when he invaded Konoha," Gaara said, frowning. "If Akatsuki follows a similar playbook, they would most likely attack during the semi-finals." "What numbers are we looking at?" Mei asked. "How many shinobi should we expect Akatsuki to have?" "Akatsuki's leader, the man known as Pain, is from a Megakure," Jiraiya said with a sigh. "I would envision a large chunk of AIM missing ninja. Perhaps even the whole village." Mei hummed slightly. Jiraiya looked at her with a confused look on his face, prompting her to continue. "Has anyone actually heard from Hanzo in these recent years? Or events going on in a Megakure in general? If this Pain has the Rinnegan, as you once mentioned, I don't think it's impossible to assume that maybe he has simply taken over the whole village. But if Nagato really did take control of AIM..." Jiraiya bit down on his lip as the image of the 3 orphans he trained entered his mind once more. "I should have checked up on them earlier. Much earlier. Damn it. So we could operate under the assumption that AIM's shinobi force will invade." Kurotsuka mumbled, closing her eyes in thought. "Would they have help? Would any of the minor shinobi villages be allied with them?" Cho shook her head. "No. AIM has always kept a distance with the other villages. I would not assume they have enemies, but I'm certain they would not have recruited any of the other minor villages to assist them. They do have Akatsuki agents, though, which give them connections to a variety of missing ninja." Shikaku added. "We should assume that they have a large chunk of connections. That, and they have Yakushi Kabuto as an ally, meaning they have access to the Edo Tensei." "Kabuto?" Kurotsuka's hands tightened into fists. "That asshole is going to pay for what he did to my father and grandfather. We also confirmed they are working with an Oya's hero, and we have never been able to confirm his exact numbers." Jiraiya noted. "Oya's hero? Oyashiro's going to be involved?" Mei asked, her eyes widening. Jiraiya and Yi nodded their heads. "Heh. He. A dark grin developed on Mei's face as she cracked her knuckles. "Well, seems karmic to find him here. I would love to watch that monster perish." "You know him?" Eyebrow raised. As Yagura's rampage took over Mizu no Kuni, Oya's hero would sneak into Mizu no Kuni and kidnap anyone he came across with a Kekii Genkai to incorporate into his collection. He even targeted my rebels. Her eyes narrowed. I would greatly enjoying watching that man die. So, we have a timeline of when we think the invasion will begin, as well as some of the key components involved in it. Gaara noted, crossing his arms. I am aware that I, along with the other Jinchuriki, will be confronting their leader and key members. How do we intend on handling the rest of the invasion? The majority of the Kumigakuer civilians will either be escorted out of the village or placed in hiding. I intend on having scattered shinobi throughout the village and in attendance of the exams that are posing as civilians. He said. I would hope that your village's shinobi would be doing the same. Of course. Jiraiya said, rubbing his chin in thought. We should assume that while their leader and some of their key stronger members are going to oversee the attack on the known Jinchuriki here, they should have a lot of numbers focusing on doing enough damage to distract our attention. Tsunade nodded her head in agreement. Beyond just numbers, I would imagine they would have potentially a boss summon of some sort, such as Katsuya or Gamabunta. In addition, I believe Akasuna no Sasori is a member of the Akatsuki, correct? Mei asked. Both Cho and Kankuro stiffened slightly in response as Gaara nodded his head. If my memory is correct, he has a puppet collection that he used to take down a whole shinobi nation during the Third Shinobi World War, correct? My grandson does. Cho said, frowning. She was quiet for a moment as she brought her hands together. If Akatsuki is intending on dividing up their attention, I would imagine he would be attacking the village. If he has the proper backup, I imagine he could destroy Kumigakuer. That will not be happening. He snarled as he banged his fist on the table, causing it to crack slightly. Once their invasion is underway, I intend on being out in my village keeping it safe alongside my shinobi. There was a silence in the air for a moment as the 5 Kage, alongside their attendants, all stared at one another. He was breathing heavily as he leaked killing intent throughout the room at nobody in particular. A few seconds passed before his breathing calmed. Jiraiya cleared his throat, bringing everyone's attention towards him. That can be what we focus on first. Where we shall be stationed and what's our plan. We can then spread out our shinobi forces accordingly. Jiraiya suggested. The remaining Kage nodded their heads as they discussed their battle strategy in further detail. Water style, bubbles technique, drift. Wind style, drift. Within a few seconds, Hotaru began floating through the air, a bubble surrounding her. Naruto followed behind her into the air, his body being propelled upward by the release of wind release chakra from his entire chakra network. Yotakata, who remained still on the ground, snorted as he stared at Naruto's moving figure. I just realized you named your jutsu after mine. Are you sure that Mitarashi Anko was your Jonin sensei, or was it Heitake Kakashi the copycat ninja? Hey, I thought naming it after yours would be seen as a compliment. Naruto huffed in response. He continued to move slightly back and forth. He still remained floating in air, which caused him to grin. I think it's finally working too. It better. Hotaru giggled in response. We've been working on this ever since you all got dismissed from your special Jinchuriki training today. Well, I also had been working on this for a couple of days before asking you all for help. Naruto rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Yours and Yotakata's advice really were the last bit of info I needed in order to finally take flight dash. His words were interrupted as Yotakata quickly pulled out his pipe and blew out a barrage of bubbles directly at Naruto. The Uzumaki's eyes widened as he tried to fly out of the way. His attempts failed, however, and the blonde was hit on the leg. He was promptly sent free-falling back into the ground. Ack! He hissed in pain upon contact with the earth. He rubbed his hip as he pulled himself off the ground. The hell was that for? What's the point of flying in battle if you can't take a single hit without falling? Also, what's the point of flying if you can't dodge an easy-to-avoid attack in the first place? Yotakata asked, shaking his head. You were starting to feel confident, but you're not at that point yet. As of right now, your flying isn't combat ready. Gotcha. Naruto sighed in response. His eyes then quickly narrowed in determination. Alright, I'm ready to get back to work on it then dash. Oi. Naruto, Yotakata, and Hotaru turned their heads towards Yujito, who was approaching them with her arms crossed. Kazekage-sama's back from his meeting with the other Kage and dinner's ready. Head to the dining room already. She only quick replies from the three as they hurried off away from their training towards dinner. As the sun began to set over Kumigakure, Suzuki, Sakura, and Kiba and Akamaru all stood in an empty training ground close to the Kumigakure Shinobi Academy. The equipment present was all the standard bullseye targets and wooden mannequins that they used in Konoha. It was almost a nostalgic feeling standing there. Kiba and Sakura faced one another chatting while Akamaru would bark if addressed. Suzuki stood to the side, leaning against one of the mannequins. His eyes would move from his former teammates to the entrance to the training ground. Damn it, where is he? He sighed. Teiwa still hasn't heard back yet. At this rate. Suzuki-kun. Sakura called out. Suzuki blinked for a second as he focused on the pink-haired Kunoichi. You alright? Yeah, you seem more distant than usual. Kiba said, frowning. Akamaru barked back, which caused his partner to scowl. Hey, I know he's always been that way, but he's been better recently. No need to be rude about it. Heh. Suzuki snorted in response as he turned his attention to Akamaru. You're an asshole, you know that. Akamaru barked back in response as a grin developed on his face. Sakura blinked. Can dogs even grin? Or are the Inuzuka dogs just that unique? She shook her head as she focused back on Suzuki. Seriously, are you doing alright? You seem frustrated. I'm just tired of waiting, I guess. He said with a sigh. For Kakashi-sensei. Kiba laughed as he crossed his arms. You actually expected him to be on time for this. I wasn't talking about him. Suzuki sighed. I was dash. Were you all saying something about me? The three Team 7 members turned their attention as Kakashi walked forward, smiling behind his mask as he carried 4 bento boxes. You know, you asked to meet us for lunch, remember? Kiba called out, shaking his head, looks like we're having an early dinner together instead. My apologies. As you can see, I decided to make my precious, cute, former genin a bento box, but I messed up and forgot the rice for the onigiri. So, I had to go buy rice from a local market, but there was an old lady in front of me at the market who started arguing with the worker and dash. Yeah. We get it. Sakura sighed. A small smile then developed on her face as she looked at the man. Thanks for the bento box, Dad. Dad, huh? Well, that's a first, and hopefully the last time I'll hear that. Kakashi chuckled as he continued to walk over to them. I'm not that old. And we're not that young, so no need to be making us bento. Kiba added, rolling his eyes. I thought it would be nostalgic for you all. When did my students get so cruel? Kakashi asked, still chuckling as he tossed 3 of the boxes at his students. Go ahead and start eating, but there's actually something I wanted to discuss with you all. All 3 students caught the bento boxes. Inside was a decent selection of food, karaage chicken, a nigiri, string beans, and a small salad. Both Kiba and Sakura opened up their boxes while Suzuki only stared at its contents before turning his attention back to Kakashi. What do you want to discuss? He asked. Well, it's something I had been debating about for a while and only recently just got permission for. Kakashi stated as he reached into his flak jacket and pulled out a scroll. He unraveled it, causing the scroll to extend on the ground towards his former students. Care to take a look? Suzuki, Sakura, and Kiba all glanced at the scroll. Both Suzuki and Sakura leaned closer to examine the seals. Kiba, however, knew instantly, his eyes widened at Kakashi. This is the summoning contract for the Ninken Dog clan. He asked. Ah, yes. You would know about them. Kakashi smiled again behind his mask. Know them? Kiba snorted. The head of the summoning clan still meets with my mom's partner, Kuromaru, for drinks regularly at the Inuzuka estate. I'm aware of that. Kakashi chuckled again before turning his attention back to Suzuki and Sakura. Since Kiba already is aware, I guess I really only have to explain to you two. The Ninken Dog Summoning Clan is a summoning clan with some vague ties to the Inuzuka clan. Some say the Inuzuka dogs were the originals and the Ninken Summon clan separated from them, others say it was the other way. He shrugged his shoulders. Either way, the Ninken summoning clan are some of the best allies you could ever have on the battlefield. I inherited the clan's contact in my father's passing, and now it is time for me to pass it on to the next generation of shinobi. Wait, you want to pass on the summoning contract? To one of us? Sakura asked, blinking in surprise. Kakashi shook his head as his smile behind the mask got wider. Correction. I'm passing it on to all three of you. All three shinobi all stared at Kakashi with wide eyes. Huh. Their former sensei chuckled as he rubbed the back of his head. Well, none of you have summoning contracts, so this is something I've been wanting to offer for a while. But I was not particularly fond of the idea of just passing it on to one student, so I've been badgering the Ninken's clan head every now and then about this. And yesterday, he finally relented. Signing the dog summoning contract. Kiba mumbled. Akamaru barked something at his partner, which caused the Inyazuka to turn to his sensei. Is that something I'm even allowed to do? I already have a partner with my clan and I'm not trading Akamaru. The Ninken clan is literally a summoning contract, not a partner. If anything, it gives you access to more dogs that Akamaru could spar with and learn a few tricks from, in addition to giving you access to even more ninjutsu. Kakashi said. They're a very useful summoning contract for both tracking and for offense. Kakashi-sensei. Sakura shook her head as her eyes started to water. Why you really want us to sign? Well, of course. After all, you all are my precious students. The first group of students I ever passed, and most likely the last. Kakashi replied, rubbing the back of his head. To use a dog metaphor, I would consider you all my pack and would be honored to be able to share this with you all. A pack, huh? Kiba grinned in response. Akamaru howled lightly in agreement, causing Kiba's grin to widen. That's how I've always seen us. Guess this will make it official though, huh? He took a step forward. Count me in. Kiba quickly bit at his thumb and coated his fingers in blood as he signed the contract. As he finished with the contract, Sakura took a step forward. Back when I first started, I really didn't know what it meant to be a shinobi. She admitted, looking down slightly. I was on the path for the wrong reasons. But things are different now, and I credit that to all of you. Her hands tightened into a fist as a smirk developed on her face. I'd be more than honored, Kakashi-sensei. I'll definitely do my best to make you and the dog clan proud. Sakura reached into a weapons pouch on her waist and pulled out a kunai. After briefly stabbing her thumb, she followed Kiba's example and signed the contract. As she walked back, Sasuke took a step forward. I never even considered something like this before. The dog summoning contract, huh? Sasuke mumbled to himself, closing his eyes in thought. If nothing else, they would help me as a fighter. Perhaps I should. Before Sasuke could draw his own blood, the ground in front of him opened up. He tensed up as he took a step back. Sakura's and Kiba's eyes narrowed while Kakashi reached for a kunai. Out of newly formed a hole, a mole with red fur the size of one of the training mannequins appeared. Finally, there you are, Uchiha Sasuke. I've been looking for you a while now. The mole grumbled. Teiwa-san has a message for you, meet her at the gate to the village. Teiwa. Sasuke's eyes widened, did she hear from him? Don't waste her time. The mole responded as he jumped into the air and went back down the hole he had created. Sasuke. Kakashi's eye narrowed on the Uchiha. What was that about? That was a summoning of Uzumaki Teiwa. Sasuke replied. His body tensed as he turned around. I'm sorry to leave like this, but I have to go. Huh? Kiba blinked. Right now? Dude, you haven't dash. Sasuke turned to look the Inyazuka directly in the eye. The Inyazuka's words died on his lips as he noticed the glare. Kiba, this is important. Sasuke said. I'll be back. With those words, Sasuke ran out of the training ground, heading towards the Kumigakure gates, leaving behind his bento box and the dog summoning contract, unsigned. Took your sweet ass time getting here. Teiwa shook her head as Sasuke rushed up to the Kumigakure gate. Sorry. Sasuke mumbled as he untied his Konoha forehead protector and pocketed it. So, where are we meeting him? Teiwa was quiet for a moment as her eyes focused on Sasuke, her eyebrow raised slightly. A snort escaped her lips as she shook her head. You know, I thought my disguise as a wandering musician looked good, but looking at you like this without the forehead protector, if you had a sitar or some shit, you could easily pass as a homeless musician better than I ever could. She noted. Suzuki's eye twitched slightly. Where are we meeting him? Someone's impatient. Teiwaya snickered as she started to walk out through the gates. We're going to a village maybe an hour's walk from here. Won't take us long. And he'll be there? Suzuki asked as he followed after her. Yes, he'll be there. Teiwaya nodded her head. I saw his crow. He's probably got something important to tell, too. I doubt he'd arrange a meeting this close to the date otherwise. Suzuki nodded his head in response. The two shinobi proceeded to walk together in silence, making their way out into the mountain path of Kaminari no Kuni. Shikamaru, what the hell did you do to yourself? Tsunade asked, shaking her head as she applied her healing palm to Shikamaru's back. Jay just finished a training session with Homura-sensei and Katsuya-sama. Shikamaru said with a chuckle, rubbing the back of his head. He struggled to resist wincing. Training session was an understatement. Homura was merciless with his training in regards to the Holy Barricade jutsu. Even after Shikamaru had finally produced the barrier, Homura insisted on pushing forward, testing both Shikamaru's endurance in maintaining the barrier and the barrier's durability with a variety of different jutsu. The Nara left their training session today feeling much more confident in his skills with the jutsu, but he could not recall a time where he had been this physically exhausted and this drained of chakra. He was unable to heal his own injuries after the session, forcing him to go find Tsunade. I don't know how you stomach working with him like that. Tsunade said with a snort. That man hated Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and I back when we were kids. He always insisted Sarutobi-sensei wasted his time with us. Nothing is ever satisfying to that fucker. She shook her head. God, I don't like Kohara that much either, but she's a goddamn saint compared to Homura. He's the fucking worst. Yeah, he's never satisfied. Training with him is exhausting. But it's worth it. Plus, I think deep down, he cares. Shikamaru said with another chuckle, he's like one of those characters in kid manga who can't admit they like someone, so they just act like an asshole. He bit down on his lip slightly in recollection. I think they call people like him at Tsundere. If you say. Tsunade said with a disbelieving sigh. She then finally pulled away from Shikamaru's body. Alright, I think you should be fine, provided you get rest. But I'd advise taking a day off of training with him. Shikamaru frowned in response, which earned another sigh from the Sunin. Let your body and chakra rest, damn it. You're a Nara. You're supposed to be lazy. Just. I don't know, go walk around Kumo or something. Just take one day off from training. With those words, Tsunade walked towards the door to the room. The two waved goodbye to one another as Tsunade left. Shikamaru was now left alone. He relaxed further into his chair as his eyes moved towards the ceiling. Take a day off. Shikamaru bit down on his lip as he recalled his conversation with his mother prior to leaving for Kumo. I probably have been working my ass off too much. I told Mom I'd be better with that. He sighed as he pulled himself out of his chair. Maybe I'll ask Dad if he wants to play shogi. A knock on the door interrupted Shikamaru's thoughts. The Nara's eyebrow raised slightly as he turned his head towards the door. She forget something. Shikamaru walked over to the door and opened it, fully expecting to see Tsunade once again. He was instead greeted by a familiar pair of pink-colored eyes and black hair. Kuratsuki. Shikamaru's eyes widened. The Tsuchikage grinned as she rushed into his room and hugged him. Shikamaru's shock was quickly turned into a feeling of excitement as he hugged her back. What, are you actually shocked to see me? She asked with a chuckle. What Chunin exams can occur without the Tsuchikage being present? I don't know, I'm just shocked to see you now. I thought you were getting here earlier. Shikamaru replied, chuckling back, as far as I'm concerned, you're late. Hey, don't start that shit. I already got enough crap from E. Kuratsuka snorted, her laughter growing louder. E was further away. Of course it took us a little longer. Shikamaru rolled his eyes. Yeah, sure. That can be your excuse. The two stood still for a moment as their laughter grew louder and louder. Once they finally started to quiet down, the two realized that they had never stopped hugging one another. Instead of letting go, however, they tightened their embrace. "I missed you," Shikamaru said, a small smile developing on his face. "I missed you too," Kuratsuki replied, returning his smile with one of her own. Their faces leaned towards one another and their lips met together. Both held on to each other as their kiss deepened. A few seconds passed by before they finally broke apart. Kuratsuki walked further into Shikamaru's apartment while he proceeded to close the door. The Nara had a better idea of what he was going to be doing tomorrow instead of training. The sun had finally finished setting and the moon was now visible for all to see as Teiwa and Suzuki both arrived at their destination, a lively izakaya in a village an hour away from Kumigakure. The two made their way to a corner table. A server quickly walked over to them. "What can I get you and your girlfriend started with?" she asked Suzuki. The Uchiha's eyes narrowed. "She's not dash." "2 bottles of Kaminari sake," Teiwa stated. The server nodded her head as she walked off. When she left, Teiwa turned her head towards Suzuki with a scowl. "Does the thought of dating me offend you that much?" she asked with a snort. "Well, fuck you too. You're not even my type anyway dash." "It's not that," he hissed in response. "I'm surprised you didn't correct her. When you're in my profession, you don't correct other people's assumptions when they're that minor. The last thing you want is someone asking you questions." She replied quietly, rolling her eyes slightly. "Remember that next time." "Sure. Whatever." Suzuki sighed in response. "Is it wise to be meeting with him in public?" "Trust me, sometimes being in public is better," Teiwa replied, shrugging her shoulders. "Easier to keep an eye on the people around you." Suzuki hummed in response for a moment. "So, when's he getting here?" "I'd imagine soon. Just wait patiently," she replied. "Don't make a scene. Just relax." She then raised an eyebrow. "By the way, what's your alcohol tolerance like?" "Don't drink much." He shrugged his shoulders. "Why?" Teiwa hummed for a second as she rubbed the back of her head sheepishly. If you want to stay sober for the talk, don't drink too much then. 'Cause the shit I ordered will fuck you up if you're a lightweight, and if you don't drink much." "Got it." Suzuki sighed in response. "God, she even does that stupid back of the head rub that Naruto does. Guess they really are related." The two remained quiet for a moment until they were brought their bottles of sake. Teiwa began to casually drink at her bottle while Suzuki only took sips every few moments. Teiwa would make occasional small talk, but Suzuki could not fully pay attention, his mind was too preoccupied. Minutes quickly turned into an hour. Teiwa had downed her entire bottle and was now drinking from Suzuki's barely started sake. A sigh escaped Suzuki's lips as he turned his attention to entrance to the izakaya as the door opened up. Suzuki's eyes immediately widened. The man that walked in was dressed in a dark green unzipped jacket over a white t-shirt and black pants. He also wore a black fedora-like hat. The man appeared rather nondescript as he made his way through the building, but Suzuki recognized him immediately. "Itachi." His brother made his way over to the table, his eyes focused almost exclusively on Suzuki. Teiwa snorted at the sight of the man. "What in the fuck is that hat?" she asked, doing her best to resist laughing. She failed. "You look like shit like that." Itachi turned briefly to her before her shook his head, turning his attention back to Suzuki. It's great to see you, Suzuki dash." Suzuki proceeded to stand up, interrupting his brother as he reached out to him with his right hand. Itachi stared at the hand for a moment before he reached it and took it, the two shaking hands. Suzuki then pulled forward slightly, bringing Itachi forward into a hug. "It's good to see you too, Itachi," Suzuki said. The two were quiet for a moment, enjoying their hug, before they finally broke apart and took seats next to one another across from Teiwa. The Uzumaki had a shit-eating grin on her face as she took a swig from her bottle. "Two things. 1, that was the most awkward hug I've ever seen," she said, her eyes narrowing on Suzuki. "You two have no social skills, do you?" "Fuck off." Suzuki rolled his eyes. Things are complicated, Teiwa-san. Itaki replied with a frown. Yeah, I know. Whose fault is that? The redhead rolled her eyes. Itaki's gaze on her hardened slightly, but she took another swig of her drink, as if intentionally trying to ignore it. Second thing, I see you took my advice about actually talking to him about the truth. Good for you. Itaki's face twitched ever so slightly into a small smile, before his face hardened once again. This will have to be brief. Itaki said. Unlike the last time I met with either of you, Zetsu is in Kaminari no Kuni. We can't afford to be careless with that creature lurking around. Understood. Teiwa nodded her head while Suzuki stiffened slightly. Anything of interest to report? Itaki nodded his head as he reached into his pocket and pulled out a scroll. He then handed it to Teiwa, who took it. From my understanding, this is Akatsuki's plan of action, per what I have been made aware of. Things could change, but this is the rough framework. Itaki explained. Make sure to pass it to Hokage-sama. Understood. Teiwa, again, nodded her head. What is your role in the invasion? Suzuki asked. I'll be attacking the actual stadium, alongside Pain, Konan, and Kisame. Itaki elaborated. If needed, I'll be helping Pain fight the Jinchuriki. The sound of a door opening brought their conversation to a halt. A young man with spiky blonde walked into the izakaya alongside a tall, older-looking man with a pale skin complexion. They took a seat at the bar. The group's attention remained focused on the door for a moment, making sure no one else was coming in. They then turned their attention back to one another. So you're going to be in the center of the action, huh? Teiwa's eyebrow raised slightly. Itaki nodded his head. The scroll I gave you has the plans for Tobi's, Zetsu's, Sasori's, Deidara's, Hiden's, and Kabuto's roles. Also some information on the 2 recruits. Recruits. Teiwa blinked in response. You recruited members this late? I thought you said your organization could only have 10 people. They sought out the organization to join. Itaki replied, his eyes narrowing slightly. They're former root agents. Suzuki's eyes widened slightly in recognition. Shigaraki Tanuki and Tsumaiki Kido. Ah. Yes. You know them. Itaki noted, they've been fine-tuning some projects of theirs they had been researching, although the details have not been cleared to anyone. The organization's been starting to get tight-lipped with information. His eyes narrowed. They've discovered there's been a leak, after all. Ah. Suzuki tensed in response. Are you sure it's alright to be meeting with us, then? You're putting yourself in danger if your leak was found out. I had information to give. That's the most important thing. Itaki said. Although, I'll have to be leaving shortly. Going so soon. Shit. Itaki, Teiwa, and Suzuki tensed up as a spiraling vortex appeared directly above them. Within seconds, 2 men dropped from the vortex and crashed down onto their table, knocking the sake bottles to the ground. The sudden crashing and appearance of the men caused the civilians in the bar to start screaming and rushing out of the building. No need to rush out, Itaki. If you have more information to give out, stay and share. Tobi stated. Itaki, you really did turn traitor, huh? Kisame spoke up, a scowl on his face as he glared at Itaki. Seems like you're not the man I thought you were. You're just another willing participant in this world of lies. Kisame. Itaki's eyes narrowed on his partner in the Akatsuki for a brief moment before focusing back on the second man. And you. Anyway, this is admittedly disappointing. I really was hoping the traitor was Kabuto. It would have been a good excuse to kill him. Tobi noted, his Sharingan visible from the hole in his mask. But turns out, it was you. Guess I'll have to kill you instead. His eyes then focused on both Teiwa and Suzuki behind him. Kill all of you, it seems. Chapter 117, Tobi's Wrath. Anyway, this is admittedly disappointing. I really was hoping the traitor was Kabuto. It would have been a good excuse to him. Tobi noted, his Sharingan visible from the hole in his mask. But turns out, it was you. Guess I'll have to kill you instead. His eyes then focused on both Teiwa and Suzuki behind him. Kill all of you, it seems. Sasuke and Itachi activated their Sharingan in near unison while Teiwa pulled out her flute. The three Konoha shinobi formed a triangle formation, their eyes moving back and forth from Kisame to Tobi. I'm guessing the masked guy is Madara, right? Teiwa asked, her eyes narrowing. Yes. Itachi nodded his head as he briefly glanced over towards the exit. You two need to go. They will kill you both and leave you behind. Sasuke's eyes narrowed further as he shook his head. No. Not happening. What he said? Teiwa snorted in response. Besides, he knows that we have your information. Let's be real here, Itachi, either we all pull through this together or we all die together. Not in between. She's correct. Tobi noted with a chuckle as he shook his head. Smart deduction. Shouldn't expect less from a cognition created from one of your genjutsu, Itachi. Kisame immediately made a hand sign before opening up his mouth, water style, exploding water shockwave. Kisame spat out a deluge of water from his mouth directly at the three Konoha shinobi. Upon impact, the images of all three vanished. They're outside most likely. I'll pursue. Tobi noted with a chuckle as he proceeded to disappear in another spiral forming from the space around him. Continue what you want to do. Perhaps get this area flooded to make things easier for you to fight. Don't need to tell me twice. Kisame replied as he returned to spitting out more water. After casting his genjutsu, Itachi, Teiwa, and Sasuke rushed out of the izakaya as quickly as possible alongside the civilian patrons in the bar. As soon as they stepped outside, Teiwa bit down on her right thumb before biting down on her left, coating both with blood. She then ran through two sets of hand signs before slamming both of her open palms on the ground. Summoning Jutsu. A large cloud of smoke filled the area. As the smoke dissipated, Teiwa's Doki summons appeared directly in front of her, all posed to fight. Standing directly in front of Teiwa was a black-colored mole. Two summons? Sasuke asked. Teiwa nodded her head. She reached into her bag, pulling out her flute in her right hand, a scroll in her left hand. She quickly tossed the scroll towards the mole. Get that to Masakato. And tell him we need backup. Teiwa stated. The mole nodded its head as it grabbed the scroll. The sky above them proceeded to open up in a spiral formation. Hurry, get out of here. Teiwa hissed. Just as the mole was using the reverse summoning jutsu, a kunao flew from the opening in the sky directly at the mole. The kunao connected with its head just as the mole disappeared from view. What? Did that really hit before it could get away? Teiwa's eyes narrowed, her right hand tightening on her flute as she turned her head up towards the spiral. You fucking bastard. Sasuke. Itachi called out. The younger Uchiha nodded his head as both he and his brother ran through the same hand signs, fire style, grand fireball jutsu. Both Sasuke and Itachi breathed out massive fireballs from their mouths directly into the sky just as Tobi appeared from the opening in space. The masked man proceeded to dodge in midair both oncoming jutsus before landing safely on the ground. So that summon of yours managed to get away before dying. Shame. Guess the plans leaked, huh? Tobi noted. He then shrugged his shoulders as he started to laugh loudly. Oh well. Guess we'll just rewrite parts of it. Nothing will be lost and you all will end up dying for nothing. Stop fucking laughing. Teiwa's grip tightened as she brought her flute to her lips and blew a single note. Demonic flute, chains of Fantasia. Tobi stiffened in response for a moment before he quickly took a step forward. Teiwa's eyes widened in response. You're a genjutsu specialist, aren't you? He noted, his voice changing to a darker, more serious tone. Let me be frank, your petty illusions won't work on me. Not even Itachi's genjutsu will be able to keep me trapped. Noted. Teiwa scowled in response as she changed her fingering on the flute. I'm not some one-trick genin, though. I'll show you what I'm capable of. Before either she or Tobi could attack each other, the izakaya they had exited was completely destroyed, with parts of the building getting scattered. Water proceeded to flood down the streets of the village. The water formed into a giant wave, with Kisame riding directly on top, gripping Samehada tightly. You both are going to go all out. Itachi's eyebrow was raised. You're not going to be subtle about this fight. This will draw attention. Killing you will already draw the attention of Konoha, and by proxy Kumo. Toby noted. No point in trying to keep this fight secret. The only essential thing is killing you all here. The aftermath can be handled after the fact. The three Konoha shinobi, the Doki summons, and Toby jumped into the air just as the water wave crashed down, completely flooding the village grounds entirely. They landed safely on top of the surface as Kisame joined Toby side by side. After playing a single note from her flute, the three Doki charged forward at Toby and Kisame. The first two Doki attempted to tackle into them, but both Toby and Kisame jumped away to avoid them. The third Doki jumped into the air after them and swung its club down against Kisame. Kisame blocked with same hata, locking the two into a stalemate as they fell to the water-encased battlefield. Some real power behind that swing, Kisame said. A grin developed on his face as he looked over towards Tewa. I'll enjoy shaving you to bits. He then turned to face Itachi, his grin quickly morphing into a scowl, but not as much as I'll enjoy killing you, traitor. Upon connecting with the water, Kisame's body sank underneath. He then reappeared quickly behind Itachi, attempting to swing same hata directly at him. Itachi jumped back, avoiding the attack. Kisame then proceeded to make hand signs, which Itachi imitated. I've never seen you this angry before, Kisame. Itachi admitted, frowning. Haven't felt this angry in a while. Kisame admitted, scowling, but of all the people in Akatsuki that could have betrayed us, it was you. I thought you were the one person who understand the world of lies like I did. Thought you were trying to avoid participating in it. Turns out you were well integrated into that world. Both shinobi finished their hand signs at the same time, water style, water shark bomb. The water underneath behind their feet opened, forming a massive shark of water that rushed through the sky at one another. While both jutsus collided with one another, Kisame's overpowered attacks and flew directly at the man. The Uchiha bit his lip slightly as he jumped up, avoiding the attack. Your Sharingan will help you copy my jutsu if you need it, but that's not going to help you overpower me. My chakra supply is much higher than yours, or nearly anyone in Akatsuki. Kisame reminded, his scowl morphing back into a grin. I'm aware. Itachi shook his head before shifting in midair. Just as Itachi had turned, Toby appeared directly behind him with two chains attached to his hands like gauntlets. The masked man had attempted to pass through Itachi and grab a hold of him with the chains, but Itachi managed to dodge midair fast enough to avoid the attack. He then breathed out a massive fireball from his mouth directly at Toby's back, but the flame went through it. One of Tewa's Doki jumped up and tried to attack Toby with its claws, but once again, the attack went straight through his body. That's his Kamui. Itachi's eyes narrowed slightly on the masked man for a moment. We need to figure out how to make him tangible. That's the only way we stand a chance at defeating him. You're looking awfully focused on me, Itachi. Not sure if I like it. Toby noted. His eyes then turned towards Sasuke, and are you going to do anything in this fight, or are you just standing around waiting to die? Before Sasuke could respond, Toby reached over to his right shoulder and pulled out a spike from it, wood style, cutting Sprig's jutsu. Toby threw the wooden spike directly at Sasuke's face. The younger Uchiha sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the spike. His Sharingan eyes made direct contact with the spike, noticing the chakra inside of it acting up. Shit. Sasuke used the Shunshin as quickly as possible just as the spikes started to explode outward, forming wooden branches that skewered the area where Sasuke had previously been. He proceeded to reappear directly at Itachi's side. Madara can use wood release? He asked, his eyes narrowing on the wooden spikes. How? Experimentation. Itachi replied, shaking his head, wood release is dangerous, but it's not impossible to fight against dash. Water style, 5 Sharks Frenzy. Kisame slammed his palm onto the surface of the watery battlefield, causing 5 sharks made of water to form. The sharks quickly swam underwater, causing the battlefield to start to shift heavily, rocking Itachi, Sasuke, and Tewa to their knees. Heh. Don't forget I'm here. Kisame taunted as he pulled himself up to his feet, unfazed by the moving water. He proceeded to grip Same Hata tightly as he charged forward towards Itachi. Itachi attempted to pull himself up to his feet, but one of the sharks rushed him, using its fin to knock Itachi back to his feet. Kisame then reached him and swung Same Hada directly at him, causing the blade to shave off Itaka's skin. Itaka was quickly torn apart, morphing into a flock of crows that flew all around Kisame. Sasuke's body quickly did the same. Humph. Kisame scowled in response as he slammed Same Hada into the water. I may be more susceptible to genjutsu than Madara is, but you're going to have to do more than that to land a hit on me. The crows, in response, proceeded to fly directly towards Kisame, transforming into a series of shuriken. Before they reached Kisame, however, one of the 5 sharks jumped out of the water underneath Kisame, completely encasing him in its body. The shark was hit by the shuriken instead, protecting its summoner. As soon as the last shuriken made contact, the shark exploded, morphing into multiple droplets of shark-shaped water that scattered through the air. With the crow's disappearance, Itaka's and Sasuke's true location revealed itself. The two were now standing side by side with Teiwa. The shark-shaped water flew directly at them. Both Teiwa and Itaka managed to jump away in time, but Sasuke was unable to get away fast enough and was hit by 2 of the sharks, which bit into his right arm. Ack! He hissed as blood started to pour from his wounds. Sasuke dash. Fire style, blast wave wild dance. Tobi spat out a giant vortex of flames that spiraled forward directly at the Konoha shinobi. One of Teiwa's doki jumped in between them and the flames, forming a barricade. The flames completely encased the summon, causing it to dispel instantly. Shit. Teiwa bit down on her lip hard. I haven't seen one of my doki get taken down so easily. This is really fucking bad. At the rate things are going. Itaka took in a deep breath as his eyes began to shift, turning into the main Jikyo Sharingan. At the rate my condition has developed, I can't use the main Jikyo for long. Nevertheless, if I want for us to have any hope in surviving this fight, I need to be fighting with this up the entire time. A red, ghostly ribcage began to form around Itaka's body. More limbs began to form slowly, creating ghostly arms and a skull. One hand of the ghostly figure was holding onto an ethereal blade that almost resembled a liquid, with a gourd attached to an extension of right forearm while the other hand held onto a large, ethereal shield. Skin then began to form around the chakra, making way for its final form. Itaka. Sasuke turned to his brother. Susanoo. Itaka began to cough out blood slightly as he staggered himself. Blood started to leak from his eyes as he glared at Tobi and Kisame. Taking this seriously, are you Itaka? I see your Susanoo still has the sword of Totsuka and the Ymir. Tobi noted with a chuckle. Good. It might help you have peace in the afterlife if you actually gave this your all. Teiwa. Sasuke. Itaka turned his head towards the 2 Konoha shinobi. He coughed once again, getting more blood out of his mouth, before he shook his head and steeled himself. Keep up however you all can. Itaka, are you alright? Sasuke asked, his eyes focused intently on his brother. Worry about my health after this fight. Itaka replied before turning his attention back to the Akatsuki members. Our priority needs to be on killing these 2. Way ahead of you. Teiwa stated as she blew a note on her flute. The 2 remaining doki jumped towards them, standing side by side Itaka's Susanoo. She then changed the fingering on her flute. Let's do this. Uzumaki Masakado and Uzumaki Susumu snored as they laid in the beds of their shared apartment. Both men had went to bed early and were trying to catch up on missed nights of sleeping on their travel to Kumogakure. The inherent stress of being in Kumo had been long forgotten in the mind of Masakado as he and his clansmen both rested peacefully underneath their covers. This peace was shattered as a poof of smoke filled the room. Within seconds, Korapu appeared in the room, holding onto something tightly in his arms. Masakado-sama, wake up! He called out. Both Masakado and Susumu woke up instantly and pulled themselves out of bed. You look uncomfortable as hell, Korapu. Masakado said, noting that the large mole was obviously too big for the room. His summon had no reaction, which caused Masakado to frown in response. What's happened? Korapu responded by setting down the thing in his arms, the corpse of a mole summon. Both Masakado and Susumu stiffened. How? Masakado shouted. How? Masakado demanded. Teiwa summoned him. He died before as he was reverse summoning himself, holding onto this scroll. Koropu said as he reached into his pocket and pulled out a scroll to the elder Uzumaki. Masakado caught it and opened it immediately. His eyes widened as he began to read the writing. Teiwa's meeting with the Akatsuki spy and was attacked while getting info. He hissed to himself before his eyes focused back on Koropu. Where are they at? I can get you there quickly. Koropu said before shaking his head, but get your Hokage first. You may need help against whoever she is facing. I will accompany. Susumu offered, if nothing else, I should be able to provide medical ninjutsu. Yes, please. Masakado nodded his head before bolting towards the door. We need to hurry. The two Uzumaki men hurried getting dressed and prepared for combat as Masakado made a shadow clone to go alert Jiraiya. They had to be fast. Teiwa's life and her spy's life were on the line and they could not afford to waste even a second. As soon as the Susanoo had stabilized, the remaining 4 feeding sharks in the water rushed forward at Teiwa and Sasuke. Itaka stepped forward, at Teiwa and Sasuke. Itaka stepped forward, the Susanoo around his body moving as well and lowering the Yata mirror directly in front of his allies. The sharks collided with the shield, causing them to evaporate upon impact. So, my feeding sharks technique didn't even make a dent in your Susanoo at all, huh? Kisame noted as a grin developed on his face. I've always been curious to see how I fare against it. Guess this is the best way to test that out, huh? With those words, Kisame ripped off his Akatsuki cloak. He gripped the same hata tightly in his hands before impaling himself with the sword in his stomach. What the hell dash? Teiwa's eyes widened as, instead of cutting himself with his sword, Kisame's body absorbed same hata. What the fuck? Kisame's body began to transform, his head began to elongate and a fin grew on top, relacing his hair. 2 additional fins formed on his forearms, his teeth began to grow and sharpen exponentially, and his hands began to become webbed, forming sharp claws at the ends. Teiwa scowled as her grip tightened on her flute. This asshole got even uglier. I'm almost impressed. So, what does that form do for him? Sasuke asked, his eyes narrowing on Kisame. Before Itaka could respond, Kisame snorted as he clapped his hands together. Instead of asking a secondary source, why don't I give you a taste of what I can do like this? Water style, super exploding water shockwave. Kisame opened his mouth and released another torrent of water. This water quickly overran the environment, raising the water level exponentially. Itaka, Sasuke, Teiwa, and her 2 remaining doki repeatedly jumped up, making sure to stay on top of the water's surface. After a few seconds, the water level finally stabilized. The sounds of screams and gurgling noises could be heard throughout the area. Sasuke's eyes turned to the area around them and noticed many of the civilians of the village were trying to swim. The Uchiha's eyes widened in horror. He flooded this entire village. He's going to kill every civilian here. He realized. His eyes turned back towards where Kisame and Tobi had originally been. The 2 Akatsuki agents, however, were nowhere to be seen. Where are they? The water underneath his feet opened up slightly. Sasuke jumped away just in time to see Tobi emerging from the water, chains now attached to his wrists. So that's their plan. Sasuke's eyes narrowed on the chains as he made hand signs. He's going to try and drown us by dragging us underwater. He finished his final hand signs, fire style, grand fireball jutsu. Sasuke breathed out a massive fireball from his mouth directly at Tobi's body. Tobi made 0 effort to dodge the technique and the fireball went straight through his body, hitting nothing. If he's intangible like that the entire time, then how the fuck are we supposed to fight him? There's no way. Teiwa's eyes widened as a thought occurred to her, recalling the initial moments of their encounter. That has to work. Tobi continued to rush forward on the water towards Itaka, running through 10 hand signs. Wood style, wood dragon jutsu. A giant wooden, serpentine dragon formed and rushed directly at Itaka's Susanoo. Itaka stiffened and raised his right hand, causing his Susanoo to swing the sword of Totsuka directly at the dragon. The sword cut through its body, causing the bottom half to fall apart before getting sealed into the gourd in the Susanoo's right forearm. The top half of the wooden dragon, however, continued to fly directly at Itaka's Susanoo. As it continued to fly, the bottom half grew once again. Itaka's eyes narrowed. Your wood release techniques can regenerate. Naturally. Tobi chuckled, the Sword of Totsuka's sealing abilities may be somewhat impressive, but they won't be a counter to my jutsus. The wooden dragon continued to encircle the Susanoo, forming a bind around it. The Susanoo proceeded to cut into the dragon time after time, briefly freeing it, but the dragon continued to regenerate and continue encircling it. He's trying to immobilize the Susanoo and force me out of it. Interesting way to counter it, but it's not going to be enough. Itake's eyes narrowed. As Toby focused on his wooden dragon, Teiwa's Doki summons charged forward at him once again, one extending its claws while the other gripping its club. He shook his head, chuckling, "You already tried this earlier, Uzumaki. Don't insult me dash." Demonic flute, chains of Fantasia. Toby stiffened once again as Teiwa blew a singular note, trapping him in a genjutsu once again. The Uchiha managed to dispel the genjutsu quickly once again, but the brief moment was enough time for the Doki to reach him and strike, the first Doki impaling his chest and the second Doki slamming its club into his body, causing water to kick up like an explosion. Heh. Looks like I was right. Teiwa grinned, "You have to be cognitively using that intangibility technique. Genjutsu might not affect you the traditional way, but it definitely seems to work on you for this purpose." A few seconds passed by before two Doki were both sent flying back. Toby proceeded to walk forward, an open hole in chest and his mask cracked. Despite the crack, however, the mask remained perfectly stable and showed nothing of his physical appearance other than his Mangekyo Shari-nan, which was narrowed on Teiwa. "Bitch," he hissed. "Okay, admittedly, I was expecting him to be in more pain." Teiwa scowled, her grip on her flute tightening. "He's got a hole in his goddamn chest, how the fuck is he still walking?" Before Toby could rush at her, a loud roaring noise sounded throughout the area. He turned his head towards Itake's Susanoo in time to see it decapitate the wood dragon. The jutsu fell apart entirely, turning into fragments of wood that floated on top of the water, with no sign of reforming back into the large wooden dragon. "Ah, so you found out how to destroy it?" Toby grumbled, crossing his arms. Itake's only response was to hold out his right hand. The Susanoo around his body began to form two more arms that started to form chakra, creating red spiraling constructs that resembled prayer beads. Yasaka Megatama. Itake's Susanoo launched the prayer beads directly at Toby's body. The masked Uchiha quickly disappeared in a spiraling vortex, causing the beads to connect with the watery battlefield, creating an explosion that caused rain to scatter throughout the battlefield. Waves began to crash throughout the battlefield. The Susanoo continued to launch its Yasaka Megatama at the water, creating more massive explosions and continuing to scatter more and more water and causing more shaking. After a few seconds passed, the resulting explosions sent Kisame flying from underneath the water and directly into the air. "Damn it!" The Kiri missing ninja hissed as he steadied himself in the air. He noticed Itake approaching him, his Susanoo gripping the sword of Totsuka. A grin developed on his face. "Not bad, Itake. This thing's really as strong as I thought it was. At the very least, I'm glad I'm living up to your expectations in combat." Itake noted, a small sad smile developing on his face as he made a swinging gesture. "Goodbye, Kisame." Water style, rain jet. Just as the Susanoo was about to cut into Kisame with his sword, the rain droplets around Kisame's body began to conglomerate around his back before exploding. The resulting explosion sent Kisame flying downward, avoiding Itake's sword just in time. "Nice try, but you'll need to do more than that, Itake," Kisame shouted. Once again, the rain droplets around Kisame exploded once again, sending the shark-looking man flying directly at Itake's Susanoo at a rapid speed. The man directly collided with the chakra construct before Itake could even react, causing the Susanoo to stagger. "Shit!" Itake cursed as the water under his feet began to shake heavily. "What the hell?" Suzuki's eyes widened. How did that Kisame move that fast? That explosion technique he just used launched him at a speed that rivaled the Raikage's speed. If my memory's right, your Susanoo gets its reputation as impenetrable because of that Yata mirror shield. Kisame commented, his grin widening as he took in the appearance of the off-balance Susanoo. "Now, let's see how much that thing of yours can take from a direct hit without being able to block." Water style dash. Before Kisame could launch himself forward, adamantine sealing chains rushed forward towards his body, encircling his waist and his arms. Kisame was then pulled back. What the? He nearly growled as he turned his head back to face the source of the chains, Uzumaki Tewa, with multiple chains protruding from her hands and arms. These are the sealing chains of the Uzumaki clan, huh? Damn right. Tewa snorted. Tewa used all of her might to force Kisame backwards more, but upon making contact with the water's surface, Kisame started to dig his feet into the water, like makeshift dirt. Within seconds, he was able to start resisting her pull. These things, they bind chakra, right? Yeah, I can't bust out with my chakra. I can tell that. Kisame noted as his grin returned, but they can't do anything about me physically overpowering them, right? You can't break these chains, dumbass. Tewa hissed. Sure, but I bet I can break you. Kisame's grin widened once again. Let's find out. Tewa nearly growled as she continued to apply pressure, trying to drag Kisame back further. Kisame was not budging, however, and maintained his position on the surface of the water. What the fuck is this guy made of? Holy shit. She grit her teeth. Her eyes briefly locked onto her two remaining Doki, but before the creatures could charge forward, she noticed Sasuke rushing towards Kisame, lightning forming in the palm of his hands. Jackpot. Now if I can only hold on to this guy for just a little longer. A separate set of chains tied themselves around Tewa's legs. Her eyes widened as she saw the image of Tobi's mask underneath the water. Surprise. Shit dash. Tewa was dragged underneath the water, shattering her concentration, and allowing Kisame to break free from the adamantine sealing chains. Chidori. Sasuke's lightning-covered palm connected with Kisame before the man could jump away. Kisame grit his teeth in pain as Sasuke's lightning pierced his right shoulder. Blood started to pour out of his wound as the discharge of lightning started to scatter throughout his body. Sasuke attempted to dig his Chidori further into Kisame, but the shark-looking man reached out with his left hand and grabbed his arm. What? Sasuke's eyes widened. Got to say, brat, that hurts like a bitch. Kisame admitted with a snarl as his grip on Sasuke's arm tightened. Sasuke howled in pain, causing his jutsu to end and the lightning to disperse. Kisame's grin returned, but getting this close to me like this was a mistake. How about you and I go for a dip? Both Kisame and Sasuke proceeded to sink into the water. Sasuke! Itachi shouted. His eyes narrowed as he ran through hand signs. I need to hurry and get him and Tewa out. Underneath the water, Tewa winced as she was dragged underneath. She struggled to break the chains, but she was unable to destroy them as Tobi continued to drag her deeper and deeper under the water. Hey! Kisame called out, his voice echoing through the water. Tobi turned his attention to see the Kiri ninja swimming freely in the water, still gripping onto Sasuke, who was struggling to hold his breath. Take this one too. I'll finish them both off real quick. Tobi nodded his head as he loosened his grip on Tewa, untangling one set of chains off her as he swung the other towards Sasuke. The younger Uchiha was ensnared and pulled towards Tewa. Now, let's make their last moments painful. Kisame noted as he clapped his hands together, water style, raving sharking frenzy. 20 water sharks formed underneath the water and began to encircle Sasuke, Tewa, and Tobi like a circle. Upon their arrival, the grip of the chains started to lighten. Tewa turned her head towards Tobi to see the masked man starting to swim away. Made himself intangible to avoid the carnage, no doubt. Tisk Tewa's hands tightened into fists as both she and Sasuke untangled themselves from their chains. As they finished, however, the sharks started to close in and started to attack. Grey-Ayak. Sasuke's mind howled in pain. The sharks started to bite down on them, their teeth piercing their skin and drawing blood. Both Sasuke's and Tewa's visible skin started to be covered in bloody bite marks as the sharks continued to bite all over. If this continues, they're going to fucking eat us. Tewa's mind shouted as she closed her eyes and forced herself to make a hand sign with her right hand. A sealing tag in the pocket of her cloak started to glow and started to float out directly in front of her. This better fucking work. Fuinjutsu, continuous explosion. The sealing tag proceeded to break apart into 20 pieces and attached themselves to the sharks around the two. The sealing papers immediately detonated, creating a massive explosion. What? Kisame's eyes narrowed, An explosive tag? No way a normal tag could detonate like that underwater, let alone water formed from my chakra. What the hell was that? The sharks were destroyed in the massive explosion, while the explosion itself served as a propulsive force that sent both Sasuke and Teiwa flying upwards. The two shinobi were sent flying out of the water and flew into the sky. Both immediately started to gasp for air. We're alive. Teiwa closed her eyes in pain as she finally noticed exactly how bloodied up both she and Sasuke were alive. Thank fuck. Sasuke. Teiwa. Itachi called out in relief. They got out on their own. What a relief. His eyes then returned back to the water as his Susanoo proceeded to slam two of its arms into the water. Now, let's finally do something about this battlefield. The Susanoo proceeded to send a massive burst of chakra into the water, creating a massive explosion. All of the water was sent flying into the sky, creating a torrential rainstorm as the water level returned to normal. With the water-covered battlefield now back to normal, the devastation could be seen throughout the area. The village around them had now been completely destroyed and many corpses could be seen. While the corpses were now charred from the explosion Itachi's Susanoo had created, they could all be seen gripping their throats, revealing their true cause of deaths. So many people dead. Sasuke grit his teeth as he turned his head towards Kisame. Kisame's body now had burn marks on his shark-like skin. His eyes narrowed on Itachi's Susanoo as his face morphed into a twisted hybrid of a scowl and grin. What firepower! He snorted as he cracked his knuckles. You may have betrayed us, Itachi, but at least you are going out swinging. His eyes then moved to Sasuke and Teiwa, and at least your allies can keep up somewhat. I've been enjoying this. Enjoying this. Sasuke grit his teeth as his hands tightened. Look at all these civilians that died. You call this enjoyable? Heh. I can see this one's definitely a preachy Konoha shinobi. Kisame snorted. You know, if they didn't die from drowning, they would have died the second Itachi did that explosion technique with his Susanoo. Itachi's gaze remained steadfast on Kisame, giving him no reaction whatsoever. Kid, shit like that is collateral. Any real shinobi knows that. Kisame noted. His eyes then moved towards Teiwa. You and the redhead are also collateral, you know? Itachi is the only that has to die. You two are just going to die too for being in the wrong place. Teiwa snorted. Big talk for a guy who looks a few more explosions away from being Tempura. Where is he? Itachi's eyes narrowed. As Teiwa, Sasuke, and Kisame all stiffened, preparing to continue their fight, Itachi's eyes scanned the battlefield looking for any signs of Tobi. Surprise! Itachi's eyes widened in horror as a figure appeared directly behind him. Tobi was now directly next to Itachi inside his Susanoo, swinging a Fuma shuriken in his hand rapidly. The masked man closed the difference between the two and stabbed Itachi with the blade of the shuriken in his chest. Itachi's eyes widened momentarily as he started to choke out blood as Tobi tried to dig it in further. I've been waiting for this moment. Even when you're on alert for me, I still managed to get the jump on you. Good thing to know that your Susanoo is not impenetrable against my Kamui. Tobi noted with a chuckle. That's regrettable. Itachi hissed in response as his hands went to Tobi's hands, pushing back against the blade and preventing it from going any deeper into his skin. Regrettable? Interesting choice of words. Tobi shook his head, sighing. You are someone I have lots of regrets about, you know? My hope that Kabuto was the mole went beyond simply wanting to kill him. You intrigued me, Itachi. You always have, ever since the day you massacred our clan. The willingness to sacrifice even your own clan for the bigger picture. I knew you were the perfect shinobi to integrate into Akatsuki. His eyes narrowed behind the mask. How can you possibly turn on us this late into our objective? Turn. Itachi repeated the word, a bitter chuckle escaping his lips before he started to choke up more blood. No, I never turned. I was always loyal to Konoha. I can see that, now. Shame. Tobi replied, scowling, as he applied more pressure on his shuriken. Itachi's eyes widened slightly as he was briefly overpowered and started to choke out more blood, also a shame about your health. I can tell you are not as strong as you normally are, Itachi. A grin quickly developed behind the mask as he shook his head. Even if I left you be, you'd probably drop dead before the end of the year, wouldn't you? Perhaps. Itake replied, however, I'm the kind of person who never anticipated to live a long life. His eyes then narrowed on Tobi's hands and started to change shape, and I can't think of a better to spend what time I have left fighting off the greatest threat to my village. Amaterasu. Shit. A spiraling vortex began to appear around Tobi's body, sucking him inside. At the same time, black flames began to appear from Itake's eyes directly at Tobi's position. Before the masked man could suck himself in, however, the flames connected with his hand, where he had been gripping onto the Fuma Shuriken. Ack! He growled in pain as the flames traveled up his arm before he was fully sucked in. As soon as the masked man was gone, Itake pulled out the shuriken from his chest. He started to choke up blood again, with more blood starting to pour from his eyes, which turned back into the standard Mangekyo non. His breathing grew heavy as he turned his attention back outside of the Susanoo. A spiraling vortex opened up next to Kisame, revealing Tobi once again. The masked man was gripping onto his right arm, which had the sleeve completely burnt off, revealing massive burns. Itake shook his head. You managed to extinguish the Amaterasu. No. I just ditched the flames in my pocket dimension. Tobi hissed in response, that dojutsu of yours. I once tried to replicate your Amaterasu, but clearly mine pales in comparison to yours. Doing alright? Kisame asked. I'm fine. It'll heal quickly. Tobi replied, shaking his head. Before turning his attention back to Itake, I did land a decisive blow on him. If we keep pushing him and his allies, we'll kill them in no time. Heh. Kisame grinned in response, you can count on me. You alright, Itake? Sasuke asked. I'm fine. Itake replied as he made a hand sign, just keep fighting you two. We need to be especially careful right now. Yup. Teiwa nodded her head. She then reached into her pocket and pulled out two kunai with sealing tags attached to them and threw them at Sasuke and Itake. Hold on to those and activate the seal immediately. Sasuke caught onto the kunai while Itake made an opening in his Susanoo, allowing the kunai to fly towards him so he could catch it. Once the two brothers grabbed their kunai, Teiwa pulled out her flute again. Time to play a grand finale that will send these assholes to hell. She exclaimed as she brought her instrument to her lips. Ah, Kabuto-san. Pleasure to see you here. Metaro greeted. Kabuto nodded his head as he walked past by the Kanjiki brothers and took in the sight of the ocean over the horizon, as well as the many familiar islands in the distance. It was not the first time Kabuto had been to Umi no Kuni, the land of the sea. One of Orochimaru's many hideouts was in the country and it was often a strategic location for him to hide out on if he was trying to lose someone on his pursuit. Now that I think about it, I wonder if Amaki is still here. An image of a man entered Kabuto's mind, a relatively nondescript man with black eyes and short gray hair that somehow fit in a ponytail. I should check his lab if he's still here. I know he was researching some type of Kaima transformation of sorts. I doubt he'd just abandon his research because Orochimaru-sama passed. We got the message you'd be on your way to visit us earlier today, but we didn't think you'd be over here this quickly. Edero admitted with a snort, pulling Kabuto from his thoughts. Weren't you all the way in Konoha or Kumo or some shit? How'd you get all the way down here? Swift release works wonders for long-distance travel. Kabuto replied with a chuckle, although I will confess, I was surprised to find out you all chose Umi no Kuni for your settlement. Hey, you suggested picking a country that had no shinobi village. Edero shrugged his shoulders. I mean, we're kinda close to Mizu no Kuni and Kirigakure, but they're still doing shit with their reconstruction after their civil war. We'll fly under the radar here. That all makes sense. Kabuto nodded his head. He then turned back to the brothers, his eyes narrowed. So, am I able to use some of your captives? Naturally. Metaro nodded his head as he gestured behind him and Edero. Kabuto's eyes focused on a few unconscious civilians behind the two men, tied up. Kabuto nodded his head as he walked towards the offerings. This'll be a nice start, but I'm going to need more. He stated. How many more? Edero asked. To be honest, I don't know. Kabuto shrugged his shoulders. My Edo-tensei is going to require one person for every use, and I need to continue until I find the correct one. His hands tightened into fists. I have all the DNA samples from every Uchiha who perished in the Second and Third Wars. I even have DNA samples for shinobi whose bodies weren't recovered. A smirk developed on his lips. Just you wait, Toby. I will figure you out today. And once I know who you are, I'll be able to use that information if needed. Sure, sure. Edero nodded his head as both he and Edero turned around and started to walk back to the nearby village that they took over. We'll get more people for you, then. Just start your research and we'll be back with more. Kabuto stood still, watching the Kanjiki brothers walk off for a moment, before he turned his attention towards the captive civilians. His smirk widened as he placed his right hand on the shoulder of one of the people, a young man with scruffy blonde hair. The man woke up in that moment, gazing into Kabuto's eyes. Well, if nothing else, I'm about to get access to an army of Uchiha Edo Tensei summons. The silver-haired shinobi noted as he adjusted his glasses with his left hand. Now, time to begin my trials. First test subject, Uchiha Setsuna. The blonde's last moments were agonizing. Demonic flute, revolt of the demon world. As Teiwa begins to play a melody on her flute, her two remaining doki open up their mouths, releasing worm-like chakra spirits, with many mouths on their bodies. The spirits fly towards Toby and Kisame, who both jump away before the creatures could reach them. Heh, very interesting. Kisame commented with a grin, his eyes focusing on the spirits before moving towards the doki. You really got an interesting summon there, Uzumaki. Yeah, you're about to see how interesting it can get. Teiwa internally snarled as she started to up her tempo with her melody, Demonic Flute, Demon's Lair. In an instant, the two doki exploded. Before the two worm-like chakra spirits could dissipate, they launched the many mouths on their bodies, scattering them throughout the battlefield. The mouths opened up and released yin chakra, creating a dome of white chakra. The hell is dash? Kisame's words died as he felt an overwhelming draining sensation rush through his body. He was immediately brought to one knee. Holy shit. This. Toby grit his teeth as he felt his own energy starting to leave his body. This jutsu is attacking our physical energy. I'm too connected to this world right now. I don't think I'll be able to use Kamui like this. What a ruthless technique. Itake noted, turning to face the Uzumaki with a smile. Suppose that should be expected of Jiraiya-sama's successor as Konoha's spymaster. The seals she gave us are keeping us immune to the effects of this jutsu. Sasuke realized. His eyes then moved to the sky. The massive amounts of rain in the air had affected the weather, and he could see lightning traveling from cloud to cloud. I need to take advantage of this. Sasuke jumped forward, lightning surrounding his right hand. He held his hand upward, causing the lightning in the sky to start descending from the sky, forming into the shape of a lightning dragon. Kisame, to me. Toby hissed as he clapped his hands together while Kisame jumped over to his side, wood style, wood expulsion jutsu. You're not doing anything. Be gone, with the thunderclap. Sasuke growled as he lowered his hand. Kirin. A wooden dome-like structure, resembling a dragon's hand, surrounded Kisame's and Toby's bodies. Simultaneously, the lightning dragon in the sky fell downward on top of them. The lightning crashed onto the wooden dome, creating a massive explosion that scattered earth and wood throughout the battlefield. When the dust cleared, both Toby and Kisame were revealed, still in the same physical condition. God damn it! Sasuke grit his teeth in response. How strong was that defense? Strong enough to fight a Bijutama. Your pathetic lightning is nothing in comparison, brat. Toby growled in response. He took a step forward as he felt another drain, almost bringing him to his knees. That jutsu wouldn't have taken as much chakra out of me if it wasn't for this area of effect drain on me. His eyes turned to face Teiwa, who was still playing the same melody. Change of focus, kill her now. Reaching into his cloak, Toby threw a series of Fuma Shuriken directly at Teiwa. The Uzumaki's eyes widened for a moment, but she proceeded to jump away, maintaining her melody. Kisame then jumped towards her, water forming around his fists. She can't properly fight as long as she's maintaining the jutsu. Itake realized in horror as he extended his hand outward. Yasaka Megatama. Itake's Susanoo launched forth a spiraling Megatama directly at Kisame's position. The Megatama connected with his body, creating a massive explosion that launched him backwards and creating another heavy burn on his stomach. Ugh! Kisame groaned as he caught his footing on the ground, turning back to face Itaka with a grin. Well, you're going to get more active again, huh? Itaka responded by making hand signs, fire style, art of the phoenix flower. With one hand, Itaka tossed a volley of shuriken at the same time as he breathed out a stream of fire, igniting them. The flame-covered shuriken flew out of the Susanoo and into the battlefield towards Tobi and Kisame, the downpour in the sky not extinguishing the flames. He's trying to distract us from the Uzumaki. Tobi called out, his eyes still narrowed on the Uzumaki as he dodged Itaka's shuriken. Focus on her still. Roger. Kisame called out, jumping away from Itaka's shuriken as he ran through hand signs, water style, giant vortex jutsu. The rain above Teiwa's head began to change shape, forming into a spiraling vortex and opened up, creating a massive downpour. Before it could hit her, though, Itaka jumped forward, his Susanoo extending its Yata mirror like a shield over Teiwa's head. The giant vortex connected with the mirror, completely nullifying the jutsu and causing the water to trickle down to the ground. As Teiwa moved away, still playing her melody, Tobi jumped towards her, spinning another Fuma shuriken in his hands like a blade. Itaka then made a gesture with his right hand, causing his Susanoo swinging the sword of Totsuka at him. Tobi sidestepped away, narrowly avoiding getting pierced by the blade. You're making this a lot more complicated than it needs to me, Tobi said with a hiss. In the end dash. Chidori Senbon. Tobi jumped up just as barrage of 1,000 Senbon-shaped lightning bolts flew towards him. He was unable to fully get away as 3 of the scattered bolts hit his back. He grit his teeth in pain as his eyes turned towards Sasuke, whose hand was still covered in lightning. That area of effect is really slowing them down. Sasuke noted, nodding his head in approval at Teiwa. Good work, Teiwa. The Uzumaki nodded her head as she still played her melody. On second thought, let's try another plan, Tobi told himself as he made hand signs, wood style, wood dragon jutsu. Kisame immediately cued in on Tobi's plan. A grin developed on his face as he made hand signs of his own, water style, water dragon jutsu. Another massive wooden serpentine dragon was formed from the ground as rain droplets formed into a massive dragon of water. The 2 elemental creatures flew directly at the same target, Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke! Itaka called out. Sasuke proceeded to jump around, avoiding both techniques. The 2 dragons, however, reversed course and proceeded to keep flying towards him. I understand the wood dragon still pursuing me, but I don't recall water dragon jutsu being something that can easily reverse itself like that. Sasuke's eyes narrowed for a moment on the dragon, his Sharingan studying it. Even with Teiwa's jutsu draining his physical energy, that Kisame guy is really able to pour so much chakra and water into this thing. Let's make this interesting, Tobi. Kisame asked with a smirk as he made a hand sign. Tobi nodded as he made the same hand sign, wood style, Ouroboros. The wood dragon's and water dragon's speed increased massively at the same time until they surrounded Sasuke's body. The wooden dragon bit down on the water dragon's tail while the water dragon did the same to its wooden counterpart. Upon contact, the area between the 2 dragons became encased in a golden glow before forming a wooden dome, with the 2 dragons forming its outer ring. What? Sasuke's eyes widened as he stared at the dome surrounding him. Lightning encased his hands as he tried to cut through the dome with his Chidori, but the lightning had 0 effect. What the hell is this? Immediately, water started to pour into the dome. Within seconds, Sasuke was entirely underwater. Shit. Sasuke's attempts to destroy the dome grew harder, but nothing worked. The wooden dome around him remained intact. I'm going to drown at this rate. Damn it. Itaka cursed as he gestured, causing his Susanoo to raise one of its additional forearms, Yasaka Megatama. The Susanoo launched another barrage of spiraling Megatamas directly at the Ouroboros. Kisame ran through hand signs as multiple water walls formed between the 2, creating a barrier that the Megatama hit instead. Kisame, you're just stalling. Itaka's eyes narrowed as his Susanoo fired more blasts. That won't stop me. You sure about that? Kisame snorted in response as he ran through the hand signs for more water walls. Within seconds, Itake's Megatamas blasted through another wave of water walls. After a moment, Itake's attack managed to connected with the Ouroboros, destroying both dragons instantly and breaking the dome, freeing Sasuke. The younger Uchiha started to gasp for breath immediately. Thank God Itachi immediately turned around towards Teiwa. He was too late to react. Tobi had closed the distance between himself and the Uzumaki, stabbing her through the chest with a wooden spear. Ag. She growled in pain as her flute playing finally came to an end, blood pouring from her open wound. With the melody silenced, the battlefield lost its translucent color. Tobi and Kisame both immediately had their bodies straighten up once more, the draining sensation finally ending. Ah, finally. I will confess, that last song you played actually hurt a lot over time. Really slowed me down. You've earned my respect, Uzumaki. Tobi praised as he made eye contact with Teiwa. Gee, go to hell. She growled. Maybe one day. Save a nice place for me. But before you go, let me make your last moments on this earth as painful as possible. Tobi said, grinning behind his mask, demonic illusion, shackle stakes. Teiwa's eyes widened as time around her came to a halt. The Uzumaki found herself locked within a genjutsu where spikes protruded throughout her body. She could tell she was in a genjutsu, however, her body, as injured as it was and with so much chakra expended, could do nothing to combat it, not even disrupt her own chakra flow. Teiwa. Itake's Susanoo swung the sword of Totsuka at Tobi, forcing him to jump away. Teiwa's body staggered for a moment with the wooden spear still sticking in it before her eyes closed as she succumbed to her injuries. Teiwa. Itake closed his eyes for a moment as he shook his head. I fell for that trick. I am so sorry. Sasuke quickly rushed over to her side, picking up the redhead's unconscious body. He held his head to her chest, listening for her vitals. She's alive. Barely. Sasuke shook his head as a scowl developed on his face, placing her in a genjutsu on top of the physical damage. That was done to torture her. You fucking asshole. He snarled as he turned to face the masked man. Hurfh. Tobi shrugged his shoulders in mock confusion, adopting his cheerful persona for a moment. Did I do something? You. Sasuke's hands started to shake as lightning surrounded it. Quit your fucking jokes. Chidori current. Lighting rushed through Sasuke's body through the ground directly towards Tobi. Before the lightning could connect, however, the masked man disappeared in a spiraling vortex. Damn it. Sasuke growled as he looked around the battlefield, his space-time bullshit's back. So where's he going to spawn? Itachi immediately stiffened as he turned his attention away from the battlefield and towards the area within his Susanoo. He waited for a second, looking for any sign of movement. After staring for a few seconds, he saw the faintest image of a spiral formation. There. Itachi's eyes began to change shape once more, Amaterasu. Black flames quickly appeared in the spot of the spiraling vortex, but the masked man never appeared from it. The flames proceeded to fly through the vortex into Tobi's pocket dimension. Itachi's eyes narrowed, blood pouring from them. Where is he? The spiraling vortex then disappeared for a moment before reforming again above him. There. Itachi channeled the black flames upward, which caused the flames to be sucked up once more. After a second's passed, the spiraling vortex vanished once more. Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan turned back to normal and the man's eyes narrowed. Within seconds, another spiraling vortex opened up, directly behind Itachi. Oh wait, this time, Itachi tensed as Tobi rushed out of his spiraling vortex, gripping another spear made from wood, fire style, Grand Fireball Jutsu. Just as Itachi breathed out a massive fireball from his mouth, Tobi's body became intangible, dropping the wooden spear and forcing the fire to pass straight through him. Once the flame had completely went through his body, the masked man closed the distance between him and Itachi and stabbed him in the chest in the same spot prior with another wooden spear. Gah! Itachi shouted as he started to choke up more blood. A shake came from the Susanoo around his body. Tobi looked towards it for one moment before turning his attention back to Itachi, a chuckle escaping his lips. You're getting weaker and weaker, Itachi. Your Sharingan is about to fade, isn't it? Toby commented. This has been a rather interesting experience, Itake, but it's about time we end this. Itake's eyes, as Toby predicted, were starting to morph once more, returning to his regular eyes. The Susanoo around them began to fade away and Toby's grin widened underneath his mask as he stared back at Itake's regular eyes. No. I can't let it end like this. Itake nearly growled in his mind as he channeled his chakra straight to his eyes one final time. As quickly as they changed, they reverted to the main Jikyo non, changing into another new shape as he made eye contact with Toby. Tsukuyomi. Toby's eyes widened in horror. What? He was unable to turn away in time before the world around turned to red and black. You only are able to use your main Jikyo non for 3 jutsu a day. And you had been maintaining Susanoo this entire battle. How the hell did you have the ability to use Tsukuyomi? Toby shouted. How is irrelevant. For the next 72 hours, you will relieve your past traumas. Itake said coldly. 72 hours. Toby snorted. Your Tsukuyomi is indeed the strongest genjutsu out there currently, but my Sharingan is strong enough to fight back. You won't hold me for long. Let's find out, then. Itake said as he waved his hand. Itake shook his head, looking around the world around him. The base world around them began to change shape, turning into what resembled a war-torn battlefield. Using Toby's memories, he had expected his Tsukuyomi to change the landscape to the time of the Warring Clans era. He had expected to watch Uchiha Madara relieve the death of his brother, Izuna, and to experience his crushing defeat at the hands of Senju Hashirama once again. Instead, the Tsukuyomi showed a young girl with straight brown hair and purple markings on her cheeks, getting stabbed by a younger-looking Hatake Kakashi. Kakashi-san. Itake's eyes widened. Don't. Toby tensed up as a shiver ran through his body. Don't you dare show me this. Kakashi. The girl whispered. I said don't. Toby growled. The masked man took a step forward, but before he could get close to the scene in front of him, the Tsukuyomi changed the sky above into a red and black colored cave that started to collapse. Rocks began to fall all around Toby's body. One stone hit his head hard enough, knocking him down to the ground. Ugh. He hissed in pain as boulders continued to fall, crushing half of his body. His body was now frozen, his eyes widening behind mask. Not again. He shook his head. Not again. Obito. A voice that resembled Kakashi's voice shouted. Obito. A feminine-sounding voice nearly screamed. Shut up. Toby growled, you both aren't real. Stop saying that name. Itake remained still as he watched the scene around him. Minutes passed as the rocks continued to fall all around Toby, nearly fully covering the man. Meanwhile, the young girl continued to get repeatedly stabbed in the heart by Kakashi. The scene continued to play over and over as more boulders started to fall down. Itake, stop this bullshit. Toby continued to growl as he tried to struggle against the boulder. Obito. I'm so sorry. Kakashi spoke softly. I said stop. Toby's shouting grew louder and louder, his main Jikyo Sharingan starting to rotate rapidly behind his mask. This isn't Uchiha Madara. Itake realized, his eyes widening. This man, he must be. I will fucking kill you. Toby screamed. I'm going to tear your fucking heart out. After another 5 seconds, the boulders were sent flying away. Itake's eyes widened as he watched Toby pull himself off the ground. He's defying. Itake noted, a horror going down his body. He can't. Before Itake could finish his thought, Toby rushed towards him and punched him directly in the face. Sasuke and Kisame, who were both poised to strike at one another, immediately turned their attention towards the Susanoo as it began to fall apart. Within seconds, the chakra construct was completely gone, leaving both Itake and Toby still standing still, staring at one another. Itake! Sasuke shouted. Sh shit. Kisame shook his head, staring at the masked man. He got him in Tsukuyomi, huh? Before either Sasuke or Kisame could rush to their aid, the Tsukuyomi was shattered. Toby regained control of his body and Itake was sent flying backwards, as if punched like in his genjutsu. Sasuke immediately jumped forward and caught Itake's body before it hit the ground while Toby fell to his knees, panting heavily. Bastard! Toby growled as he shook his head. You, bastard! You, aren't Madara. Itachi started to speak softly, you're Obi dash. Itachi's words were cut off as he started to cough out blood. His Mangekyo Sharingan reverted back to his regular eyes as he continued to choke blood. Itachi! Sasuke shouted, his eyes widening in horror as tears threatened to fall. As Sasuke continued to hold on to his brother, Kisame took in Toby's condition. He noticed the masked man still had not pulled himself off the ground, causing him to tilt his head slightly. That bad, huh? He asked. Toby's only response was his own heavy breaths. A chuckle escaped his lips as he turned to face Sasuke and Itachi, his eyes narrowing on the image of the choking Itachi. Hell of a job fending us off, Itachi. I'll never respect you as a person anymore after your betrayal, but I will always respect you as a fighter. He then took a step forward, and now to end this dash. A poof of smoke filled the area. When the smoke cleared, Kurapika was revealed, with Jiraiya, Masakado, and Susumu standing there, prepared to fight. 3 more add-ons, huh? Kisame snarled. We need to go. Despite the condition of his brain and body, Toby's mind still registered the danger. His Sharingan started to spin once again as he briefly looked over at Itachi. Besides, we accomplished our goal. I can tell. Masakado's eyes moved from Itachi's body, nearly limp in Sasuke's arms, before going to Teiwa's bleeding body. His eyes narrowed in horror before turning back to Kisame and Toby. You assholes are going to regret this. He hissed. Uchiha Madara. Hoshigaki Kisame. Jiraiya nearly growled as he slammed his hands on the ground, neither of you are going to escape here alive. Ninja art, toad mouth trap. Before Jiraiya could finish changing the air around Toby and Kisame into a toad's esophagus, the 2 men disappeared in a spiraling vortex, as if they had never been there. With their disappearance, Jiraiya cancelled his jutsu with a scowl. We were too late. Damn it. He nearly growled. No, we may have gotten here just on time. Susumu spoke up as he dipped his paintbrush into his paint can, turning it into a light green color, Paint Fuinjutsu, Healing Canvas. The paint flew out of Susumu's can and, dividing itself in half, flew towards both Teiwa and Itachi and covered their wounds before being converted into healing chakra. I'm not a good enough medic to provide them with long-term treatment, but this should last them until we get back to Kumo. Susumu noted, his eyes narrowing, we need Tsunade to look at both of them dash. Focus, on Teiwa. Itachi spoke up, choking up more and more blood. I won't dash. Itachi. Sasuke's voice was harsh, his grip on his brother's body tightening, don't talk right now. You're only straining yourself dash. Sasuke. Itachi interrupted, his eyes meeting Sasuke's Sharingan. I know. No. No what? Sasuke spat out, his eyes narrowing on his brother. The tears that had threatened him earlier were starting to return, you don't know shit. We're going to get you back to Kumo and you'll get better healed dash. Sasuke. Itachi's hand started to quiver slightly. See, you're starting to move again. Sasuke pointed, his eyes moving to Itachi's hand. His medical ninjutsu is starting to work. Just wait dash. Sasuke was silenced as Itachi reached up with his fingers to poke at Sasuke's forehead. Sasuke stiffened in response, his eyes widening. Sasuke. I know. Itachi said, his choking returning. I've been ill. I'm deeply injured. I overexerted my eyes. I'm going to. Itachi's hand dropped slightly from Sasuke's forehead. The younger Uchiha shook his head as his grip on Itachi's body grew tighter and tighter. No. No 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 no. Why you can't do this to me Itachi? Sasuke nearly shouted as his tears started to fall, please. Why you're all I have left, Itachi. Please don't. He shook his head, don't leave me again. Forgive me, Sasuke. Itachi spoke softly, tears falling down his eyes next to the blood marks. Itachi, we're not going to let you die. Jiraiya said sharply. Masakado grabbed onto Teiwa's body tightly, as Jiraiya ushered Sasuke to his feet. "You're going to live. Hokage-sama. I'm sorry." Itachi mumbled. "Before I go, why you must know," the masked man. He started to choke out blood again. Both Jiraiya and Sasuke were about to tell him to stop talking, but Itachi's voice cleared up for a moment to finish high sentence. "He's not Madara. He's Uchiha Obito." Obito. Jiraiya's eyes widened. Where does that name ring a bell? Wasn't that Kakashi's old teammate? For a moment. "I saw it, in the Tsukuyomi, that's him." Itachi muttered to himself for a moment as he started to close his eyes. "Don't waste time, trying to heal me, instead, have Tsunade-san, give Sasuke my eyes." "Itachi, stop talking. Please." Sasuke pleaded before looking back to Kurapika. You're how they got here, right? Get us back to Kumo, now. Get us to a medic, damn it." Kurapika nodded his head solemnly as he reverse summoned the group out of the battlefield. Everyone was quiet as they hurried back to Kumo and ran to get Tsunade. In their haste, no one noticed Itachi's body grow cold. Nobody except Sasuke. Nobody, not even Sasuke, noticed Sasuke's Sharingan shift into a tear-filled Mangekyo Sharingan. Another one off the list. Kabuto noted as he looked at his checklist, crossing off Uchiha Kagami. With a snap of his finger, the body of Uchiha Kagami returned to the coffin that it had come from and sank back into the earth. While there was some minor annoyance that he still had not figured out who Tobi was, Kabuto was at least proud of the fact that he was getting a massive boost in power for all of his Edo Tensei summons. He was now getting enough Uchiha that he could almost have an army of undead Uchiha alone. An army, Kabuto rubbed his chin in thought for a moment before he shook his head. Next name. Kabuto walked forward to the next civilian sacrifice, a middle-aged man with long, wavy black hair and brown eyes. The man's eyes widened in horror as Kabuto effortlessly grabbed him and dragged him to the seal he drew up on the ground to convert living bodies into an Edo Tensei. Please. Don't make me one of those things too. The man begged. Please. What can I do to save myself? Please dash. Oh, shut up already, old man. Kabuto scowled as he dropped the man's whimpering body into the seal. He then made the necessary hand signs, summoning Jutsu, Edo Tensei. The man closed his eyes, sobbing as he awaited for his body to be converted to dust and paper, before being remodeled into another undead Uchiha. It did not happen. Both Kabuto's and the civilian's eyes widened. The civilian's body began to shake as more and more tears began to fall. Oh, thank you God. Thank you God. Thank you, thank you. He prayed, grateful for being saved. It didn't work. It's this one. Kabuto grinned as he looked at his checklist. Uchiha Obito, a Chunin who died in the Third Shinobi World War at the battle on Konobe Bridge. One of his Sharingan was transplanted to Hatake Kakashi, who lost his eye in the same battle. His body was never recovered, having been crushed by boulders, and the only thing was buried were his belongings, with only loose traces of his hair and blood as the only source of DNA for him. Still, that was enough DNA needed to summon him, and Kabuto failed to summon him. So that's who you are, Tobi. Kabuto started to laugh loudly as he brought his hands together. Uchiha Obito. Finally, Kabuto knew what he needed to know. Now, to figure out how to use that information. Chapter 118, Life Will Change. Sasuke was still. He, Jiraiya, Masakado, and Susumu rushed over to Tsunade, who promptly woke up Shizune and got to work on treating Teiwa and Itachi. While she began to treat them, Susumu went out and retrieved Ii, who was accompanied by Darui and Mabi. The group of shinobi were still as they waited outside of Tsunade's room, waiting for any verdict. Sasuke could register that Jiraiya and Masakado were filling in the Kumo shinobi about the events, but the younger Uchiha could not hear them. His mind was too preoccupied on the cold feeling of Itachi's body in his hands. Itachi's lifeless body. Maybe Tsunade-sama can revive him. His eyes narrowed as tears fell freely. She's the best damn medic, please. After 2 hours of waiting, Tsunade and Shizune finally walked out of the room with solemn looks on their faces. No. Suzuki's body started to shake. Tsunade-hime. Jiraiya said her name with a sigh. I'll start with the good news, Uzumaki Tewiya survived. Barely. Tsunade said with a sigh. However, she's in a coma. She's going to be out of commission for a while. A coma. Susumu repeated the word, his heart dropping. Tewiya was physically close to death, but before she was knocked out, she was put under a lethal genjutsu. Shizune elaborated. We already disrupted her chakra flow and cancelled it, but putting someone in a deep genjutsu while she was in that physical shape has done a lot of damage that her body needs to recover from. Tsunade explained. She will wake up, but I would say she's going to be out for at least 2 weeks. So, after the invasion. Mabi noted. Tewiya. Masakado's hands started to shake for a second before they tightened into fists, god damn it. And my brother. Suzuki spoke up quietly, his voice shaking. He passed, didn't he? Yes. Shizune said. He's gone. Suzuki's mind repeated. My brother's dead. His childhood dream, his long-term ambition, had finally been filled, Uchiha Itachi was dead. And Suzuki had never been more miserable in his entire life. We actually had a hard time determining what killed him. Tsunade admitted, bringing her hands together. His physical condition was horrible and his chakra had been completely spent, but when we were doing our autopsy, we noticed traces of some sort of disease in his blood. Her eyes narrowed. We'll be doing an investigation further on it. Itachi, I didn't punch you that hard. Suzuki's narrowed suspiciously on him. Why are you coughing up so much blood like that? Are you okay? I'm sick, but taking medicine. The elder brother answered. I'm fine. The younger brother crossed his arms. Itachi, you've been lying to me my whole life. Don't lie to me now. Itachi looked him in the eye, nodding his head, I'm not. He fucking lied again. Suzuki's legs started to shake until he fell to his knees. Itachi. Itachi. Suzuki brought his hands to his face, his Sharingan activating on instinct. More and more tears started to fall as his sobbing grew louder and louder. This kid. I remember that feeling. Darui's eyes focused on Suzuki for a moment. To think your source was Uchiha Itachi. I understand your hesitation on disclosing that, now. He commented, his eyes moving to Jiraiya. Your village just lost probably one of its greatest assets. You have my condolences. More than an asset. We lost a good man. One far better than me. Jiraiya said, shaking his head as he looked over to Suzuki, damn it, Itachi, self-sacrificing to the end. Not to be insensitive, but there are some difficult questions should be asked. Mabi spoke up, clearing her throat. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Masakado turned their attention to her. The meeting between Uchiha Itachi and Uzumaki Tewiya was compromised. Was any information received? Yes. Masakado spoke up as he pulled a scroll out of his pocket. He proceeded to hand it to Jiraiya, who took it without saying a word. We'll have to discuss the contents of that scroll tomorrow, alongside the other cage. He said, crossing his arms. I'd order for us to have it tonight, but it'll take a little bit of time to bring the Kaze cage here from Shimigame Island. Understood. Jiraiya nodded his head in agreement. The Hokage size then moved over to Suzuki for a brief moment before moving to Tsunade. His old teammate caught the look she was giving him before nodding her head. We'll make arrangements for the surgery, then. He told himself, looking back towards Suzuki. He crossed his arms as a sigh escaped his mouth. It's been a long day, and it sounds like it's going to be an even longer day tomorrow. We all should retire for the evening. Indeed. He nodded his head. I'll send someone to get you once the Kaze cage has arrived, Jiraiya, so we can begin our meeting. With those words, the group started to slowly separate from one another, returning to their rooms while Tsunade, Shizune, and Mabi planned to get Tewiya brought to a hospital to receive around-the-clock treatment. After a few seconds, only Suzuki and Darui remained outside the door to Tsunade's room. Darui was about to simply leave the hallway and follow the Raikage out until he noticed Suzuki sit down on the ground. The Uchiha's tears seemed to finally dry up and the boy simply stared at the door to Tsunade's room. You can ask her, you know. Darui spoke up. Sasuke did not turn towards him, and made no indication that he was listening. Nevertheless, Darui cleared his throat and continued to speak, it's in your right to see your brother. Just knock and ask if you can pay your respects. Tsunade-sama said they needed to do more research on his illness. Sasuke spoke softly, his voice devoid emotion until the end of his sentence, where he spat out the word illness. I'm not going to impose. I doubt they'll be working on it overnight. Your Hokage was right, she's probably just going to go to sleep. Darui noted. So, just go ahead and ask. I can tell you want to. Sasuke, again, remained still on the ground, only staring at the door. Seconds quickly turned to minutes as Darui waited for the young Uchiha to do anything. After 5 minutes of waiting, a sigh escaped his lips as he rubbed the back of his head. Sorry for overstepping. He said, bowing his head slightly, I'm sure you have your reasons. Reasons? Sasuke repeated the word before his hands tightened, I don't even know what to say to him, to his corpse. Sasuke slams his open fist into the floor of the hallway hard, a scowl forming on his face as his tears returned. Itachi. I spent all of my life hating him for what he did to my family, devoting my life to the solitary action of killing him, only for him to come back into my life and reveal it was all a lie. And after all of that, what happens? Sasuke began to grind his teeth as he slammed his fist into the floor once again. I get 2 conversations with him, the real him and not the crazy murderer I thought he was, just for him to die in front of me. And I wasn't able to do shit to save him. Darui's eyes narrowed on the boy, Sasuke-san dash. Reasons. Sasuke interrupted, repeating the word again once more as he pulled himself off the ground. What reasons do I have to even visit his corpse? To curse him out for his lies? He can't hear me. To talk? I can't talk to him anymore. To apologize about not being able to do anything? That won't change shit. To cry. Sasuke rubbed at his eyes, trying to wipe away his tears, but more and more continued to fall. I'm already crying and I'm fucking sick of it dash. Darui reached out and placed his right hand on Sasuke's shoulder. The Uchiha's ranting stopped as he stared at the man intently. For a brief second, he did not see the right hand of the Raikage, instead, he saw the image of Itachi, smiling at him. Itachi. Sasuke mumbled to himself as he rubbed his eyes. In an instant, the image was gone and he was now face to face with Darui once more. Sasuke's body began to shake as he reached out and pulled Darui into a tight hug, which the man reciprocated. Itachi! Itachi! Sasuke shouted his brother's name for a moment before he started to sob. Darui, again, said nothing as he simply let the younger Uchiha cry. Sasuke's sobs slowly started to lighten. After a full minute, he finally quieted and his tears finally dried up. He then finally broke his hug with Darui and looked down. That was unprofessional of me. Sasuke said, shaking his head, my apologies. Nothing to be sorry about. Darui said. Sometimes, it's best to let your problems out. Sasuke's eyebrow rose slightly, even to a complete stranger. Sometimes it's better that way. Darui replied as he brought his hands together behind his head, you don't have any baggage with a dull guy like me, so maybe it's easier to come clear about how you're feeling with me. Sasuke was silent for a moment as he simply stared at the Kumo ninja for a moment before he shook his head. You didn't have to listen to me, though. He mumbled, crossing his arms, why bother? Well, let's just say you're not the only little brother who lost a brother to Akatsuki. Darui admitted, sighing. Sasuke's eyes widened as Darui let out a bitter chuckle, although at least you can tell yourself your brother died fighting against him. Meanwhile, I'm stuck with the realization that if Nasumereta was still alive, he'd probably be invading alongside the rest of them. Sasuke was silent for a moment as he stared at the right hand of the Raikage. Darui was quiet for a moment, seemingly expecting the Uchiha to comment back, before he sighed and brought his hands to the pockets of his pants. I know you're conflicted about a lot of things right now and going through shit. If you ever need to keep talking, let me know. He said, letting a small smile develop on his lips as he turned around. Take care, kid. With those words, Darui walked off, leaving Sasuke alone. The Uchiha's eyes focused on the Kumo ninja for a moment until he was finally gone before he turned his head back to the door to Tsunade's room. He stood still outside for a moment before he took in a deep breath and knocked on the door. "You really sure you want to practice this late at night?" Kurama asked, raising an eyebrow as his container left B's mansion. "Madarabi's Jinchuriki is going to be pissed at you if she catches you." Yeah, I know," Naruto replied, rolling his eyes, "but I got to keep working, damn it." The blonde made his way to an open clearing in the forest behind B's mansion. He took in a deep breath before he clapped his hands together, channeling Kurama's chakra. Within seconds, he entered his Biju form as the chakra cloak formed around his body. He took in a deep breath as he began to channel wind release chakra through his chakra network before releasing out of his body. Wind style, drift. Naruto's body began to fly into the air. He started to move around rapidly through the air, propelling himself in various directions, seemingly stretching. It's becoming easier and easier. Soon, it'll be second nature. Thanks, Yotakata and Hotaru. A small smile developed on Naruto's face before he shook his head and clapped his hands together, Scorch style, super steam kill. Naruto took in a deep breath before he finally released the channeled chakra. 3 spiraling reddish-pink orbs of fire surrounded his body, spinning like a ring. They followed him through the air as he continued to move around midair. After a few seconds, Naruto made a sweeping gesture towards the ground. The 3 orbs launched themselves into the earth and immediately ignited, creating 3 flames. The flames then quickly started to spread, connecting with one another and forming a ring of fire. "I'm doing it. I'm really doing it." Naruto grinned as he snapped his finger. Immediately, the flames dissipated. In the clearing where his fire had connected, the ground had been reduced to ash, with no sign of any grass or dirt present. His grin grew wider. "Hell yeah. Impressive." Naruto's eyes widened as he proceeded to fly back towards the ground, where he came face to face with Gaara and Han. Hey, what's up guys?" he asked, rubbing the back of his head. Why Yuri not going to tell Yujito that I'm up, right? Why would we?" Han asked with a chuckle. "We are up too, aren't we? Although admittedly, we weren't training." Gaara noted. "Han-san and I were discussing some things over tea when we noticed you walk out of the mansion." Gotcha. Naruto's eyes widened for a second as he stared at the Kaze cage. "Wait, Gaara, you can drink Hanenai's tea. The flavor is excellent, even if the temperature is an acquired sensation." Gaara confessed with a frown as he crossed his arms. "I had to wait an hour for it to cool down, and even then, I still believe it should be cooler. My apologies." Han bowed his head. "I assure you, I was trying to not overheat your cup." "Heh. Sounds about right." Naruto chuckled as he brought his hands behind his head, dropping his Biju form. "You get used to it. I actually kinda like Hanenai's tea as it's made now. The tolerance you must have built on your tongue is commendable." Gaara noted as his eyes narrowed on Naruto. "You started experimenting with Scorch release today, right? And you've mastered it." "Mastered? That's overselling it," Naruto said, shrugging his shoulders. "I've just been going at it for a while. Can finally use it in combat, but I definitely got a lot to do with it still." A sigh escaped his lips. "That famous Scorch release user from your village." As Naruto's words stared to drag on, Gaara spoke up. "Pakura." "Yeah, her." Naruto nodded his head. "My version probably does not compare to hers at all. She'd kick my ass with Scorch release." A scowl then developed on his lips as the image of a silver-haired Akatsuki member entered his mind. "And probably Kabuto, too." Gaara shook his head. "Pakura was born with Scorch release, and Kabuto has had more time to develop his Scorch release. You'll be on their level, given time." "Yeah, but that's the thing, how much time do we really have?" Naruto asked. "What do you mean, Naruto?" Han asked, his eyebrow raising. Naruto was quiet for a moment as both Gaara and Han stared at him. A sigh escaped his lips as he crossed his arms. "I don't know, okay? I just have a bad feeling I guess, you know." Naruto admitted, sighing. "Not a hopeless one or anything, just a bad feeling. Any particular reason you feel that way?" Han asked. I don't know. Naruto admitted. I don't know. I just feel like shit's happening. Like something just happened. I don't know why I feel that, but I do. And I feel like a lot more shit could happen if this doesn't go exactly right. His hands tightened into fists, so I want to make sure that we're at our best, ready to face it. Han crossed his arms. I'll confess that I'm anxious myself at the thought of facing off against someone with the Rinnegan or fighting against Uchiha Madara. But at the same time, I feel hopeful. A smile developed on his face behind his mask as he chuckled. I've finally been able to face the Gobi, face Kokyo, after everything that has happened, so all I can do is hope that if I had the strength for that, I have the strength to face Akatsuki. That's a sentiment I agree with. Gaara nodded his head, especially since all of us Jinchuriki will be together. Together. Naruto repeated the word with a chuckle. Akatsuki's really not going to know what hit them, huh? I'm sure they're expecting the two Kyumo Jinchuriki, myself, and you. They should not be expecting all five of us. Gaara noted, as long as we have that element of surprise, we should fare well, I believe. Yeah, you're right. Naruto's words were interrupted at the sound of footsteps. The trio turned their heads in time to see Yujito and Motoi approaching them. You're all up. Yujito noted, crossing her arms, hopefully not exhausting yourself at night. And no, of course not. Naruto shook his head, chuckling uneasily. Why would we? Kazekage-sama and I were having a nice discussion about history over tea when we saw Naruto leave for a walk. We decided to accompany him. Han spoke up with a chuckle. Yujito's eyes narrowed in suspicion on Naruto before turning his head towards Han, nodding her head in approval. Motoi took a step forward, his eyes meeting Gaara's. Forgive the interruption, but Kazekage-sama, I must ask you come back to Kyumo with me. He stated. The other cage require your presence for a meeting tomorrow morning. Another meeting. Gaara crossed his arms as he closed. Very well. Gaara bade farewell to Naruto and Han as he followed Yujito and Motoi towards the dock to leave the island turtle once again. Both Naruto and Han watched their retreating figures with a concerned look on their faces. I believed he already had a meeting with the other cage not too long ago. It's not particularly wise for the Kaze cage to be traveling this much, in case he were to get spotted here. Han noted, crossing his arms. Whatever he is being summoned for must be important. Naruto did not reply, only looking up from the retreating figure of Gaara to the moon in the sky. I don't know why, but I feel like something bad just happened. He bit down on his lip as his hands tightened. Everything better be okay. As the sun began to rise over Umi no Kuni, Kabuto decided to leave the Kanjiki brothers' establishment and head on over to a familiar site to him, one of Orochimaru's lab and base on Jiro Island. It did not take him long to arrive at the lab, but upon arrival, he was disappointed. The laboratory was falling apart. As Kabuto walked through the corridors of the building, he noticed pillars knocked over and parts of the ceiling caved in. It was honestly a miracle that the whole building had not collapsed on itself. Beakers and equipment were scattered throughout the hallways and the rooms in a disorganized fashion. Amaka must have abandoned this place. Kabuto noted, sighing. Pity. Seems he took all of his research too and just left this place to rot. Amaka was one of Orochimaru's loyal followers and was tasked with the upkeep of the laboratory. A remarkably boring, but earnest man, Amaka was always eager to share his research with Orochimaru and was always trying to find better ways to assist him. He was a passionate researcher. Although underfunded, Orochimaru did find Amaka's research subjects to be rather dull and never gave his work as much attention as the man most likely wanted. Perhaps he left even before Orochimaru-sama passed. This place does look like it's been abandoned for longer than just 3 years. Kabuto's words died on his lips as he heard the faint sound of footsteps. He tensed up as reached for his side. It appears I misspoke. The footsteps grew louder and louder. Kabuto turned around in the hallway in time to see a young fish-human hybrid rushing towards him. The creature had green skin with fins on its head and its arms, as well as visible scales. It also wore a blue sleeveless blouse and brown shorts, and despite its fish-like appendages, appeared to have a build to an athletic human woman. Is that thing a human? Kabuto's eyes widened. He then noticed the creature take in a deep breath, which caused him to fall to his knees and place his hands on the ground. Water style, Great Cannonball Jutsu. Mud style, Muddy Water Wall. The creature opened its mouth, releasing a massive stream of water from her mouth just as a wall of mud rose up from the ground, blocking the water entirely. Kabuto then made a pushing gesture, causing the wall to move forward before collapsing on the body of the creature and hardening, encasing it in mud. What the hell is this? Kabuto's eyes narrowed on the mud. I need to study it. His thoughts were interrupted as the mud started to crack. His eyes widened as the creature proceeded to break through its prison. It then closed the distance between itself and Kabuto, slamming one of its fins into him and pushing him against the wall. He winced in response. "Who are you?" the creature demanded, its voice sounding feminine. "What are you doing here?" "Simply investigating. Nothing more." Kabuto replied calmly, his eyes narrowed. "You made a mistake coming here. The locals know not to step foot in here." She hissed in response, "Leave. Now." "And why should I do that?" Kabuto asked, a smirk developing on his face. "I'll kill you," she stated. "Will you, now?" Kabuto asked with a chuckle. Mud style, Mud Doll. Kabuto's body proceeded to fall apart, revealing itself to be made entirely of mud. The fish-like woman's eyes widened as the mud completely surrounded her body, encasing her from the neck down. The silver-haired Akatsuki member appeared from the ground of the hallway directly behind her. He then made a hand sign, causing crystal-like structures to form from the ground and provide an extra layer of entrapment around the woman's body. She scowled as she tried to break through her bindings, but her efforts were not working properly. "You're pretty strong, I will say. Mud release is a very defensive Kekkei Genkai and the mud wall in particular should be near impenetrable," he stated. "However, the combined efforts of mud and crystal release are going to leave you immobile. You won't be breaking out anytime soon." "Ugh. HNGGGH. She growled as she continued to struggle. A few seconds passed by before she finally looked Kabuto in the eye, glaring at him. "Barging into my home like this, restraining me like some fucking animal, who do you think you are?" "In my defense, you attacked me first," Kabuto replied as he adjusted his glasses. "Anyway, I am a former associate of the man who used to run this facility." He noticed the scowl on the woman's face deepen. "I assume you know who Amaki is, I take it." "I'm well aware of that monster. He's the one who turned me into this hideous creature," she growled in response. The scowl on her face was turned into a twisted grin. "Oh, but he paid the capital price for that mistake. I killed him. I tore him apart bit by bit and then fed his body to the sharks. And I'll do the same to you if you don't let me out." Kabuto's eyes widened in response at her words for a moment. "Amaki is dead, huh?" He shrugged his shoulders. That explanation did check out with the state of the laboratory. Perhaps the general dilapidated state was the result of an altercation between him and the woman in front of him. "You said he turned you into this creature?" Kabuto asked, tilting his head. "What exactly are you? What's it to you?" She snarled in response as she started to struggle once again. "I'm not saying anything to anyone who is an associate of that monster." "Associate may have been a strong word," Kabuto admitted, shaking his head. "We only served the same master. I promise you, I am no monster like him. I mean you no harm." A smile then developed on his face. "In fact, maybe I can help you." "Help?" Her eyes went red for a moment as she started to thrash around more in her entrapment even more. "Amaki promised to help me. He said that if I helped take down ships and give him gold to fund his research, he'd cure me. He lied to me and tried to kill me to dissect me. Why should I believe you would help me?" With a loud growl, both the mud and crystal encasings started to crack. Kabuto's eyes widened once again as he stared at the woman in front of him. She's going to break out of crystal release, too? How strong is this woman? He wondered. He bit down on his lip, resisting the urge to smirk. "Amaki, whatever experiment you performed on her may have led to your demise, but your work was truly a success with this one." Kabuto had made up his mind about what he was going to do. The only thing left to do was convince her. "If you are worried about me killing you instead of helping you, trust me, You don't have to worry about that, Kabuto stated, his smile growing wider. As he finished his sentence, the woman managed to destroy her crystal and mud bindings, freeing herself. Before she could act on her newfound freedom, however, Kabuto rushed at her this time, his arms changing shape to resemble large bones. He slammed the bones into neck and stomach, forcing her against the wall. She choked up blood in response. Trust me, you are strong, but I am stronger. I can kill you right now if I wanted to, Kabuto noted. He held on to his grip on her for a few seconds, causing her to choke more, before he finally let go, causing her to fall to her knees, gasping for air. However, I don't actually want to kill you. I promise you, I'm no enemy unless you make me your enemy. The woman stayed still on the ground for a moment, breathing in heavily. Her eyes were focused intently on Kabuto, conveying multiple emotions that he recognized. Fear. Hope. Anger. Distrust. But buried underneath these superficial emotions was an emotion he used to be very familiar with, emptiness. A sad, miserable emptiness of a sad miserable creature that had nothing going for them in life. She's looking at me, the way I looked at Orochimaru-sama after Mom's death. Kabuto shook his head, pushing those thoughts aside. No, not right now. My name is Yakushi Kabuto, he offered, smiling as he held out a hand to her. I'm sorry if me mentioning Amaka triggered you in any way. I promise, I will do you no harm. I just simply wish to talk and understand, and potentially help. The fish-like woman was still for a moment, staring intently at Kabuto's hand. He could see the hesitation in her eyes. Despite the hesitation, however, she slowly reached out and took his hand. It was rough. Scaly. If it wasn't for the Shikatsu Myaku of the Kagaya clan running in his DNA, he thought that even touching her hand probably would have cut his skin. My name is Isaribi, she said softly, looking down. You have a point, Kabuto-san. If you wish to kill me, I think you have a high probability of succeeding. I suppose I have nothing to lose if you wish to try and help. Very well. You don't have to worry about anything, Isaribi-san, Kabuto declared as he adjusted his glasses. Now, let's talk. Kakashi, we need to talk, Jiraiya stated. The Hokage stood outside the door to take Kakashi's room for only a few seconds before the door opened. Good morning, Jiraiya-sama, Kakashi said, smiling behind his mask. What brings you here at 4 in the morning? I already said it, we need to talk, Jiraiya replied as he walked inside Kakashi's room. Before Kakashi could say anything, Jiraiya placed a silencing sealing tag on the door to Kakashi's room. He then activated the seal. Kakashi's demeanor immediately switched, becoming more serious. Did something happen, Hokage-sama? He asked. Uchiha Itachi died last night in an altercation with Uchiha Madara, Jiraiya stated. Sasuke was there during that fight. I see. Kakashi's visible eye narrowed on the Hokage. Is Sasuke alright? Physically, he's fine. Tsunade and Shizune tended to him for a moment, but he wasn't as severely injured as he was in his fight with Danzo, Jiraiya said, sighing. Mentally, though, he's pretty bad off. As expected, Kakashi said, sighing. The pain of losing someone you're close to is infinitely worse when you witness it right in front of you. His eye then widened as a thought occurred to him. Did his Sharingan evolve? Yes. Jiraiya nodded his head in response. I've already arranged for Tsunade to remove Itachi's eyes from his corpse. We'll perform the surgery soon to make sure Sasuke gets them. Jiraiya could see the confusion in Kakashi's face, which caused him to elaborate. It was a request of Itachi's from a while back. Overuse of the Mangekyo Sharingan can lead to vision deterioration amongst other things, as I'm sure you are already aware of, but transplanting the Mangekyo Sharingan of a blood relative can apparently mitigate those effects entirely and restore the vision. Ah. Kakashi brought his hand to his chin. So, in theory, Sasuke will have access to the Mangekyo Sharingan with none of the side effects. Correct. Jiraiya nodded. Is Sasuke aware about this surgery? Kakashi asked. Not yet. Jiraiya shook his head. He wasn't in the right place to talk last night. We will let him know today. He then eyed the Jonin in front of him, unless you desire to tell him. It might be better. Kakashi sighed as he brought his hands to his pocket. I can definitely relate with what he is feeling, so hopefully I'll be able to help him cope. That is actually something else I have to discuss with you, Kakashi. Jiraiya said softly. He took in a deep breath before continuing. Itachi had one final bit of information to give before passing. He revealed the name of the man who is currently acting as Uchiha Madara. So the Madara you mentioned was only a namesake. Kakashi noted. Who is acting under his name, then? Jiraiya bit down on his lip for a moment before finally saying the name, Uchiha Obito. Kakashi's eyes widened in response. Jiraiya stood still, waiting for the Jonin to respond. Nothing came out, however, as Kakashi continued to stare at him in silence. Itachi found out through his usage of Tsukuyomi. Jiraiya said, frowning. He apparently survived that day on Konobe Bridge. I'm sorry. Obito, Kakashi shook his head for a moment. Forgive me, Hokage-sama. But I don't think I can believe that. I was there. I saw him die. Did you really, though? Jiraiya asked. From my recollection, Obito was crushed by the boulders and you never got to actually check for a body. Kakashi was about to open his mouth, but Jiraiya continued, in addition, this Madara figure uses a dojutsu technique from his Sharingan that allows him to manipulate space-time. It resembles your Kamui. Kakashi's eye widened further. Each Sharingan tends to have their own unique dojutsu abilities. For his eye to have the same unique ability yours has, it has to be from the same pair. Kakashi finished the sentence as he brought his hand to his chin. Obito, this can't be true. A few seconds passed by before Jiraiya finally turned away, heading towards the door to the room. I have to attend a meeting with the other cage to discuss the other information Itachi gave. I just wanted to tell you about Obito as fast as possible. Jiraiya said, sighing. I'm sorry to have dropped news like that on you, Kakashi. From my experience with Orochimaru, I understand how much this news must hurt. With those words, Jiraiya walked off, leaving Kakashi to himself. The silver-haired man stayed rooted in his spot as his hand went up to his forehead protector, over the Sharingan eye that was hidden underneath it. Obito, you can't actually be alive, can you? As the sun rose over Kumigakure, the five cage gathered together once again, taking their seats and leaving their respective hats on the table. The same 10 advisors, Tsunade and Shikaku for Jiraiya, Darui and Mabi for Ao and Zabuza for Mei, Roto and Nindo for Kurotsuki, and Cho and Kankuro for Gaara, flanked their sides, standing at attention. The cage did not waste a second to discuss, as Jiraiya and quickly explained the situation to the others. So, Uchiha Itachi was your mole and he died giving information, Mei noted, rubbing her chin in thought. Correct. Jiraiya nodded his head as he pulled out Itachi's scroll. Both he and I have already looked at its contents. We have a firm idea of what the Akatsuki's plan of attack is going to be. Kurotsuki's eyes narrowed. Care to enlighten us, then? Akatsuki's plan is to attack during the final match of the third exams. He explained. They have different waves of their organization attacking different sections of Kumo, the gates, the civilian quarters, the Kumigakure Shinobi Academy, the tower we're at right now, and other major places, as a distraction to their main objective, which is acquiring the Jinchuriki. Per Itachi's notes, Akatsuki is unaware of all the Jinchuriki being here. Jiraiya continued. They only assume Yujito, B, Gaara, and Naruto are here, Yujito and B for obvious reasons. Jiraiya's eyes then moved to Gaara. You're assumed to be here since a team from Tsunagaku qualified, and Naruto is already known to be here based on an altercation he had earlier in his time here. So, the other 5 have not been leaked yet? Kurotsuki asked, a small smirk on her lips. They'll be able to take them by surprise, then. As of right now, their team that will engage the Jinchuriki is set to be Akatsuki's leader, Pain, alongside Akatsuki agents Konan and Hoshigaki Kisame. He stated. Mei stiffened at the mention of Kisame. Itachi was also supposed to be amongst these numbers. That plan has obviously changed. Konan's alive too. Jiraiya bit down on his lip as an image of a young blue-haired girl, smiling in the rain while holding up an origami rose, entered his mind. And what about Yahiko? Kisame will be involved, huh? Mei noted, her eyes narrowing. Yagura-kun, so you're going to be the one to face that traitor. You better not let that asshole escape. She shook her head as she brought her hands together. We can probably assume that they'll change around their rotation. They'll most likely want another Akatsuki agent to fill in Ataka's empty space. They might shuffle around their entire formation in general. Shikaku spoke up. They're aware their plan got leaked. We should assume all of this information is going to be changed up. So, is it any worth even discussing the information in there anyway? Roto asked. Of course. Even if they are compromised plans and will be changed, they still reveal much about the assets of the enemy. Cho scolded, looking towards the IWA shinobi with a disdainful look. The youth of IWA doesn't appear to be very intelligent if you don't see the benefit of discussing these plans. I worry about your village's future. A scowl developed on his face. Hey, what the hell dash? His words died on his lips as Kuratsuki held out a hand directly in front of him and looked towards him. He locked eyes with his former teammate before gulping slightly and standing back at attention, keeping quiet. Speaking of assets, we can confirm something you hypothesized from the last meeting, Mizukage. He spoke up, drawing everyone's attention. Pain is definitely in control of Omegakure, as many of their shinobi are participating in the invasion, disguised as shinobi from our villages. Guess that means he killed Hanzo, then. Mei noted, shaking her head. The fact that someone like Hanzo could get killed off so quietly and not have that leaked out to the rest of the world. Tsunade shook her head as she turned to look at Jiraiya. When we fought that man alongside Orochimaru, we were nearly slaughtered, and news of that fight spread like wildfire just because we managed to survive it. I can't even imagine how strong their new leader is if he not only overpowered Hanzo, but actually kept news about it quiet. Damn it, Nagato. Jiraiya took in a deep breath. I should have checked on AIM long ago. This all could have been avoided. Any major Omegakure shinobi we should be aware of? Kankuro asked. Omegakure probably produces individual shinobi at a caliber equal to the major shinobi village. Nenda noted, bringing his hand to his chin. I'm sure there's a few that need to be watched out for. The only two I feel we really need to be aware of are the ones Ataka listed as leading the Omegakure shinobi. He stated. Someone named Ajisai is leading the Omegakure shinobi that will be disguised as Kirigakure shinobi. And another shinobi named Rokusho Aoi will be leading the shinobi disguised as Konoha shinobi. Rokusho Aoi. Shikaka repeated the name, a scowl on his face. He's going to be involved in this. Do you know him, Nara-san? Ao asked. The Nara clan head nodded his head. He's a missing ninja from our village. He stole the Nidame Hokage's sword, the Raijin no Ken, or Sword of the Thunder God, before making his escape. He's been a high-priority target in our bingo books for nearly a decade now. He'll be disguised as a Konoha shinobi. Bah! A man like him has no right even pretending to be on our village's shinobi again. Jiraiya scowled. He'll die. And we'll take back our sword. The Raijin no Ken, huh? Zabuza mumbled, smirking behind the bandages over his face. It's supposed to be similar to the Kiba blades that are passed down in Kirigakure. I'd be curious to see how the blades interact in a fight. We can discuss those hypotheticals in a little bit. He said as a scowl developed on his face. In addition to Omegakure shinobi, Itaki also provided a list of some of the missing ninja that will be aiding in Akatsuki's fight. The only two variables we still have that are unknown are Oyashiro's numbers and the amount of Edo Tensei Yakushi Kabuto will summon. We should assume high-profile targets. We already discussed him bringing back deceased Akatsuki agents. Gaara said. Although you were able to obtain Ataka's corpse, we can assume Kabuto might have necessary DNA samples to summon him. We can count him as a possible opponent. In addition, there's Hanzo, now that we have the confirmation that Pain is controlling Omegakure. Mei added. No doubt that the Akatsuki has access to his body, as well as the bodies of his followers. I'm certain he will be amongst their numbers. There's also a chance that Kabuto could obtain samples of some of Kyumegakure's famous shinobi while he's still here. Kuratsuka noted. He's summoned Musama in the past. He also summoned my father when he entered Tsunagakure. Gaara added. His eyes then moved towards E. I think it's reasonable to assume a previous Raikage might be summoned. I would imagine if he were to have any previous Raikage, it would be my father. E stated. Based on feats alone, the Sandaime Raikage would be terrifying to see. Ao stated. His death is legendary, having taken down 10,000 enemies alongside him. The room grew quiet for a moment as the Kage and their advisors thought intently about the information discussed. A few seconds passed before Kuratsuka cleared her throat, bringing everyone's attention to her. So, we got an idea of what we're working with. We can assume things will be done differently now or certain things will get added, but we have some idea. She said. So, let's discuss how we'll respond. And with those words, the room became lively as each Kage and their advisors tried to design the most optimal battle plan to defeat the Akatsuki. Let me try something. Naruto told himself as he walked into a corner of the Biju training room, away from the other Jinchuriki training. He closed his eyes as he activated his Biju form before his eyes narrowed and he tossed 3 shuriken. As the shuriken flew through the air, he made a hand sign, scorch style. After a second passed by, the shuriken were ignited and covered in pinkish-red flames. The speed of their movement magnified and they left a trace of flames that remained in the air as they continued to fly forward. A grin developed on Naruto's face as he nodded his head. The applications of this are amazing. I feel like thanks to Scorch Release, I'm going to be even more powerful than ever. You mean thanks to my power? After all, that's the only reason you are able to use the DEM abilities. Kurama snorted in his head, and it's not just this you can do. Remember the other abilities I gave you, damn it. I haven't forgotten. Naruto chuckled in response, still, though, this feels good. It's giving me even more dash. Before Naruto could finish his sentence, a blue flame forward at his flame-enhanced shuriken. Upon contact, a giant explosion was sent through the area with a shockwave that knocked Naruto off his feet. What the hell? He gasped. A few seconds passed by before the explosion finally subsided. Blue flames were now scattered on the ground, but there was no sign of Naruto's pinkish-red flames at all. His eyes widened for a moment before he turned his head towards the source of the blue flames, Nii Yujito, who was encased in her own chakra cloak. I have to admit, I was just trying to show off and was expecting my fire to just simply overpower yours. The combined explosion was a bit of a surprise. She noted with a smirk as she looked over at her fellow blonde, perhaps you and I have an interesting combo jutsu we could do together. That's. He shook his head, his eyes widening as he stared at the blue flames once again. How'd your fire overpower mine so easily? Your flames from Scorch Release are hotter than a normal fire release, but on any average day, always bet on blue flames being the hottest. Yujito noted, her smirk widening. Using Madadabi's chakra, all of my fire power is able to create the chemical reaction for the highest recorded temperature flames. Really, huh? Naruto rubbed his chin slightly in thought, that's really cool, actually. I suppose, but again, I wasn't expecting that reaction. Yujito noted. It must be because of Scorch Release's wind component that generated that explosion. The natural gas in your Scorch Release must have caused an even further reaction when my flames connected. Her smirk widened into a grin. What say you and I experiment a little more together? Fine with me. Naruto nodded his head. We need to get ourselves ready. Yujito gestured for Naruto to follow her deeper into the training room. As the two walked further in, away from the other Jinchuriki, Naruto turned to the Nibi Jinchuriki. Hey, Yujito. You aren't concerned about this invasion, are you? He asked. What do you mean by that? She asked. Like, that it's going to go well. Naruto clarified, frowning. That nothing bad is going to happen, you know. I mean, I think we're going to succeed, if that's what you're asking. Yujito said, crossing her arms as she narrowed her eyes at her fellow blonde. Are you worried that we're going to lose? Naruto shook his head. No, I feel like we're getting really strong. And I feel like we have what it takes to take them down all at once. It's just. I don't know. He sighed, I'm worried about a lot of the others. Like my friends. And the people of Kumo. I'm worried that a lot of people are going to die. That. Yujito frowned in response, that's just a reality of invasion and war. No matter who is fighting, good people are going to die that didn't deserve to. Her eyebrow then rose slightly, this isn't your first experience with this kind of thing, right? The Uzumaki shook his head again, no, but my other times were different. The Sunaoto invasion was a complete surprise to me cause I didn't know about it, so I didn't think anything about it other than just being in survival mode, you know? And the Kirigakure invasion. I guess because the situation in Kiri was so bad, I didn't think anything about it. Or maybe I wasn't that thoughtful back then. But this. He sighed, I guess I'm just worried about the people that the Akatsuki are going to kill. You can't be worrying about that stuff for too long. Yujito replied, shaking her head, if that's a concern for you, I'd recommend leaving the career when you're done with this. It's not a concern. He scowled in response, it's just something that doesn't sit well with me, to think about much. Again, you can't be worrying about that. Death is an inevitable part of life, and war is a major catalyst for more death. Yujito replied, sighing, that's how it's always been in history. That's how it always will be, too. Naruto's scowl was replaced with a frown. And you think nothing will change? I mean, nothing has changed in over how many years in human history? Yujito asked. Naruto was quiet for a moment, which prompted her to continue, there's just no avoiding that conflict will always exist. The two were quiet for a moment as Naruto stared at the ground. His hands tightened into fists as he shook his head. I mean, you are right. That's just how it's going to be. And one day we'll probably have a fourth Shinobi World War. And then a fifth. And hell, I may be alive to see both of them. He stated, his eyes narrowing, but I swear, when I'm Hokage, I'm going to make sure my village does not suffer any more wartime casualties. Unrealistic. Yujito shook her head, frowning. Even if you somehow were involved in every battle in a war, you couldn't make that guarantee. I know it sounds unrealistic, but I have to aim for that goal. Naruto said, shaking his head, I'll keep my village safe and try to keep as much peace as I possibly can. I have to do my part to make sure that as many innocent people can survive. Yujito was silent as she stared at Naruto. She observed the determination in his face and body language before a small smile developed on her face. She shook her head, letting out a small chuckle. You are really naive, kid, but I wish you the best creating that world. She said. I'm not naive, I'm an idealist. He replied, crossing his arms. I know. I know. Yujito replied, her smile growing a little wider, come on. Let's go work on a combination jutsu. Let's see how big of an explosion my fire and your scorch release can make together. Naruto nodded his head as they continued further into the chamber. As they walked further inside, the fox called out to Naruto in his mind. She is right that you are too idealistic, Naruto. Kurama noted. Probably. He nodded his head, his determined expression remaining on his face. But I just have to hope that I can make a difference. Even if I fail. I have to think I have the ability to keep my village and the people safe in order to provide that extra motivation. I suppose that makes sense. The Kyuubi said, nodding his head, although, I'm surprised you are so stressed right now. Is there any particular reason for your nerves about people dying? I don't know. It's just a feeling that something happened back in Kumo. Or maybe something almost happened. Naruto noted as he began to grit his teeth, I can't shake that feeling. But whatever, I'm just using it to motivate me. I need to keep true to myself and use that to make me as strong as possible. Kurama did not reply to Naruto, allowing Naruto to focus his attention solely on Yujito, who was prepared to start working on a jutsu together. After stopping by Tsunade's room and saying a few quiet words to attack his corpse, Sasuke hurried off to his own room, where he laid down on his bed and rested. Sleep never came to him, but hours quickly passed by as the Uchiha remained still. His eyes occasionally moved back and forth from the door to his room to the window. Before he knew it, the sun was starting to set. Sasuke's eyes focused on the light of the sun shining into his bedroom before a sigh escaped his lips as he finally got out of bed. I should eat, he told himself. Sasuke was slow to get himself bathed and dressed for the day. He was still sore and injured from his fight with Tobi and Kisame, and he simply could not find the energy to pick up his own pace. After what felt like forever, he was finally ready to leave his apartment and get some food. As he opened the door to the hallway, he was greeted by Kakashi, who looked as if he was about to knock. Kakashi-sensei. Sasuke nodded his head. Ah, perfect timing I suppose. Kakashi noted. Care for a walk, Sasuke? I was going to get breakfast, he replied. At this hour? Kakashi asked. Sasuke gave no response, which earned a nod from Kakashi. Let me join you, if you mind. Sasuke nodded his head. The former student and teacher walked off together out of their apartment complex and hurried into the streets of Kumo. The two walked down alleyways, making sure nobody was nearby, before they started to talk. I know what you are going to talk to me about, Sasuke said as he pocketed his hands. Were Kiba and Sakura informed about Itachi too? Not yet. Kakashi shook his head. I can tell them for you if you wish, but I thought I would give you the opportunity to talk to them. He rubbed the back of his head. They were very concerned about you after you left our meeting yesterday. I can imagine. Sasuke sighed. I'll speak to them tomorrow. I just need today to be over, and then I'll be ready. Ready to talk? Kakashi asked. Ready to live again, I guess. Sasuke sighed once again, digging his hands deeper into his pockets. I can't recall the last time I've felt this empty. Not even in the aftermath of massacre of my clan. He shook his head. I felt rage and sadness back then. Today, though. He bit down on his lip. I spoke to Itachi this morning and got out of all my sadness. And I can tell I have rage. I cannot wait to get my revenge against these Akatsuki scum and pay them back for robbing me of my last family. But right now, I feel nothing. Nothing, huh? Kakashi mumbled, rubbing his chin underneath his mask. Well, you're speaking to someone who can relate to that. Is this about your teammates and your sensei? Sasuke asked. Kakashi tensed up slightly in response, causing Sasuke's eyebrow to rise. I've never seen him react like that. Nevertheless, he pushed the thought out of his head as Kakashi nodded his head. That's correct. And in the aftermath of their deaths, I fell into depression, and looked for as many suicidal missions as I could take. A forced chuckle escaped his lips. Depression is more than just sadness, you know? It's also a feeling of emptiness. An overwhelming emptiness that takes away all motivation to do anything. Even something as simple as eating just feels too much to do. Sasuke stood still for a moment. Kakashi stopped in his place as the two looked at one another. How do you cope with yours? Sasuke asked. Kakashi shrugged his shoulders. We're not really in the profession that allows us to cope. A small smile developed on his lips underneath his mask, but the way I see it, on days where the emptiness inside starts acting up, making it through the day can be enough. Tomorrow is a new day, after all, and maybe it'll be better. Maybe. Sasuke repeated the word, frowning. Maybe. Kakashi nodded his head, but life will always go on. And odds are, that in those sets of days, there will be easier ones that you can enjoy with no strings attached. And that pushes me forward, even in my emptiest of days. His smile behind his mask grew wider for a moment. Well, that in you and your teammates. Sasuke's frown faded as his eyes widened for a moment. Kakashi rubbed the back of his head as he looked down on his student. This might seem a bit much right now, but I wanted to just reassure you based off what I had previously said yesterday. I consider you a part of my pack, so to speak. And that's why I want to ask again. Kakashi reached into his pocket and pulled out a scroll. You don't have to sign right now, but would you be interested in becoming a dog summoner? Sasuke mumbled in response for a moment. His eyes reddened for a moment, but no tears fell. After a second, a smile developed on his face as he nodded his head. I would be honored to sign it. Right now. Kakashi smiled in response as he laid the scroll down on the ground and unraveled it. Sasuke bit down on his thumb, coating it in blood, as he found an open space on the scroll. directly underneath Kiba's and Sakura's signatures. A part of your pack, huh? Sasuke told himself as he started to write out his name in blood. I'd like that, a lot. After a few seconds, Sasuke finished his name. Kakashi rolled the scroll back up and looked his student, and now, fellow dog summoner, in the eye. Know that you always have me in your life, Sasuke. Sakura and Kiba, too. Kakashi stated. I know. Sasuke nodded his head. There's a few more things I think we should talk about. For starters, there's something I know Jiraiya-sama is going to ask of you soon. Kakashi stated. Sasuke's head tilted, but before he could say anything, his stomach rumbled. A scowl developed on his face as Kakashi chuckled, but first, let's get some food, all right? Right. Sasuke nodded his head. With those words, the two were off once again. Kakashi's eyes focused on Sasuke as they moved. While it was subtle, the difference was there. Sasuke was in a lighter mood. He was nowhere near feeling better, and he most likely never would be fully, but he could tell that, at least for the moment, he was feeling something more than emptiness. And that was all that matters. Truth be told, Sasuke, I definitely relate more to your feelings than I think you're even aware of right now. Kakashi internally sighed as he recalled his conversation with Jiraiya earlier that morning. Obito, is all of that really true? Kakashi did his best to push those thoughts away as he focused his attention back on his student, who needed him. Isaribi, to Kabuto's surprise, was very patient with him and his research. Based on how she tried to attack him the moment she saw him, as well as the story she confided in him, about being kidnapped Amaki, and then being gaslit by the man to commit various crimes with the promise of a cure being dangled in front of her, he expected her to be resistant of any research done on her. Despite that, she willingly accompanied him back to the Kanjiki establishment on the main island of Umi no Kuni and willingly allowed for blood samples and for Kabuto to research her condition. Amaki had no idea the gold he struck with this. Kabuto noted, shaking his head. This Kaima form, he apparently intended to create the perfect underwater shinobi, capable of controlling the water routes of a given country. It goes well beyond that. I have never seen someone's chakra network with such a strong affinity for water. His eyes closed as he recalled giving Isaribi a chakra affinity paper as a test. Someone with a water affinity should merely dampen the paper. Instead, when Isaribi channeled her chakra into it, the paper imploded as water was launched around the room. This affinity for water is unlike any I've ever seen. It probably compares to Kisame's control of it, or even the Nidaime Hokage's. Kabuto shook his head, chuckling. Imagine if Isaribi had children and passed this down. This Kaima form could be a revolutionary Kekii Genkai, producing shinobi with water affinities stronger than ever. Hours passed by as Kabuto continued to research and study her condition. Isaribi remained ever patient, allowing him to take more blood samples and study the scales on her body. As the sun began to set over the village, Kabuto finally concluded for the day and stood in front of Isaribi. Well, I can tell you some good news. He stated. Although your DNA has been overwhelmed by this Kaima form, your human genetic information is still present in it. It might take a few days, but I believe it would be possible to revert your physical appearance and turn you back into a normal human. Isaribi's eyes widened and her body started to shake. You? Why you mean it? You're not lying, are you? I'm telling the truth. Kabuto said, smiling. You're actually talking to a specialist in this particular field. I can definitely experiment with your DNA and revert the physical appearance on a superficial level. That's dash. She paused for a moment as his words registered in her mind. Superficial level? Well, I guess I should elaborate on that. It is impossible to remove the Kaima form entirely from your DNA. If you channel your chakra in certain ways, it should form again. Kabuto explained. Her eyes started to lower slightly, which earned a chuckle from him. Don't be disheartened, though. Actually, this is probably a better ideal for you. Better ideal? Isaribi asked, tilting her head slightly. How so? Your base human form will be the normal for you, but if you ever needed, you'd be able to use your Kaima form for combat or for swimming or whatever benefits you need. He elaborated. Consider it a best of both worlds situation. you'd be able to use the benefits of the form whenever necessary without dealing with any societal discrimination that comes from having the form up at every moment. Best of both worlds. She repeated, closing her eyes. I suppose that's fitting. While I wanted to go back to being a normal person again, I have become used to this power. If I lost it again, I'd go back to being the same weak-willed little girl that Amaki abused. She then turned to Kabuto. Do you think you'd be able to perform this experiment for you? Not right now, but I would be able to. Kabuto said. As I said, this would require a few days' worth of experimentation, and unfortunately, I don't have the time right now. I'm needed for an assignment. But you could do it after. Isaribi asked. Kabuto nodded his head, which caused her eyes to start to water. That would be. Instead of finishing her sentence, Isaribi closed the distance between herself and Kabuto and hugged him tightly. Kabuto's eyes widened in response as he simply stood there, allowing the young woman to hug him. Thank you so much. She mumbled, smiling as she cried into his chest. Kabuto said nothing and remained still as she hugged him. After a few seconds, she finally broke the hug and Kabuto's body demeanor started to relax. That's the first time anyone's touched me like that since Nono. He adjusted his glasses slightly, his right index finger staying on the brim for a moment. Are you alright, Kabuto-san? Isaribi asked, pulling him away from his thoughts. Her eyes widened. You're bleeding. My apologies. Kabuto blinked as he turned attention to his skin. As Isaribi had stated, Kabuto was now bleeding. His eyes then moved over to the fish-looking woman, whose scales were now tinted red from his blood. Weird. I didn't even feel that. He shook his head as he and Isaribi locked eyes. No, it's fine. Just got lost in thought for a moment. It didn't hurt at all. He chuckled slightly. Anyway, no need to thank me, Isaribi-san. It'll be a pleasure to help you once I finish my assignments. Is this assignment you need any help with? She asked. I would be more than willing to help you out. There's no need. Kabuto shook his head once more. You can stay here with the Kanjiki brothers. They control this whole establishment, so you can trust your stay here will be safe. I understand that, but I wish to help you. Isaribi replied, shaking her own head as she looked at the man in front of her with a determined look. You're the first person in God knows how long to treat me like a person. I want to help you. A smile developed on her face. Consider it an advanced payment. I'll help you out in exchange for the help you give me. Are you certain? Kabuto asked, his eyes narrowing. The assignment I am working on is not for the faint of heart. If you're asking if I am willing to kill or something, I am more than willing. Isaribi replied, her smile twisting into a smirk somewhat. I've come to realize that most humans are judgmental creatures who are far too cruel to people who are different. I'd have no qualms killing whoever as long as there is a purpose. Kabuto was silent for a moment as he eyed Isaribi. He could tell she was telling the truth. Even if he was not the expert in deception that he considered himself to be, Isaribi was a woman who wore her heart on her sleeve. He could tell she was rather poor at being deceptive. What she said was what she meant. In her eyes, he could see a determined young woman who was willing to do anything to pay back a debt. He could also see the same look that she had when she rushed at him to attack him in Amaka's laboratory. She definitely could help in some way. Plus I'm certain she would agree with Akatsuki's endgame goal. Plus, superficially speaking, maybe I will get the chance to do some more experimentation on her. In addition to helping her, I can get access to her Kaima form and incorporate it into my DNA. Kabuto nodded his head as he held out his hand. Very well, then. You can accompany me back to Kumigakure. You and I have a deal. Her twisted smirk turned back into a gentle smile as she took his head. You won't regret this, I promise. Ugh. Rin. Toby grumbled as he stirred from his rest. The Uchiha turned his head around, taking note of the cave he was staying in. He pulled himself off the ground, up from the makeshift bed he had created, just in time to see Zetsu rise up from the ground in front of him. You alright, boss? White Zetsu asked. As alright as I can be. He said, rubbing his head slightly. Damn that Itachi. He knew that Itaka would be an annoying opponent to fight, that was why he had brought Kisame in the first place. He was not prepared for his fellow clansmen to actually land the Tsukuyomi on him, however. Damn memories. Rin. Kakashi. Obito bit down on his lip, pushing those thoughts aside for a moment as he focused on Zetsu. How long have I been out? Where's Kisame? You don't remember much, do you? You went to sleep shortly after getting back here. Black Zetsu spoke. Kisame is outside, training. Obito's eyes narrowed for a moment. Did Kisame mention anything about me after I knocked out? No. Zetsu shook its head. White Zetsu then started to speak. He just talked about you getting knocked out by Itaka's Tsukuyomi and how you needed to rest. He mentioned also being annoyed that the Hokage showed up. He really wanted to kill the other two opponents you were facing. So, he didn't hear them say my real name. Either that, or it didn't register in his mind. Obito sighed in relief for a moment. He shook his head for a moment as he crossed his arms. We'll need to arrange a meeting soon. We'll need to change up our plan slightly. Is it still wise to even go through with it? Black Zetsu asked. If it's been compromised We're behind schedule. Obito shook his head, his hands tightening into fists. We need to get the 9 Biju already so we can form the 10 tails and initiate the infinite Tsukuyomi. And an image of Rin's face appeared in his mind once more. He shook his head. Goddamn you, Itake, for making me hear her voice like that once more, for making me see her again like that. He grit his teeth for a second before finally speaking again. No, we've wasted way too long as is. We need to move on with the next stage of our plan now. We'll rush collecting the remaining Jinchuriki, starting with the 4 we know are going to be here. Whatever you say, boss. White Zetsu stated. Black Zetsu nodded his head. We'll communicate with the rest of the members to get ready for a meeting. With those words, Zetsu sunk back into the earth, leaving Obito alone. The Uchiha took in a deep breath as his hands went to his mask once more, running alongside the spirals on it. Nothing has changed. We will capture all Jinchuriki and continue with the plan. We will get back on schedule. He told himself. As the sun rose over Kumo for another day, Tsunade finished her preparations for the operating room in Kumigakure's hospital. She then made a hand gesture towards Shizune, who nodded her head and walked out of the room. A minute later, Shizune returned with Sasuke, wearing a patient's gown, following right behind her. Sasuke walked over to the operating table and laid down on the table. I assume you are ready. She told him. Yes. Sasuke nodded his head, his eyes narrowing. Sasuke had been ready the moment he heard about the surgery from Kakashi. He immediately made the arrangements with Jiraiya and Tsunade and could not sleep, thinking about it. Giving heads up, this will hurt. Tsunade noted. And it'll take you a little bit of time to become accustomed to them. I'm aware. I don't care. Sasuke shook his head, let's do this. Tsunade nodded her head. As she took a step closer to Sasuke, the Uchiha thought of his brother one more time as he shook his head. Itake. I will use these eyes and do all that I can to get revenge for you. Sasuke told himself. With those thoughts on his mind, Sasuke was put under as Tsunade began the surgery to transfer his eyes for Itake's. Chapter 119, Tales of Kumigakure. 14 days until the exam. As the Jinchuriki entered the Technicolored training room once more, Killer Bee and Yujito took a few steps forwards together before turning back around to face their fellow Jinchuriki. They activated their Biju forms, which the other Jinchuriki quickly followed suit with. So, we've been working on individual skills these past sessions because both Bee and I know that each Biju would grant you all individual abilities that you all need to experiment with. However, it is time we work on something that all Jinchuriki should be capable of using. Yujito stated as she crossed her arms. This technique will give the enemies some trauma, it's time you all learn the Bijutama. Bee declared as he opened his mouth. Han's eyes widened in response, so, our Biju forms grant us the ability to use even the Bijutama. As if responding to Han's questions, Killer Bee created a black orb of spiraling chakra from his mouth. The orb grew in size and proceeded to rotate rapidly. The orb continued to develop more and more until B jumped into the air and launched at a distance into the ground. Upon contact, a massive explosion could be felt, creating a shockwave. All 8 other Jinchuriki winced slightly at the impact of the shockwave, but everyone stood their ground as they watched the dust cloud begin to fade. So that's what a Bijutama looks like coming from one of us, huh? Rashi noted with a grin. B grinned back as he gave the elder Jinchuriki a thumbs up. This jutsu can take many shapes, from a massive bomb to just a tiny scrape. You control the chakra amount, just don't miscount. What he's trying to say is that you need a ratio for the jutsu. Yujito said, sighing. She then held up 8 fingers, 4 on each hand. You need 80% negative chakra. She then dropped 6 fingers, leaving only 1 up on each hand, and 20% positive chakra. An 8-to-2 ratio. You can use however much chakra you want, and modify its characteristics as a result, as long as you keep that ratio intact. Yujito took a few steps forward as she cracked her knuckles. I doubt there's a more destructive jutsu in our arsenal than a Bijutama. B showed you one of the ways you can use it, but let me demonstrate another. She opened her mouth and began to create a similar-looking dark orb of chakra. Instead of launching it, however, she proceeded to bite down on it. When she opened her mouth, she launched out a blast wave of chakra forward. Holy shit! Naruto's eyes widened. A second passed by before she turned around to face her fellow Jinchuriki, a grin of her own on her face. Now unlike B, I didn't just needlessly torment our poor training room's floor any more than it already has been, but I'd like you to imagine exactly what would have happened to anyone in the path of the Bijutama. They'd get vaporized. Fu shook her head as she clapped her hands, stars forming in her eyes. I need this. You seem a bit too excited to learn this, Fu-san. Yotaka noted, rubbing the back of his head. Hey, can't blame her. That blast was a beauty, for sure. B stated. This jutsu takes a lot of but I'm sure you got the stuff, duh. Now let's make like a cactus and get straight to practice. A cactus? Gaara tilted his head slightly. Yujito face-palmed. Hard, that was the most forced rhyme I've ever heard, holy shit. She turned to glare at her fellow Jinchuriki. Can you please be a normal adult for once in your life? Some raps land and some fall flat, but the most important thing is that B's always up to bat. B returned her glare with one of his own. Miss 2 wants to go? Then let's give our friends a little show. I'll dash. As interesting as it would be to watch you 2 fight to the death, would you mind doing it outside of the training room? Or maybe after our training session? Yagura requested, a sigh escaping his lips. I'd like to start practicing with the Bijutama right away. In an instant, both B and Yujito turned away from one another. Both blushed slightly, having the decency to at least appear embarrassed. That's a good point. Yujito mumbled, shaking her head, you all should get on with practice. B and I will be here to observe to help as needed. B nodded his head in agreement, which prompted the other 7 Jinchuriki to take a few steps forward and turn slightly, facing 7 different directions. The Bijutama, huh? Naruto rubbed his chin in thought for a moment. Jyaki's and Madadabi's hosts did a good job with the explanation, but always remember that I am the Biju with the most chakra. By that logic, you have access to the most destructive Bijutama, one stronger than any of the others can produce. Kurama stated, his eyes narrowed, just remember that 8-to-2 ratio. If I messed up the ratio, it would hurt like a bitch, but if you were to mess up with your human body. He snorted in response, good luck healing. Thanks for that. Naruto gulped in response before he took a deep breath. Alright, let's try. I said I'd tell them, bah, I should have taken Kakashi up on his offer to talk to them. Sasuke grumbled to himself. Would have made this whole conversation a hell of a lot easier. The Uchiha paced back and forth by a set of stairs leading up to a training ground on the mountains. Kakashi had told him that Kiba, Akamaru, and Sakura were going to practice together with their newly acquired Ninken summons. His former Jonin sensei had recommended that he go join them, explaining to them what happened and then training alongside them with his own summons. It made sense to him, and the logical side of him was telling him to just go up and get it over with. His non-logical side, however, had different plans, and Sasuke continued to follow its suggestion as he continued to remain near the base of the mountain. Why am I even having a hard time with this? He told himself, his hands tightening. You're not at peace with Itaka's death, but you better than yesterday. I should be able to talk to them about it. He started to climb up the stairs when the image of Sakura's and Kiba's faces entered his mind as he rushed off from their team meeting. He came to a stop, a frown developing on his face. Why did I just rush off like that like an idiot? I could have let them all know, maybe they could have tagged along. Been extra numbers, maybe Itaka would be alive, maybe Teiwa wouldn't be in a coma. Sasuke grit his teeth as his hands tightened. Why was I a fucking idiot? Sasuke remained still for a moment in his spot on the steps for a moment as he got lost in thought. After a few seconds, he was pulled from his thoughts by the sound of footsteps. He turned his head upward in time to see Sakura, Kiba, and Akamaru rushing down the stairs towards him. Tisk. Probably got too close and Kiba's and Akamaru's scent sniffed me out. Sasuke's teeth grinding grew louder. Damn it, what the hell do I say? Sasuke-kun. Sakura called out, where were you? What happened? Yeah, dude. Where ve you been? Kiba asked. Akamaru barked in agreement with his owner. Sasuke said nothing in response, his eyes unable to make contact for a moment. After a few seconds, Sakura took a few steps forward towards him. You look stressed. Really stressed? She frowned. What's wrong? Sasuke did not reply and started to bite his lip, drawing blood slightly. Sakura's frown deepened. Sasuke, don't keep things bottled up. What happened? Itaka was killed. Sasuke finally stated. Both Sakura's and Kiba's eyes widened in shock. The three were quiet for a moment before Sakura reached out and pulled Sasuke into a hug. He stiffened slightly in response, which only caused her to tighten her hug. I'm so sorry, Sasuke. She mumbled. Before Sasuke could respond, Kiba took a step forward and joined the hug. Is that why you ran off? He asked. No. Sasuke shook his head. I ran off because he wanted to meet with Teiwa and me. He got killed by Akatsuki. His hands tightened slightly. I watched, and couldn't do a damn thing. I was too fucking weak. The three Team 7 members were quiet for a moment as they simply held onto their group hug. Sasuke remained still in it for a moment before he finally reached out and hugged them back. When they finally broke the hug, Sakura and Kiba stared at Sasuke intently. The Uchiha was still for a moment, his body starting to relax. I'm impressed you aren't crying. I would be crying if something ever happened to my sis like that. Kiba admitted, rubbing the back of his head, shows how strong you really are. I wouldn't say that. Sasuke sighed in response. I already cried all I can. Right now, all I feel is emptiness, is the best way to put it. I'm not certain that's the right word to use, Sasuke-kun. Sakura said, shaking her head, you don't seem empty right now. Maybe it's not. Sasuke shook his head, sighing again, I don't know. Simultaneously feel too much and too little. He took in a deep breath, before his eyes went to Sakura's, then to Kiba's. I'm sorry. For running off like I did. And sorry for not finding you all tomorrow. The hell are you apologizing about? Kiba asked, shaking his head, dude, we're the ones sorry about what happened. Don't you apologize for anything. We're your friends, Sasuke-kun. We're teammates. Sakura added. I thought we already said this after you learned the truth about your brother, but I'll say it again, we're always with you. And if there's anything you need, we'll be the first there to help. Akamaru barked in agreement as he finally moved forward and nudged Sasuke's knee. Sasuke looked down to the white dog before a smile finally developed on his face and he patted his head softly. Thanks. He mumbled before turning his attention to his teammates, sorry, to both of you. Guess I needed that reminder. He rubbed the back of his head slightly, I'll try and be better in the future. Don't feel like you have to come to run to us if you don't want to, though. Kiba added. If you need to rest or some shit first, do it man. We don't care. Just know that whatever you do need, we got your back. His hands tightened into fists. Like you said, you're feeling weak. That's a bunch of bullshit, but if you want to train, we're down to get back into training with you. I'd be down for that. Sasuke nodded his head. I did sign the dog contract yesterday, so I do have to practice with that, amongst other things. We were just working with the dog summons as well. Sakura stated, smiling. Come on, let's get to work then. With those words, Sakura and Kiba began to drag up the stairs towards the training ground, with Akamaru following behind. Seriously, why was I having a hard time talking to them? Sasuke asked himself, shaking his head as a content sigh escaped his lips. Sakura, Kiba, Akamaru, thank you. Finally pushing his thoughts about his emotions and Itachi to the side for the day, Sasuke's mind focused solely on one thing, training alongside his former genin teammates. 13 days until the exam. Is the food almost done? Cause I really need some. I'm so hungry, I could kill, and if I don't get some, I will dash. B-san, I swear. Yotakata rubbed his forehead for a moment before shaking his head and raising his voice, please. Another 15 minutes of peace and quiet, and it should be ready to be served. The Rokubai Jinchuriki heard no complaints from Killer Bee or any of the Jinchuriki in the dining room with him. He sighed in relief as he turned his head back to the kitchen, coming face to face with Hotaru, who was giggling slightly. Funny to think of how powerful B-san is and how you're learning from him, but when it comes to food, he has the patience of a child. She stated. That's putting it mildly. Yotakata said, shaking his head, I respect the man greatly, but I don't think I'd be able to handle this training session if I was just with him alone. A snort escaped his lips. Don't know how Yujito-san has dealt with him for so long. It's almost a miracle she hasn't murdered him. Hotaru giggled further in response but did not say anything in response. The two returned to their cooking. After 7 minutes, the two pulled everything out of the oven and off the stovetop and started to plate, creating individual plates of teriyaki salmon, rice, enoki mushrooms, and spinach, all neatly arranged and each with a plentiful portion. It smells so good, Yotakata-sensei. Hotaru took in a deep breath as a grin developed on her face. We spend so much time on the road that I don't think I've ever seen you in a kitchen before. You're really an amazing cook. Yotakata shrugged in response, I'm only adequate. Harasame-sensei was the one who taught me how to cook. Oh. Hotaru's eyes widened in response, you're, sensei. Yeah. He replied. That's really cool. She replied as she tilted her head slightly, a slight hesitant look on her face. Do you think you could tell me more about your sensei sometime? I mean, if you don't want to, but... Her voice started to trail off slightly. Yotakata looked at the blonde for a moment before a smile developed on his face. Yeah, I can. We'll talk more after dinner. Hotaru nodded her head, smiling in response, of course. Yotakata was quiet for a moment as he watched the blonde-haired girl hurry over to the other side of the kitchen and start to pour tea. He noticed the excitement in her eyes as she hastily poured the cups, occasionally spilling a few drops on the countertop, followed by an apology right after before she returned to the next cup. He already knew what her excitement was about. Hotaru had always asked him questions about his past in Kirigakure and his sensei, but Yotakata kept the information away from her, only sharing vague comments and doing his best to kill the conversations. The possibility of learning any of her aloof sensei's life was a genuinely exciting moment for her, which was enough to make Yotakata feel bad. He had been taking Hotaru for granted. He recognized that he was polite with her and was contributing to her training, but he was directing things too much without her perspective. This was something Dark Yotakata had called him out on, and it was something he knew he had to stop. If he could finally start referring to Harasame as his sensei in conversation again, surely he could have an honest and open conversation with Hotaru, right? She deserves more than that. She's a lot more than. Yotakata took in a deep breath before speaking. Hotaru, what would you like to do when this is all over? Huh. Hotaru stopped pouring tea as she turned to meet the Rokubai Jinchuriki's gaze. What do you mean? When this incident in Kumigakure is over. Yotakata elaborated. What do you wish to do afterwards? Hotaru bit her lip in response before she shrugged her shoulders. I haven't really thought about it much. I kinda assumed we would be traveling to somewhere new like usual. But is that what you want to do? Yotakata asked. I'm still not sure I get what you mean. The blonde replied, frowning, you're not asking me if I want to leave, are you? Because I still feel like I have much to learn from you, Yotakata-sensei. I'm not asking you to leave. He shook his head. A sigh escaped his lips as he took a few steps closer to the girl. I just know that you've sacrificed a lot to come with me, Hotaru-san. I want to make sure that your needs are being taken care of too. Sacrificed a lot. She repeated before shaking her head, no, not at all. I don't have any family left, Yotakata-sensei. The Tsuchigumo clan is almost all but extinct and I'm all that's left of it. All I really want in life is to get strong enough to carry on the legacy of my grandfather and the clan to the best of my abilities. Yes, and dash. And you've already been helping me a ton by teaching me. Hotaru interrupted, a blush developing on her cheeks, and you're still helping me by letting me stay with you, even though I know all you wanted to do is get rid of me. You're the one who's sacrificed a lot, Yotakata-sensei. She shook her head as her eyes met Yotakata's. So, if you really want to know. I don't care what I do next or what we do next. If I'm still able to train under you, able to be with you. I don't care what we do. Yotakata's eyes widened in response to her statement. He was still for a moment as he stared back at Hotaru, who, despite the blush that was still on her cheeks, was still staring back at him with a determined expression. Hotaru. Yotakata repeated her name for a moment before he felt his eyes started to tear up. Yotakata-sensei. Hotaru's eyes widened as she closed the distance between the two of them. Why are you crying? Did I say something wrong? No. Of course not. Yotakata shook his head, chuckling as he reached forward and hugged the girl. Eep. Hotaru yelped in response and her cheeks darkened exponentially. The two remained still for a moment until Yotakata's tears dried up. He finally broke his hug and looked the blonde in the eyes once again. Hotaru, if it is really up to me what we do, then would you like to come back with me to Kirigakure, potentially permanently? Yotakata asked. I've been thinking about my duty, both as a shinobi and a Jinchuriki, and I think it might be time I finally return to my home, now that it knows peace. His smile widened for a moment, plus, being in a hidden village might do you some good for your development as a shinobi. Does that sound fine with you? That. Hotaru's words started to drag on for a second, and her cheeks darkened even further into a deeper shade of red, before she nodded her head, her smile widening. Somehow, that sounds perfect to me. With those words, the two finally returned their attention back to the dinner. They finished plating the meals before hurrying off into the dining room, delivering plates to other Jinchuriki. As the group started to talk amongst one another, both Yotakata and Hotaru could not help but stare back at one another, only barely paying attention to the conversations around them. They were too focused on their plans after this invasion was over. And they both were ecstatic about the next steps forward in their lives together. Haiden was not certain exactly when he could expect to see Kabuto. The two had parted ways shortly after meeting with Oya's hero for the first time, as his partner had research that needed to get done. He gave no timeline of when to expect him, only that he would be back in time for the invasion. Not that Haiden minded whatsoever, without Kabuto present, he had more time he could devote to prayers, training, and rituals that he would not normally be able to do if he was busy entertaining his partner's usual curiosity. He also knew that, before time, Kabuto would be back. And as expected, he was right. Upon returning to their cave hideout after a day of training, he was greeted by the sight of Yakushi Kabuto. What he was not expecting, however, was the fish-looking woman sitting on a rock next to him, meditating. Ah, there you are. Kabuto said, smiling as he waved at his partner, I trust you've been, Haiden. Haiden hummed to himself before turning towards the stranger, who's the fish bitch? Did you find someone for Kisame to fuck? She broke her meditation to glare at Haiden, it's not polite to call a lady a bitch. Be more conscientious of your words, lest you wish to die. Me? Die. Haiden nearly growled as his hand reached for his scythe, say that again and, in the name of Jashin-sama, I'll cast you into the pits of hell. You can try. She said as she closed her eyes, but you'll be swallowed by the depths long before you can even touch me with that little gardening tool of yours. Gardening tool. Haydn seethed for a second before a grin developed on his face as he took a step forward. Damn right, it's a gardening tool. One specifically for Jashin-sama's Garden of the Damned, and your corpse will make a fine fertilizer for it. Now. Calm down, both of you. Kabuto stated as he jumped between the two of them. His eyes then turned towards Haydn as he chuckled, first with the Kanjiki brothers, and now with Isaribi. You have a knack for pissing off my associates. Maybe cause you keep bringing in fucking heathens. Haydn hissed, still glaring at the fish-like woman. Who the fuck is she and why should I not make her Jashin-sama's next sacrifice? I'd rather you not try. Kabuto said with a sigh, as I just said, her name is Isaribi, and I have picked up a contract with her. In exchange for helping her, she will be aiding us in the Kumo invasion, and after. Haydn scowled in response, if you need more associates, then let me do the recruiting. I know a couple of Jashinites who would be more than willing to help with our mission. So stop recruiting assholes that I can't sacrifice. If you wouldn't mind, that would be excellent. Kabuto nodded his head, adjusting his glasses. That one high priestess you met with in the Jashin temple would be of great use for us, I believe. Haydn frowned in response, I doubt we have time to write to Akiryo-sama before the exam. She wouldn't get here in time to fight with us. No matter. I'm certain she could be of use later. Kabuto shrugged in response. After all, we may have other assignments after this is all done. Haydn said nothing for a moment, as if thinking. Kabuto left his partner to his thoughts and turned his attention back to Isaribi. The Akatsuki will be meeting soon, hopefully. By the time I figure out a plan, I'll tell you how you can help with it. He stated. In the meantime, I'd like to do some more experimentation with your cells, potentially allowing you to revert back to a normal human appearance at will. Isaribi opened her eyes once again in response. She smiled in response and bowed her head. Feel free to experiment with my body and cells however you wish. Isaribi stated. If it gets you closer to freeing me from this hell I was forced into, I'll allow anything. Kabuto smiled back as he started to walk towards her, adjusting his glasses once more. There are still 13 days left. Plenty of time to get her situation figured out and stabilize her cells. His smile widened into a grin, also enough time to mix hers with mine and unlock a Kaima form of my own, and experiment with it a little. Hopefully. He shook his head, so much to do still. Need to start work right away. 12 days until the exam. I must say, the poisons you produce are particularly potent, Hinata-chan. The White Snake Sage noted. Hinata's eyes moved around Ryokai Cave, looking at the puddles of dark purple poison on the cave floor. After a few seconds, she turned her head to face the White Snake Sage and smiled. Thank you so much. She said, bowing her head. I feel like it took some time, but now it feels almost second nature to produce the poison. Spoken like a true member of Ryokai Cave. The White Snake Sage chuckled in response, Manda may still disapprove of you, but you have my support always, Hinata-chan. If nothing else, you are devoted to learning the art of our clan's senjutsu. I don't want, nor need, Manda's approval. Hinata noted, her smile fading slightly. While I don't particularly care for that hatchling, you may need to be a little more respectful when addressing the snake boss summon. The sage replied. You don't wish to anger him more than you already have. He already hates me. There's no point. Hinata admitted, now frowning. She crossed her arms as a thought occurred to her, causing her frown to deepen. If you do not mind me asking, do you by chance know if Kabuto has come to ask him for help in the invasion? I keep myself separated from the generic politics of Ryokai Cave with the outside world. Manda's intentions, Mamushi's intentions, it doesn't matter to me. The White Snake Sage replied as she breathed out another poof of smoke, so I don't know. Perhaps that's the case. Perhaps it's not. I wish you cared more about the outside world. Hinata bit down on her lip, resisting the urge to speak. The snake, noticing her discomfort, proceeded to chuckling again as she opened her mouth. A large red dragon appeared from her mouth, holding onto an orb in its hand. I have a technique I'd like you to learn, but I think it's best if you get a demonstration first. Just prepare for a sensory overload, child. She stated before her eyes narrowed on the red dragon, Sage Art, White Rage Technique. The red dragon proceeded to coil around itself and started to screech. Within seconds, a light began to illuminate from the dragon's body just as the screeching grew louder. What the Hinata's words died on her lips as she fell to her knees, bringing her hands to her ears, and started to scream, "Ack." Her senses were overwhelming her. Hinata hissed in pain as she tried to steady herself and block out the sounds and lights. As she tried to steady herself, the cornea of her eyes began to shut, almost instinctively. After a few seconds, the sensation was gone and she was no longer blinded by the light. "That's gone," she hissed as the screeching seemingly grew louder. "Ugh, but that noise though." A few more seconds passed by before the dragon seemed to fade away, removing both the light and the screeching noise. Hinata's eyes returned to normal as she made eye contact with the white snake sage. "So, your body picked up on how to shut off the light," she noted as she breathed out a poof of smoke. "Thanks to your body's augmentations as a result of Sage Mode, you were able to close your cornea. Rather useful if you are the only thing that can see and no one else can." She chuckled. "White Rage Technique is a useful jutsu that could turn the tides in a battle for you." "I see. That jutsu really is ruthless," Hinata said as she rubbed her ears, trying to mitigate the pain. "But how am I supposed to block out that screeching?" "There are ways around it," the white snake sage replied. "Your best bet would be to simply channel nature energy into your ears and have it form a blockade of sorts. That might be the easiest way for you to do it, considering your physiology." "I see." Hinata nodded her head. "Nevertheless, I wish for you to learn this jutsu," the snake stated. "Let's begin immediately, shall we?" Hinata, again, nodded her head as she began another session with the snake. "Alright Sasuke, let's try this again," Kakashi stated as he ran through hand signs, water style, water dragon jutsu. Within seconds, a large dragon made of water rose from the nearby lake and rushed forward at Sasuke. The Uchiha closed his eyes for a moment and took a deep breath before reopening his eyes, the Mangekyo Sharingan flaring in both. Amaterasu. Black flames appeared directly on the water dragon before it could make contact with Sasuke's body. The flames quickly spread over the entire dragon before the flames completely evaporated the water. Despite its target disappearing, the black flames remained present in the eye. "My left eye casts the flames. It's the source of the jutsu. And my right eye shapes it." Sasuke took in a deep breath as his right eye concentrated further, blaze style, fire lightning. The black flames proceeded to change shape, forming into spikes. They extended outward, with a few of the spikes connecting with the ground. Upon impact, the fire began to spread on the ground rapidly. Sasuke turned his head, causing all the black flame arrows to return to his side, forming a ring of sorts around his body. He then closed his eyes, which caused the flames to finally extinguish. "Did you call that blaze style?" Kakashi asked, tilting his head slightly. Sasuke nodded his head in response. "Now that I know I can manipulate Amaterasu and use it in different ways, I'm going to treat it like its own elemental release." "But it can't be fire release, it's much more than that." "That's one way of putting it, if a little bit dramatic," Kakashi noted with a chuckle. Sasuke frowned in response, but before he could reply, his sensei began to speak up once again. "I do find it interesting that your eye manifested Amaterasu, by the way. From my understanding of things, the Mangekyo Sharingan's unique abilities are, well, unique. Even for direct blood relatives. It is rather unusual that you share the same ability that your brother had." "That's true, but I do think my Amaterasu might be stronger than his," Sasuke admitted with a frown. "The trade-off, of course, is that I'm not capable of using Tsukuyomi, but that's not a concern for me. I can deal without it." His eyes narrowed as he tightened his hands. "The next task is to learn Susanoo." "Susanoo?" Kakashi repeated the word of the technique with a sigh. "I wish I could be of better help with this, but I'm afraid I cannot provide even a demonstration of how you would use it. Unfortunately, you need a full pair of Mangekyo Sharingan in order to create one. And my other eye might be elsewhere." Kakashi bit down on his lip, his mind going back to Obito. He shook his head, pushing those thoughts away. Not right now. I can worry about that later. I think I remember how Taka performed it. I should be fine. Sasuke replied, shaking his head. What I am going to need help with is, once I form it, is maintaining it and keeping it as sturdy as Ataka's. Well, right now, we have a little less than 2 weeks for you to get it formed. Kakashi reminded, smiling behind his mask. So, let's get back to work. Sasuke nodded his head in response as he closed his eyes. Just think of Ataka's example. You can do this, Sasuke. He reopened his eyes once again, the Mangekyo spiraling around into a different formation in his eyes. You have to do this, Sasuke. For him. The two Sharingan wielders had a long training session for the rest of the night as Sasuke continued to work on his abilities, determined to create a Susanoo before time. 11 days until the exam. Ebisu stared intently at his students, who were panting heavily on the ground, struggling to stand. The Jonin turned his attention to a pocket watch in his hands. He nodded his head as he clicked a button on the watch and pocketed it before turning back to his students, smiling. All right, it's been 5.5 hours. I think this is a good stopping point for today. He stated. Kano Amaru's eyes narrowed slightly in response, but he did not verbally reply immediately. Mogi and Udon, in contrast, promptly fell to the ground and started to lie down. Oh, thank God. Mogi groaned. These sessions are getting worse and worse each time. Udon grumbled. My apologies for that. I'm only trying to help you all grow stronger. Ebisu chuckled as he shook his head. Hopefully I can make up for it with lunch. My treat, of course. I was told recently by Mabi-san about a restaurant that has the best curry. A dark red blush developed on his face as a perverted-sounding giggle escaped his lips. Hopefully she's there. I really need to thank her for generosity. No thanks. Kano Amaru shook his head, frowning. I'll keep training. Mogi and Udon can go on your little perverted restaurant trip if they want. Mogi and Udon winced in response as they looked at their fellow teammate in surprise. Ebisu's blush faded as the man stared at his student with a frown on his face as he adjusted his glasses. I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that perverted comment just this once, but I'm not going to ignore that first comment. He stated sharply, Kano Amaru, training is over. I cannot allow you to continue any further on your own. You are going to exhaust yourself. Maybe you would be, but I won't. Kano Amaru shook his head. I need to get stronger and stronger. I have to make sure that I can show everyone how strong I am. Show everyone how strong. Ebisu shook his head, scowling. What do you mean by that? Are you trying to prepare for the mission, or are you training just to show off in the exam? The exam is the mission. Kano Amaru replied, scowling. It's . No. It's not. Ebisu interrupted, taking a step forward to the genin. I cannot believe you are focusing on that. Of everything going on right now, the exam is the least important thing here. The invasion preparation and the protection of Kumogakure is the only priority, not some stupid farce of an exam. A sigh escaped his lips as his scowl lightened. I am disappointed in you, Kano Amaru. Kano Amaru's eyes widened in response, disappointed. His hands tightened as his scowl returned once more. What the hell does that mean? That attitude right now. Ebisu shook his head again. It's what I would expect of you back when we first started training you, when you were a child. But you're not a child any longer, you are a shinobi of Konoha, on potentially the most important mission of your life, so you cannot afford to act like a child. Kano Amaru's glare intensified. Ebisu sighed once again. He looked as if he was about to respond, but his eyes briefly glanced over Mogi and Udon. The two genin were no longer on the ground and had little exhaustion on their faces anymore. The only expression they had was one of concern. He cleared his throat, softening his gaze slightly, as he turned away. Kano Amaru, this is a conversation we should continue on in private. Later. After lunch. Ebisu stated, I have stepped up all of your training regiments to make sure you survive this mission, to survive whatever happens during the invasion. That is the only thing that matters to me. Don't forget that's what is really important here. He sighed as he brought his hands together. Please, don't let yourself get too focused on this exam and remember the more important mission behind this. We know, Ebisu-sensei. Mogi spoke up, nodding her head. We won't forget. Udon nodded his head. Kano Amaru said nothing for a moment, keeping his glare focused on his Jonin-sensei. After a few seconds of Ebisu staring back at him with a disappointed look in his eyes, the Sarutobi crossed his arms and turned away, sighing. I know. I'll keep the mission first. He replied. Just like his student, Ebisu sighed, but pushed his discomfort as he gestured for his students to follow. The three genin proceeded to walk behind him as they hurried off to get food. Mogi and Udon understand, but Kano Amaru. He bit down on his lip. I wonder how Sandaime-sama would react knowing that you are still reacting this way. He shook his head, taking in a deep breath. I'll talk again with him one more time and hopefully get it into his head. He needs to take this seriously, for the right reasons. Thanks for stopping by, Shikamaru. Shikaku greeted with a smirk as his son walked into his room. Have a seat. Shikamaru nodded his head as he walked towards his dad and sat down on the mat, sitting at the opposite side. His eyes briefly glanced over the room, noticing the stacks of empty sake bottles littered around the three beds. A snort escaped his lips as he turned his head back to his father, who just finished setting up the shogi board. So, the Raikage really shoved you, Choza-san, and Inoichi-san in a single room? He asked with amusement. Even I was given my own room. That's some blatant disrespect for the Nara, Yamanaka, and Akimichi clan heads. It would be if we didn't request it. Shikaku replied with a smirk of his own. Been a long time since the three of us actually went on a mission together. We decided room together for old time's sake. Nostalgia, huh? Shikamaru nodded his head in understanding. His eyes then focused on his father. Anyway, make your first move. Shikaku nodded his head before moving his first piece. Shikamaru quickly followed suit. The father and son grew quiet as they focused intently on their game. Minutes quickly passed by during turns as they analyzed the board, carefully moving their pieces. The match remained even mostly as Shikamaru held his ground, never falling for traditional baits that his father would use on him to create an opening on his board. How long has it been since we played a game together? Shikaku asked. I think the last time you and I played was around the time of your exhibition match with the Sandaime and his teammates. Guess it has been that long. Shikamaru mumbled as he moved one of his rooks. That was months ago. Guess it's only natural. You're usually busy with missions nowadays. Shikaku noted with a chuckle as his eyes focused on the board. You almost beat me that day, you know. His soon shook his head. Almost doesn't matter. True. Shikaku nodded his head, but it's worth acknowledging. It's why I've been wanting to play a game with you for a while now. He then moved one of his pawns forward. It's also why I've wanted to go on a mission like this with you. The two fell into silence again as they turned their whole attention to the board. Minutes continued to pass into an hour. After 2 hours finally passed, Shikamaru moved a bishop into place and sealed the game. Checkmate. He stated with a grin. Shikaku was quiet for a moment, staring at the board. After a few seconds of quiet focus, he moved a pawn forward, blocking Shikamaru's bishop from taking his king. Sure about that? Shikaku asked. Shikamaru blinked in response. He blinked a second time, followed by a third time. Shikaku snickered to himself as he watched his son stare at the board for a few seconds before moving his bishop to take Shikaku's newly moved pawn, leaving the board in the exact same lineup. Checkmate. Again. Shikamaru stated, his eyebrow raising. What was the point of that, Dad? That move didn't change the outcome of the game. I already won. Suppose that's true. Shikaku admitted with a chuckle as he rubbed the back of his head, but the look on your face was worth it. Asshole. Shikamaru grumbled, crossing his arms. Shikaku's laughing then came to a pause as he stared at his son with a somber expression on his face. I thought it was important to just prove a point. Yeah, you checkmated the previous turn, but I still had a move I could make. And even if it was fruitless, the pawn still had to make an attempt. A smirk developed on his face. Jokes aside, you've really improved, Shikamaru. I'm impressed. Thanks. Shikamaru smiled in response for a moment before his eyes moved back to the shogi board. He rubbed the back of his head. That's the first time I've beaten you. Suppose it is. Shikaku snorted in response as he started to organize the pieces back on the board. Best 2 out of 3. Shikamaru nodded his head as he started to set up his side of the board, alongside his father. 10 days until the exam. Time to finally rest. Before Anko could relax and close her eyes, a knock sounded throughout her apartment complex. Oh, whoever you are, fuck you. The Konoha Jonin grumbled for a moment as she turned over on the bed, trying to ignore the noise. She was tired. After all, she had been up since 3 in the morning training with Kurene's Genin team and with Yojao and, after finishing up with them, went to a training session of her own in Ryokai Cave with the White Snake Sage. Anko was exhausted and all she wanted to do was get in a small nap. Unfortunately, the person on the other side of the door had other plans and proceeded to knock even louder. After nearly a minute, Anko finally groaned and pulled herself off the bed as she walked over to the door. Who the fuck does this bastard thing they are? She grumbled, rubbing her eyes. Once she reached the door, Anko opened it with closed eyes as she yawned. The fuck do you want? Anko grumbled. Heh, you're tired? This early in the day. Anko's eyes widened at the sound of the voice. Now fully awake, she noticed she was face to face with Momokai Zabuza. A grin developed on her face as she held out her hand. Zabuza reached out and shook it, a grin of his own underneath his bandages. About time you finally stopped by. Anko stated sharply, was actually starting to wonder if the Mizukage didn't bring you along for this mission. Heh. Zabuza snorted in response, I was the first person assigned to accompany her. I've just been kept busy with some admin work. Have to play advisor to her alongside Ao. The two stopped their handshake and Zabuza crossed his arms. You been well, Anko? Misora said you took up a second set of brats. Yup. I volunteered to be their sensei for this mission. Anko stated, chuckling slightly, they're good kids. Surprised you'd bother. The demon of the hidden mist shook his head in response. May tried to talk me into taking a genin team, but I refused on principle. I'm many things, but I'm not a babysitter. Hey, it's really not bad. You just gotta have the patience for it, which I know you don't have. Anko stated. The Konoha Jonin took a step back further into her room, which Zabuza took as an invitation. The two Jonin walked into Anko's hotel room. She laid down on her bed slightly while Zabuza remained standing, looking down at her. So, who else from Kiri is here? She asked. Anyone I'd know. You already know Mei, Ao, and Misora are here. Other than them, Haku, Kojuro, and Kyo are here. Zabuza answered. No Suijutsu and Anoka. Anko asked. So, no reunion of all the 7 swordsmen. We wanted to keep some of our top shinobi back in Kiri, just in case anything were to happen. Zabuza said. We wanted Kyo to stay behind too, but she talked Mei into letting her come because her brother, Rahayo, came alone. Rahayo. Anko brought her right hand to her chin and thought, I don't think I've met him. You haven't. He's a good swordsman. He's also our preferred candidate for the 7th swordsman once we obtain same hata. Zabuza stated, a scowl developing on his face, but it'll be hard to guarantee if that's going to happen. Why? Anko's eyebrow raised slightly. Same hata is different from most swords. Zabuza's scowl deepened, as if he was contemplating his word choice. I wouldn't say it's alive, but it's definitely sentient and it won't accept a user it doesn't deem worthy. The best bet to guarantee your worth to the sword would be to be the one to kill Kisame. That's why we had Rahayo assigned to this mission, to be the one to kill Kisame. Makes sense. Anko nodded her head. What's the problem, though? It appears that Kisame is going to be involved in attacking all of the Jinchuriki. Zabuza stated. In theory, that shouldn't be an issue, since most of the Jinchuriki aren't swordsmen. And if someone either Kamui or Yotakata impressed the sword, I'd welcome either into the swordsman. His hands tightened, but I've heard the Hakusabi Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, is a swordsman. And you don't want him to get same hata? Anko asked, a grin developing on her face. Can't handle another foreign member of the 7 swordsmen of Kirigakure. Yes, but it goes beyond having another foreigner in our ranks. Zabuza said, shaking his head, can't say I know enough about B to hate the guy, but he's the Raikaj's brother and he keeps him on a tight leash. If he got inducted, and one of our swordsmen was at the mercy of goddamn E. Anko's eyes focused on Zabuza, who was getting noticeably angrier and angrier with each passing second. After a few more seconds, Anko snorted, which drew Zabuza's attention back to her. Still as angry as always, good to see you don't change. She said, grinning at the man, want to let some of that anger out in a fight. Humph. Zabuza's scowl finally dropped as a taunting smirk formed in its place. Weren't you just complaining about being tired? You sure you're awake enough to even hold the blast sword properly? I'm wide awake now. Don't worry. Anko replied, shaking her head, come on, let's go find ourselves a spot. Loser buys first round of sake. Oh, so we're going out drinking after this, huh? Zabuza crossed his arms and nodded his head before turning back to the doorway, fine by me. I'll never pass on a free drink. With that proclamation, Anko quickly grabbed the scroll with Shivuki sealed inside and hurried out, following Zabuza. Alright, let's see if I got it down now. Shikamaru told himself as he took a few steps backward. Homura was unable to meet for training today, and neither was his father. He had to get creative to think of a way to practice his Holy Barricade jutsu by himself, and the idea thankfully came to him. He just had to default back to an early mindset in his shinobi career, when in doubt, always go with explosive tags. Shikamaru stared at the stone structures and practice dummies that he completely covered with his explosive tags. He stood still for a second, staring at them, before he made a hand sign. The ceilings immediately started to light up. He then ran through 6 hand signs, ending on Monkey, Ninja Art, Holy Barricade Jutsu. Light surrounded the tagged objects mere moments before the explosive tags detonated, creating massive explosions that scattered dust throughout the training ground. A minute passed by before all of the dust was dissipated, revealing the stones and the practice dummies, still surrounded in a bright light and completely intact without even a scratch. Heh. Shikamaru smirked in response, good. So I can do the jutsu even when I'm not in sage mode dash. His words died on his lips as a feeling of exhaustion rushed through his body and he fell to one knee. A hiss escaped his lips as he finally undid the jutsu, causing the light to fade away from the tagged objects. The Holy Barricade takes up more and more chakra the longer it's held up. That's the first time I ever used it when I wasn't in sage mode, and I can definitely feel the drain worse. He told himself with a scowl, I'll have to be careful with this one, even when I'm using sage mode. I'll need to maximize timing to ensure I'm not just wasting chakra. After a few seconds of rest, Shikamaru steadied himself and was about to continue with training where he left off. Before he could start, however, he heard faint footsteps. Shikamaru's eyes moved to the stairway to the training ground. After a few seconds, the newcomer stepped foot in the training ground. Ah, Shikamaru-kun. It's been a while, hasn't it? Shikamaru's eyes widened. Haku. Yuki Haku did not appear much different than the last time Shikamaru had seen him during the Kirigakuer Civil War. The only real differences were that Haku's Kirigakuer flak jacket was sky blue in coloration as opposed to the standard gray and his hair had grown longer a few inches. Other than that, he appeared mostly the same, especially the gentle smile on his face. I had assumed it could have been you up here when I heard those explosions. I remember you having a fondness for explosive tags. Haku said with a chuckle. Piss off. Shikamaru replied, which earned another chuckle from the Kiri shinobi. After a few seconds, Shikamaru started to laugh back as he crossed his arms. How have you been, Haku? How have things been in Kiri? I don't recall a time I have ever been happier. Haku admitted, with the death of Yagura and the rise of Maesama, our village knows peace once again. It's been a slow process rebuilding the village, but it's going beyond well. That's good to hear. Shikamaru noted, I heard you got some more family now, huh? Oh, you've heard of them. Haku nodded his head, his smile widening. Yes, Kyo, her brother Rahayo, and her son Hakuhayo arrived in the village shortly after the invasion now that Mizu no Kuni was safe again. It was surreal to actually meet Yuki clan members. His smile grew sad as he brought his hands together. It helps ease my heart slightly after that incident. Ah. Shikamaru's eyes widened for a moment as his mind flashed back to the incident in Kishio village and Karatoriki's bloodline executions. Every time I think back to that incident, I think of Kagayamari, but there was a Yuki clan shinobi, right? An image of a black-haired man entered his mind. Yuki Daisuke. The training ground was quiet for a moment before Haku coughed lightly, drawing Shikamaru away from his thoughts. My apologies. I did not mean to kill the mood like that, especially this early in our conversation. He said, bowing his head. Nah, don't worry about it. Shikamaru replied, bringing his hands together behind his back. I still think about that night, too. Way too much. His eyes then narrowed, but things are different, now. Nothing like Kishio village and Karatoriki will ever happen again. I swear it. I can feel your resolve. Haku noted softly, looking up to face the Nara with equally determined eyes. That is good. I feel the same. And I think we have an opportunity to show it off here in Kumo. The two were quiet for a moment as they simply stared at one another. Neither said a word for a moment, but both appeared to come to the same thought. Both nodded their heads as Shikamaru ran through hand signs while Haku pulled out a set of senbon as they began an impromptu sparring session. 9 days until the exam. Obito is really alive. The thought repeated in Kakashi's head as he walked away from a training session with his former students. With each passing day, the thought echoed louder and louder in his mind, which only made his days even more exhausting. It was something he had dreamed about, to receive news that Obito had somehow survived the landslide and that he was okay. If this were some kind of story, Obito would have returned back home, bruised up and bloody, but with a smile on his face, demanding to challenge Kakashi for his eye back. That was what Kakashi would dream about, whenever his dreams of his best friend were not actually nightmares. However, if Jiraiya was right, then that reality was even worse than his nightmares. Taking on the name of Uchiha Madara, joining the Akatsuki, planning the downfall of the hidden villages. That can't be Obito. Kakashi grit his teeth slightly at the thought before shaking his head. Itaka wouldn't have shared that info with Jiraiya if he wasn't sure. That has to be the truth, but then why? Kakashi sighed as he pulled out his copy of Ika Ika Tactics. He began to read the book as he started to walk through the streets of Kumo, but his thoughts were too scattered to even focus on the normally fascinating story and illustrations. He turned pages almost out of habit, barely processing the words, before he was interrupted by the presence of another shinobi. He briefly tensed up as the other figure approached him from behind. It's indecent to read porn in public. Immediately, Kakashi relaxed as he turned his head, coming face to face with a brown-haired woman with curly hair, dressed in a standard Kirigaku or shinobi uniform. I suppose it would be. Kakashi replied, chuckling slightly as he flipped the page. Fortunately, I am not. I'm reading the latest copy of the finest literature series you will ever find. The woman frowned in response. Ika Ika isn't even the finest series in its genre, let alone all of literature. Kakashi hummed lightly as he turned away from the book to study the woman more. His eye narrowed slightly in recognition. You're a new name in the bingo books, if I recall correctly. Yuki Kyo, correct? One of the 7 swordsmen of Kirigaku. Correct. She nodded her head. And you are Heitake Kakashi of the Sheri Nanai. Kakashi winced slightly in response at the use of that particular nickname. His response was brief, but the Kiri shinobi noticed it. She raised an eyebrow at him. Are you alright? She asked. Oh, of course. Kakashi shook his head, smiling behind his response while mentally scolding himself. I need to pull myself together. I can't let myself get frazzled at any mention of Obito. Kyo frowned in response, but took the hint. Regardless, I've heard of your skills from Zabuza-san. He's talked quite a bit of how strong you were in your fight with him in Nami no Kuni. A smirk developed on her face. I'll be frank and say I'm curious. Care for a spar? Kakashi shrugged his shoulders in response. I have nothing to do right now. Sure. You seem particularly disinterested. Kyo's frown deepened. Do I bore you? Does it seem like I won't be an interesting opponent? It's not that. Kakashi shook his head. I have a lot on my mind. A lot that a good spar could potentially help with. Kyo's frown lightened slightly in response. Then would you like to talk about? Kakashi tilted his head slightly. Forgive me, but you and I are strangers. I don't know if it's appropriate to talk to you about my issues. I've always heard it is better to converse strangers on those issues. The swordswoman offered, a small smile on her face. Is that not the reason therapy exists? An unbiased third party might provide some comfort. Maybe. Kakashi shrugged his shoulders, but I'll see after we spar. Trust me when I say that we'll do more than enough for my sake. Kyo nodded her head in response. With that statement in mind, the two hurried off to the nearest training ground in order to begin their spar. Thanks for agreeing to train with me, Kuratsuka-san. Hinata said, bowing her head as the Tsuchikage arrived at the training ground she was using. Kuratsuka nodded her head at her fellow kunoichi. Her eyes focused intently on Hinata's appearance, taking in her snake-like features. That's Sage Mode, right? She asked. Hinata nodded her head, which caused Kuratsuka to smirk. It looks cool as hell. Almost enough to make me want to seek out a summoning contract. If you can find a compatible summoning clan, then go for it. Hinata offered, smiling. I'm sure there's one available somewhere. The two kunoichi were silent for a moment as Kuratsuka brought her hands together. Once she did, her eyes narrowed on the Hyuga. You sure about this, right? She asked. You're not going to detonate it, right? Hinata asked. Kuratsuka nodded her head, which Hinata quickly reciprocated. Then yes, I'm sure. I need to try. With those words, Kuratsuka finished channeling her chakra before separating her open hands. Immediately, a cube appeared inside her hands, dust style. Kuratsuka extended her hands forward, causing the cube to expand and surround Hinata's body. Immediately, Hinata got into a stance as she adjusted her footwork. Sage Art, Protection of the 8 Trigrams, 64 Palms. Hinata proceeded to spin her body rapidly, creating streams of nature energy that shot from her open palms around her body. The streams of chakra quickly struck the cube in different parts, generating smoke that completely obfuscated Kuratsuka's view of the inside. After 30 seconds of striking, the cube started to crack. A few more strikes passed through before it finally collapsed upon itself. The dust then started to settle and Hinata was revealed once more, completely unharmed. I can break through your dust style. Hinata noted, a grin developing on her face as she pumped her fists. I can really do it. I'm not sure I should be happy about hearing that, you know. Kuratsuka noted, snorting. I don't really want people finding ways to counter my strongest jutsus, you know. Sorry. Hinata said sheepishly, rubbing the back of her head. Kuratsuka snorted in response, which caused Hinata to tilt her head slightly. What's so funny? Nothing, just that's the kind of thing Naruto does when he gets embarrassed. Kuratsuka noted, smirking slightly, he's really rubbed off on you, huh? Ah. I mean. I guess. Hinata admitted, smiling slightly. She crossed her arms, I miss him. I can imagine. Kuratsuka nodded her head, at least the exam will be over with soon. He'll be back with you again shortly. I know. I'm very excited about that. It has been way too long since I last saw him. Hinata said. Her smile faded slightly as she sighed, but first thing first is this exam, and the mission. She bit down on her lip slightly, have to make sure it goes smoothly. It will. Kuratsuka nodded her head. She then turned her attention to Hinata's hands. I do think it's impressive that you were able to break through my dust style, but I do think if you want to, we can keep working on it some more. After all, if I really wanted to, I could have activated the jutsu instead of just leaving it up like that. True. Hinata nodded her head, her eyes narrowing, I need to generate that strength much faster. Besides, it's actually a good idea to counter dust release in particular. Kuratsuka admitted, her hands tightening, that asshole Kabuto does have Gramps' corpse. There's a non-zero chance he might use him as an Edo Tensei someday, so it's important to know how to fight against dust release. Hinata's eyes softened on her friend, who was starting to grind her teeth. Hinata took a step forward towards Kuratsuki and placed her hand on her shoulder, causing the Tsuchikage to focus on her. I'm still sorry. About what happened. Hinata admitted. It's fine. Kuratsuka said, sighing, it's getting easier each day, unfortunately. She crossed her arms in thought, not sure why, though. I guess maybe just my mind is focusing more and more on being Tsuchikage that it's helping me cope faster, because I need to. 'Cause I got too many things I need to focus on properly. That might be true. Time does help in general, anyway. Hinata said. Her grip on Kuratsuka's shoulder lightened and the two kunoichi locked eyes once more. And hopefully you'll be feeling better once all of this is over, and we have your grandfather's and father's bodies back, and Kabuto's corpse alongside them. Yes. Definitely. Kuratsuka narrowed in response, we'll get them back, and we'll kill that silver-haired asshole. With their shared proclamation in mind, the two kunoichi went immediately back to practice. After finishing up another day of training, followed by an evening of dinner and socializing with the other Jinchuriki, Han proceeded to walk outside B's mansion and found a nearby tree. He slid down the base of the tree and looked up to the sky, noting the different stars. Once again, the stars are different than they were yesterday. It is surreal to think that this island is constantly in motion. Han noted with a chuckle. Perhaps that would make a good drawing. Only how would I convey that? Do you have insomnia? Han turned his head back towards B's mansion, coming face to face with Yujito. The blonde had a scowl on her face as she walked over to him. Han responded back by chuckling lightly, which only made her scowl deepen. That was a serious question. She replied, crossing her arms, I know how to brew a tea that can help with sleep, you know? Or I could just get Motoi. That guy knows how to do the Temple of Nirvana Genjutsu, if you need a more artificial way to go to sleep. That's not necessary, Yujito-san. Han shook his head, smiling behind his mask, while I do have insomnia to some degree, it's nothing to concern you. I always find myself getting adequate rest some way or another. Yujito shook her head in response, that's still not healthy. He shrugged his shoulders in response, I suppose, but I manage fine. Have for the past 30 years. Yujito frowned in response, but did not say anything. After a few seconds, she turned her head and prepared to walk back to the mansion. Before she could leave, however, Han called out to her. Is there a particular reason you're so concerned? Han asked. Yujito's eyebrow raised slightly, but before she could reply, he continued, and not just about my sleep, I notice you are very particular about all of us. Following training regiments, making sure we all eat together, get adequate rest, you act rather dash. Choose your next words wisely, Han. Yujito said quietly, her eyes darkening as she extended out her hand. She channeled chakra, causing a claw to develop, if you are about to say motherly, then I'd recommend picking a different adjective. I wasn't. That's Fusan's thing. Han said with a chuckle, which only caused Yujito's expression to darken further, obsessive is the word I was going to use. You seem almost too concerned about all of us. The dark look in Yujito's eyes faded, but she remained still, staring at him with a passive expression. The two remained quiet for a few more seconds before she started to speak. Suppose it's out of obligation. She said. Han looked over to the Kumo shinobi, who proceeded to sigh, this whole mission, to send all of us against the Akatsuki's leader itself, was my idea. I want to make sure it goes well. I need to do my part. And I don't want any of you dying because of sleep exhaustion or being overworked, or anything like that. I understand. Han nodded his head in response, however, there's no need to be too concerned about us. We are all adults, Yujito-san. That's true, but I'd still hate myself if any of you ended up dying. I don't want any of that on my conscience. Yujito replied, pocketing her hands, so pardon the nagging. It's not meant to come across as such. Han shook his head in response, I never said it was nagging. Nor did I say I have a problem with it. He smiled behind his mask, personally, I appreciate it. I see it as a sign that you care. I do. Yujito nodded her head, perhaps a bit too much. You know, the same care you give to us is something you need to do yourself. Han offered. Her eyebrow raised slightly, which caused him to elaborate, you should get some rest yourself. Heh. Yujito snorted in response, rich hearing that from a self-proclaimed insomniac. While I don't get sleep much, I at least rest my body. Han said, his eyes narrowing, you, on the other hand, actually seem to rely on sleeping for your rest and I can tell you haven't slept much. So you should rest a little bit. Yujito did not reply again. Her eyes focused on Han for a moment, taking his words into consideration. He does have a point. She sighed to herself. I really haven't gotten a chance to rest at all. Suppose that makes me a hypocrite. She frowned again as she turned her head back to B's mansion. Suppose I should get some rest. If you are not ready to sleep, care to stargaze? Han asked. Yujito blinked, turning her attention back to him. Stargaze. Han nodded his head before he turned his attention up to the spy. Yujito remained still, staring at her fellow Jinchuriki for a moment before she, too, turned her head up to the sky. A second turned to minute. A minute turned to 3 minutes. Soon, 5 minutes had passed. Before she knew it, Yujito lied down as well against another tree next to the one Han was leaning against. The Goba Jinchuriki, noticing her in his peripheral vision, smirked in response slightly. Your country has the most gorgeous night sky I have ever witnessed. He admitted. Does it? Yujito asked, her eyes focusing on a set of stars that she thought must have been part of a constellation. I don't think I've ever paid much attention. But the stars here are nice. The two were quiet for a moment as they continued to stare at the night sky. Neither Jinchuriki spoke, but both felt a sense of comfort at the other's presence as they simply gazed at the stars together. 8 days until the exam. Ugh, why is this so hard? Naruto grit his teeth, trying to form an appropriate-sized Bijutama in his mouth. I never had problems like this with Kurama's chakra before. On cue, the orb in his mouth started to deteriorate. All that remained was a wet mess of chakra that imploded upon itself, sending Naruto flying backwards slightly in the technicolored Biju training room. Damn it! He hissed to himself. The Bijutama is like nothing you've ever experimented with before, Naruto. Kurama stated sharply in his mind, it is considered the signature jutsu of a Biju for a reason. You can't compare simply channeling my chakra, even channeling my chakra like this, in your Biju mode, as comparable to manifesting a Bijutama. Yeah. I get it. He grumbled. I don't know what I'm doing wrong though dash. Yo. Say. Ho. Naruto turned his head to see Killer Bee approaching him, a grin on his face. Having trouble, number 9. That explosion had a nice shine, but that blast sent you for a ride. B noted. I guess I'm having trouble. Naruto said, sighing, I'm not sure why I'm having problems with it. I'm keeping the ratio in mind with the jutsu. It's just. I don't know, it's heavy as hell. Heavy as hell and hits like a boulder, the Bijutama is guaranteed to make any enemy colder. Killer Bee stated proudly, but remember that the jutsu can be made at a range. Why not trying using less chakra for a change? Work your way up to a heavier move once you found a rhythm and can really groove. I know that's what I'm going to have to do. Naruto sighed once more as he crossed his arms, but I sorta feel like it's more than just that. There's got to be something else I'm doing wrong. Maybe cause you got a lot on your mind, there ain't no solution you can find. B offered. Naruto turned his head, his eyebrows raising slightly, huh. Number 9, I've been around the block. I know things, even if you won't talk. B noted as he turned his head, looking directly into Naruto's eyes, it goes beyond this trial, you've been stressed for a while. And until you let loose, the Bijutama won't be of use. Because I'm stressed. Naruto blinked in response before a scowl developed on his face, that makes no sense, you know? Is that why all of us are struggling with it? B shook his head, not necessarily, we all got our demons, see? Why it's hard for them ain't the same for thee. So, tell me what's up, and maybe that'll help, ya chump. Tell you what's up, huh? Naruto's hands tightened slightly before he relaxed, sighing. His chakra cloak came undone, which B quickly reciprocated. Guess I'm just worried about this invasion and making sure it goes well. Never thought you the type to get paranoid. There's something you trying to avoid? B asked. I got a notice from the Toads that something had happened to my cousin, Taewya, on this mission. She's alive, but she's in a coma, and was real close to dying. Naruto stated, biting down on his lip, and I'm glad she's fine, but I can't help but feel like it's a bad omen, you know. Killer Bee crossed his arms and pursed his lips. Naruto stared at the man, waiting for a response. After a few seconds, he realized Bee was waiting for him to continue. He sighed as he pocketed his hands. I don't know. I don't normally believe that kinda shit. But I guess I'm just worried something could happen. He stated. To one of us? Or someone else? B asked. Naruto blinked. Why does it always throw me off when he drops the rapping? He shook his head, to Hinata-chan or Shikamaru. Or to my other friends. Or to my students. He bit down on his lips, especially to my students. Guess I also still got weird vibes over them getting ambushed in the second exam. His bite grew harder as he started to bleed slightly. He winced before he finally let go of his lip. I don't know. I couldn't live with myself if something happened to them. Do you think they're unprepared? B asked. I don't think so. I've been really impressed with their development up to this point. I've still been giving them training whenever I can, and I know the Toads have been working their asses off too. I guess I just feel like I can do more, though. Naruto said, crossing his arms. I should do more. The two Jinchuriki were silent for a moment as Naruto closed his eyes in thought. He uncrossed his arms as he looked at B's eyes once again. You wouldn't care if I go see my students more, right? Naruto asked. I feel like I need to step up their training regiments for the last week. B nodded his head, I don't mind. And Yujito won't care either. His eyes then narrowed, just don't focus only on them, you know? You need to remember your own training. I know. I won't. I just feel like I need to do more. Naruto said, rubbing the back of his head, I want to teach them more stuff. I know I want to teach all three of them the Rasengan, but I don't have the time in a week to teach them. That's something that'll have to happen after the exam, so I'll have to find other things I can work with them. Naruto's eyes widened as a realization dawned on him upon mention the Rasengan. An offhanded comment he heard from Kurama once came to his mind. Dad made the Rasengan based on the Bijutama. Maybe the principles of that jutsu can help with the Bijutama. He realized. As Naruto began to grin to himself in realization, B started to chuckle. Naruto pulled himself away from his thoughts to face the Hakusabi Jinchuriki once again. Seems like you just thought of something. You got your shit together now, I'm trusting. B stated. Guess I do. Naruto admitted, rubbing the back of his head, maybe just being distracted from things prevented me from coming to a realization. His grin lightened into a smile, thanks a lot, B. For everything. B smirked in response as he held out his fist. Naruto fist bumped in response before the two Jinchuriki parted ways. I'll figure out what I can really work on with my students later. For now, let's get back to this. His eyes narrowed as he activated his Biju form once again. I'm going to get the Bijutama this time. This is where he wanted to meet up, right? Kuratsuki asked herself as she walked up to a restaurant with a sign with the name, Falling Thunder. The Godame Tsuchikage walked into the building and walked past the hostess, moving through the available tables. The restaurant was crowded, with many Kumo residents eating mostly fried foods. Her eyes moved from table to table until she reached the back of the restaurant where she found the man who invited her out to dinner, sitting on one side of the table with a shogi board laid flat on the table, with a plate of takoyaki to the side and 2 glasses of sake. Hello, Shikaku-san. Kuratsuka bowed her head at the Nara-clan head as she took a seat across from him. Nice to see you again, Kuratsuki. Shikaku bowed his head. He then raised an eyebrow, or should I be calling you Tsuchikage-sama now? Please, don't. She snorted in response. You're not from IWA, you've known me since I was a chunin, and I'm dating your son. Please don't address me that formally. Sure thing, Tsuchikage-sama. Shikaku stated with a snicker. Kuratsuka scowled in response, which caused him to laugh louder before gesturing towards one of the glasses of sake. I already ordered you a drink, if you don't mind. And take as much takoyaki as you want. I'll order another later. Thanks. Kuratsuka nodded her head as she reached for her glass and took a sip. A smirk developed on her face as she set the glass down. And you ordered strong shit too. I appreciate that. Hey, I invited you. I need to be courteous. Shikaku said before gesturing to the shogi board. Besides, I wanted to share a drink with you before we play. Don't think I've ever played shogi with you before, so I thought it was appropriate. Conversation between the two died for a moment as they started to eat and drink for a moment before turning their attention to the shogi board. They then started to turn their attention to the board. Shikaku's eyes were focused on Kuratsuka as she played her moves. While she definitely thought out her moves, she was much quicker than both he and Shikamaru were with her decisions. He rubbed his chin in thought as he watched her try and quickly take dominance over the board. Been a bit since I played with someone who is usually this aggressive out the gate. He noted with a chuckle, your playstyle reminds me a lot of his, actually. Oh. Kuratsuka raised an eyebrow as she focused on Shikaku, waiting for him to make his move. Who is that? Namikaze Minato. Shikaku stated. Kuratsuka tensed up in response, which caused Shikaku to stiffen slightly as well. Nevertheless, he continued with his answer, I think his wife rubbed off on him. He never really wavered much with his decisions in a game, he was just decisive and did what he needed to do to win. I see. Kuratsuka finally replied, frowning. She was quiet until Shikaku finally made a move before she focused on the board. That sounds consistent with what I know about him. The room was quiet as Kuratsuka stared intently at the board. She started to take much longer thinking of a move, which caused Shikaku to sigh in response. Didn't really mean much by that statement. Didn't mean to offend you. He offered. No. It's fine. Kuratsuka said as she finally made her move, I mean, that's technically a compliment. Being compared to one of your village's strongest leaders. The table grew quiet as the two returned their attention back to their game. They continued for another 30 minutes until it became apparent to Kuratsuka that she was trapped. She went too aggressive too early and messed up her king's positioning. Now, Shikaku was starting to recover his positioning and would soon be able to trap her entirely. It was only a matter of time, maybe 6 more moves max, before he finally took her down. Nevertheless, she continued playing and set her next piece down. As she moved her king away once more, her eyes turned back to Shikaku. Don't take this rude, Shikaku-san, but why did you invite me out here like this? She asked. Despite us knowing each other for some time, we haven't played shogi yet. He replied as he set down his next piece, putting Kuratsuka in check. I don't think I truly know someone until I finally play a game with them. Ah. Kuratsuka hummed slightly as she moved another piece, taking the one Shikaku used to put her in check. So, you got a better idea of me, now don't you? I do. Shikaku nodded his head, smirking slightly as he moved another piece. You already had my blessing, for what it's worth, but I definitely feel stronger about it now. Blessing? Kuratsuka asked as she moved her king away once more. You and Shikamaru. Shikaku clarified. Ah. The Tsuchikage mumbled in response, a small reddish tint developing on her cheeks. I have a feeling you're going to bring him back to IWA one day, aren't you? Shikaku asked with a chuckle as he moved a piece again. Kuratsuka did not reply, only making her next move, which prompted him to continue. You two definitely love one another and shouldn't stay apart forever. I do. I want to spend my whole life with him. She nodded her head. We've talked vaguely about things, but haven't made a plan yet. Probably something you two should do sooner rather than later. Shikaku offered as he took a sip from his sake glass before turning back to the shogi board. With one final move, Shikaku moved his gold knight into position, making checkmate. Kuratsuka sighed in response. The two fully turned their attention away from the board, staring back at one another. Not particularly interested in watching my son move away from home, but I am interested in watching him have a happy, successful life with someone he loves. Shikaku stated. So, I'll say it again, you have my blessing, Kurotsuki. Kurotsuki was still for a moment, staring back at the Nara clan head. A few seconds passed by before she nodded her head and smiled, her eyes reddening ever so slightly. Thank you, she said softly. The two were quiet for a moment before Shikako cleared his throat before gesturing back to the shogi board. Care for one more game? He asked. I'll order another round of drinks, if you'd like. Kurotsuki grinned in response, fine with me. Her eyes then narrowed, and now that I got a read of how you play, you're going down, Shikako-san. He snorted in response, sure. We'll see. The moon shined over Natagumo Lake, a hidden lake in a valley in the middle of a mountain range approximately 98 kilometers away from Kumogakure. The area was known for venomous spiders that were considered dangerous to civilians and annoying to shinobi, as the poison was difficult to treat without being properly treated. As a result, very few people seldom visited the lake. The only residence was a family of 4 entomologists, who were specifically there to study the spiders. The members of said family were lying in 4 separate pools of blood surrounding the lake, their bodies desecrated with red markings that were considered sacred to Jashin. Standing directly on top of the lake's surface were the members of Akatsuki. Can't recall the last time we all met in person. Black Zetsu noted, which earned a chuckle from White Zetsu, this feels special. We aren't all here, though. Deidara said, turning to Kisame with a glare, where the hell's Itake? Dead. Kisame answered with a scowl giving out information. So he was the mole? Sasori noted, shaking his head. He's the reason Konoha was in Taki, right? That means he's the reason Kakuzu died, right? Haiden asked, grinning, wish I could thank him for that. Konoha's appearance in Takigakure appears to have been a coincidence, as Itaka could not have leaked that information. Pain spoke up, nevertheless, he was caught delivering information and he was handled appropriately. First Orochimaru, and now him, even the missing ninja of Konoha are truly horrid. Sasori scowled underneath the mask of his Hirako puppet. His eyes then narrowed at Pain, has our plan been compromised? It has. Konan answered for the leader. Then the mission should be aborted. Sasori stated. Sasori-senpai, how could you say that? Toby exclaimed, nearly falling to his knees in mock sorrow, we've already spent so much time getting everything ready and organized. It's too late to cancel everything and it would be such a waste to call it quits now. It would, but it would be a bigger waste if the mission fails and we reveal our hand too much. Sasori said, turning his head to face the masked shinobi, even an idiot like you should understand that. No, Toby is correct. Pain spoke up. Sasori turned his head to face him, prompting the leader to continue speaking, we are behind schedule with capturing the Jinchuriki key. We must not waste any more time. Besides, even if they are aware, we still have plenty of resources. Zetsu spoke up as it looked over to the side of the lake. Sitting on the side of the lake were Shigaraki Tanuki, Tsumaiki Kido, and Oya's hero, and 2 Omegakure shinobi. The first was a young woman with green eyes and purple hair styled in a bun, with her Omegakure forehead protector being covered by her bangs. She wore a purple kimono jacket with a brown sash around her waist and lavender-colored pants. The other AIM shinobi was a man with green, shaggy hair and purple-colored eyes. He wore a gray sleeveless jumpsuit with a black line on it going downward from the neck. He wore black arm braces with visible bandages underneath and had an umbrella holstered to his back and a sword hilt attached to his side. Alongside the Omegakure shinobi, missing ninja we recruited, Oyashiro's assets that we purchased, and Tanuki's new creation, we should be able to guarantee victory. Black Zetsu noted. We also have Edo Tensei. Pain stated before turning to Kabuto, do you have enough samples? Kabuto nodded his head in response, I have plenty of interesting ones, although I may want more. Do you need samples for Kinkaku and Ginkaku? Kido spoke up from the side of the lake. Kabuto's head turned towards him in surprise as the former root agent only smirked in response, their example was the basis for my tailed beast drug. Naturally, I have plenty of DNA samples of the Gold and Silver brothers that I used for studying purposes. I'd appreciate those. Kabuto noted, grinning back in response, it'd be fitting to use those, amongst the numbers already planned. He chuckled as he adjusted his glasses. Now, all I need is a rakeage. Pain immediately turned his attention to Zetsu. You would be able to get a rakeage's DNA samples for Kabuto, yes. I'd be able to. Black Zetsu admitted. Kabuto's chuckling grew louder in response, especially as he noticed Toby staring at him. Despite the mask, he could feel the scowl that the Uchiha was giving him. It would benefit us for me to have more samples for Edo Tensei, and you're frustrated I'm getting my way, aren't you? He chuckled to himself. You really despise me, don't you, Obito? Regardless, let's get down to more specific business. Konan spoke up, drawing attention towards her. Itaka leaked back information, so it's important to consider the plan we had and adjust accordingly. She crossed her arms. I'd like to adjust the roles, both of ourselves and our affiliates. The rest of Akatsuki nodded their heads as they began to discuss an overhaul of their invasion plans. Information may have been compromised, but that would not stop them. The invasion would be successful, after all. Chapter 120, A Final Peaceful Week. 7 days until the exam. With only 1 week left until the exams, Team 9's training regiment would be held differently. Namely, Uzumaki Naruto would be working with them every day once again. Are you sure you have time for this, Naruto-sensei? Katsumi asked after they finished their warm-up exercises. You sure you shouldn't be focusing on your own training with the other Jinchuriki? Hey, I still am, but I need to get back to helping train you all. I trust Ma and Pa and all the toads, but I gotta get back to make sure I'm doing my part for you guys. Naruto replied with a shrug. Besides, I got some clones working on things right now. I'll be back in time to work on my Bijutama. Bijutama. Hanabi repeated the word with wide eyes. You're learning how to use those. Yeah, but that's not important right now. You guys are what's important. Naruto stated sharply as he shook his head. Anyway, individual training session are back on. He then made a hand sign, creating 2 shadow clones. Katsumi and Hanabi, you both will be training with my clones today. Kanji, you'll be training with the original me today. Kanji raised an eyebrow in response, but nodded his head. The 2 Naruto shadow clones walked away with both Katsumi and Hanabi while Kanji and the original Naruto stayed behind. The moment they by themselves, Naruto reached into his pocket and pulled out a series of sealing papers. You've been practicing your Fuinjutsu, right? Naruto asked. Kanji nodded his head as he pocketed his hands. Can produce protective winds rather quickly. Have a ton of sealing papers already made with it, too. Good. Naruto grinned in response as he held out the sealing papers. I'd like you to work on these seals from now on instead, for now. I think all of them are useful Fuinjutsu, and I think you have time to master at least one of them before the final exam and the invasion. Kanji nodded his head as he reached for the sealing papers in Naruto's hands. The sealing papers all displayed a seal, along with annotations in regards to the necessary stroke order, as well as the name of the jutsu. Kanji moved through 2 separate sealing papers before his eyes narrowed on the third. Fuinjutsu, Paralysis Trap. Kanji read. Heh. Naruto smirked in response. I honestly would like you to learn all the seals in that list, but I was kinda hoping you'd pick that one first. It's a Fuinjutsu that my cousin Karen knows that I thought suited you. He then brought his hands behind his head as he closed his eyes. It's pretty self-explanatory what it does. Trigger the seal and anyone that is standing in its range will receive an electric shock that will paralyze them in place for a few moments. As a lighting affinity user, it should be easy to seal the necessary chakra into the seal, and it would work pretty well to land a mind transfer jutsu on someone. Kanji rubbed his chin for a moment before he started to grin. I think this jutsu could seal victory for us. I'll definitely practice with it. I'll give that one a 4 out of 10. Naruto frowned in response. Come on, Kanji. It's been a while since I've heard a good, solid pun from you and that's the best you got. Meh. Kanji shrugged his shoulders in response before he turned his attention back to the sealing paper and started to trace the stroke order on the sealing paper with his finger. So, I take it this what I will work on today with you. Not really. This is what I want you to work on in your free time. Naruto admitted. Kanji looked up from the sealing paper back at Naruto. This seal will mostly be useful for you if you actually have a way to spread out the seals throughout a battlefield. So, let's start working on a jutsu that'll help you do just that, the Headhunter Jutsu. Ah. The Yamanaka's eyes widened in response. You taught Katsumi that, right? Naruto said, her earth affinity gives her an easier time using the jutsu, but you can still learn it. And if you were able to trick out a battlefield with multiple copies of this seal, then it'll give you a good chance to really trap your opponents with it. Gotcha. Kanji nodded his head in understanding as his grin returned. Now, let's not get too ahead of ourselves. Let's start practice right away. Heh. Naruto snorted in response. That one was better. With those words, the two blondes went to work on their practice. Alright, that'll do for today. Anko stated. Immediately after the words escaped her lips, the three genin of Team 8 collapsed onto the ground. God, how has training with her not gotten any bit easier? Yuna groaned. My Kakaichu are screaming at me. Tsunmasa added. Anko chuckled at the genin's reactions. She then turned her head towards Kazuo, who was pulling himself back up to his feet. She crossed her arms as she smirked at the boy. Need to bitch too, or are you okay? She asked. I'm fine. Kazuo replied, his eyes narrowing. I'm more than fine, I'm great. I'm ready for tomorrow's session. Oh, are you now? Is one of you brats finally used to my training sessions? Anko asked, her smirk widening. Guess I better up the difficulty of it in order to provide you a better challenge. Yuna's and Tsunmasa's faces paled. Kazuo, in contrast, grinned in response as he clapped his hands together. I'll take whatever you got it and throw it right back in your face. He declared, let's go dash. He was silenced as both his teammates pulled themselves off the ground in a rush of adrenaline. Yuna quickly placed her hand over his mouth while Tsunmasa crept up behind him, holding a kunai while his Kakaicha buzzed angrily. Kazuo, shut up before you get us killed. Yuna hissed. If I leave training tomorrow feeling more exhausted than I do right now, you will wake up to your bed swarming with Kakaicha. Tsunmasa whispered his threat. Kazuo shivered in response for a moment as he kept his mouth shut. Anko laughed loudly in response as she brought her hands to the pockets of her jacket as the three genin turned their attention back to her. Alright, enough fucking around. You're all dismissed. She stated. Her eyebrow then raised slightly, although, you three want to go out to eat somewhere? My treat. Thanks, Anko-sensei, but we already made plans to have lunch with the Kirigakure genin team. Kazuo replied. Huh. She blinked in response, you mean Misora's brats? Yes. The purple-haired boy nodded his head as his eyes lit up. Did you know that one of her students is a cousin to the Mizukage? Technically, they aren't first cousins. They're just share the same clan. Yuna noted, they're probably something like sixth cousins, if I were to guess. Huh. Anko hummed in response before she shrugged her shoulders. Well, go off, and fun. The three genin of Team 8 nodded their heads as they waved goodbye to their temporary Jonin sensei. Anko watched the group leave for a moment as she rubbed her chin in thought. Maybe I should ask Misora if she wants to spar. I haven't spoken much with her. Dosa might appreciate me getting a life update from her. Anko noted to herself. Before she could start walking off herself, Yojeo appeared in the training ground, using the Shunshin to arrive. Anko's eyes narrowed on her fellow Jonin for a moment as she crossed her arms. She took in the sight of bruises on Yojeo's body that had not been there the previous time they had spoke. She also noticed the reddish tint to her eyes, as well as the black circles that surrounded them. They're definitely improving. Yojeo spoke up, her face neutral as she turned to watch the genin in the distance walk off. I'm certain Yui-san will be pleasantly surprised when she sees them again. Kurane will definitely be happy, though I bet she's going to be bitter for a while that she's not present for this. Anko noted. Yojeo was quiet for a moment as she crossed her arms as well. Do you think they'll be alright? They should be. Anko answered. They'll need to be careful, but I'm doing my best to train them up. They'll be fine. The two were quiet for a moment as Anko's hands went to her side. Her right hand brushed across the scroll in her pocket that she sealed Shivuki inside. Her eyes immediately widened as an idea entered her head. Yojao, have you ever considered teaching your brother Kenjutsu? She asked. Yojao frowned in response. The thoughts crossed my mind, but I don't think I'd be a good teacher. I mean, you were taught by one of the best swordsmen our village has ever had. Anko stated, which caused Yojao to tense up, which caused Anko to frown back, just saying. You can definitely teach him. I'm not like Hayate. I'm not much of a teacher. She frowned in response before shaking her head, and it's not like it'd be productive to teach him right now. He doesn't have time to learn Kenjutsu adequately to use it in the invasion. No, but it's something you can do after the fact. Anko suggested. Think of it like, I don't know, passing on Hayate's legacy. The Umbu agent was quiet for a moment, reflecting on Anko's words. A few seconds passed by before Anko sighed, shaking her head. Forget I said anything. Not trying to be insensitive or anything. Anko shrugged her shoulders before she started to walk off. Anyway, since Kurene's brats already got plans, I'll see if my former students want to eat lunch. Might bribe one of them to train with me. Catch you later, Yojao. Might I come? She asked. Anko paused mid-step, turning back to face her fellow jonin. You, want to come? I haven't eaten yet. Yojao admitted, so food sounds nice. Immediately, a grin developed on Anko's face as she nodded her head. Come on, let's get some good shit, alright. Yojao nodded her head as she followed Anko. She was hoping to see a smile on her friend's face, but she still remained with a neutral expression on her face the whole way as they walked through the streets. Despite not seeing a smile, though, it did not change any of Anko's excitement. It had been ages since she got Yojao to do anything other than train, and even then, that only started up again around the time of the Kumigakure mission's announcement, and she was not going to waste this opportunity to hang out with one of her oldest friends. After returning to Shimigame Island and going through another training session with his fellow Jinchuriki, Naruto joined the other Jinchuriki, Hotaru, and Motoi at a large round table. So before we eat tonight, let's have a friendly fight. But don't drop your guard, or you'll lose this game of cards. B stated as he pulled out a deck of playing cards and tossed them Motoi, who caught them. He then reached into his pocket and pulled out a sealing tag. Upon unsealing, he revealed a set of 500 poker chips. Motoi will deal while we wait for our meal. Let's see which one of us is really tough and find out who's got the best bluff. So, poker. You brought us all together for a game of poker. Yotakata noted with a sigh, I'd rather just get to cooking dash. No dice. That ain't nice. B crossed his arms, come on, let's have a friendly game. Jinchuriki bonding is its real name. Don't know if poker is the best way to bond, B. Yujito noted. A grin developed on her face as she crossed her arms, especially after I kick everyone's ass. Think you're a good bluff, huh? Rashi asked with a smirk. Yujito-san, I've been best friends with Oniki for years, and I've looked the man in the eye and convinced him I believed he wasn't too short. There's not a chance in hell you'll get a lie past me. Hey, poker's more than bluffing, you know? It's also luck. Fu offered as a grin of her own developed on her face, and lucky for me, I got the luckiest Biju sealed inside me. I'm sure his luck will rub off on me. Are we playing for money? Hotaru asked, rubbing the back of her head sheepishly. I'm a little low on spending cash, so I don't feel like I'd be able to play. I already said this was a friendly game, ya fool. Taking your cash would be lame, ya fool. B stated. Suppose bragging rights is the only thing up for grabs. Han noted, rubbing his chin, either way, it is fine with me. Although I am familiar with the rules, I've never actually played poker, so I'll feel no shame if I lose. Heh. Rashi snorted in response, with that mindset, you've already lost, Han. What are the values again? Gaara asked. It's a standard 500 set, right? Yagura asked. B nodded his head, then, values can be considered standard. White chips are the lowest value, then red chips, then green chips, then black chips, and finally gray chips, which are the highest value. I appreciate that. Gaara nodded his head. Like Han stated, this will be my first time playing, so hopefully I will not perform poorly and embarrass myself. B shook his head in response, no shame being a rookie. Just do your best, and you'll be a tough cookie. So this is really happening. Yotakata sighed again in response as he watched B begin distributing poker chips. You're not getting out of this, Yotakata. Naruto said with a grin, we all probably need the chance to relax, you know. He's right. Hotaru nodded her head, grinning, we'll have fun. The only response he received was another sigh from the Rokubai Jinchuriki. A few more seconds passed by before the chips were evenly passed out. After putting in the initial ante, Motoi proceeded to deal out the cards to the 9 Jinchuriki. Number 1 should go first. Come on Kazekage-sama, show us your worst. B prodded. Gaara pursed his lips for a moment before silently putting in 4 red chips into the pot. Yujito put in an identical amount into the pot. Yagura then dropped in 3 black chips. Yujito's eyes narrowed on the Sanbai Jinchuriki, trying to make a big play already. Why not? Yagura shrugged his shoulders in response. This game will get boring if no one does anything. Yujito's eyes narrowed suspiciously before she adjusted her ante, which Gaara reciprocated. Rashi quickly followed suit, throwing in his 3 black chips as well. When it was Han's turn to bid, the Gobi Jinchuriki immediately threw in 7 gray chips. The fuck? Yujito immediately choked in response. Oh god. Naruto started to bite his lip in panic. I fold. Yotakata, not even bothering for the other Jinchuriki to readjust their ontes, immediately placed his cards on the table. Same. Hotaru mumbled, shaking her head. Ditto. Fu shivered before joining the two. Han, you are aware that the gray chips are highest value, right? Rashi asked, his eyes darting from the pot back to his friend. I'm not stupid, Rashi. I know. Han said, crossing his arms. You were only given 10 of them. You really want to use that many already? Rashi continued, rubbing the back of his head, as your opening bid in the opening round. I am positive. Han nodded his head. Well, I'm not going to bother. Yagura mumbled as he folded his hand. Rashi was still for a moment, staring his friend in the eye, before he sighed and folded, I've never played a game like this with you, so I can't tell if you're fucking with me or not. So I'm not going to risk it. Smart. Han smirked in response. Humph. Yujito's eyes narrowed in response, personally, I feel like he's full of shit. Yujito noted as she adjusted her ante. Let's keep going then, Han. Gaara nodded his head, throwing in his newly adjusted ante into the pot. Eyes then moved towards the next person in rotation, which after the back-to-back folds of Yotakata, Hotaru, and Fu, it landed on B's turn. B, immediately, threw in all the gray chips he possessed. B-san. Han's eyebrow raised slightly. Alright, fuck you. Yujito hissed. Do you all really play this game so recklessly? Rashi's eyes widened. I like the pace number 5 set. After all, what's a game of poker without a little sweat? B noted with a grin, care to try and keep up, or is time for y'all to back up? Gaara promptly folded, I'll back up. B's grin widened, wise choice. Your remaining chips rejoice. I can tell when you're bullshitting, B. You do this all the time. Yujito grit her teeth in response before she threw in her remaining gray chips, fine, I'll call. I know you're bluffing, B. B adjusted his sunglasses slightly, am I now? Then let's throw down. I'm still here as well. Han reminded as he threw in his last set of gray chips. All attention then went to the final player, Naruto. The blonde was sweating heavily as his eyes focused on his hand intently. Fuck. I got a good hand, I think. Naruto mumbled, looking at the 3 sevens in his hand and the 2 nines. Full house, that's good, right? You aren't asking me that question, are you? Kurama asked in his mind, rolling his eyes, I don't give a fuck. Just play for God's sake. It's boring just watching you simply stare and shake. Naruto was quiet for a moment as he gripped his cards tightly. After a few seconds, he finally nodded his head and hesitantly threw in all of his gray chips. With the pot now fully set, Yujito, Han, Killer Bee, and Naruto revealed their hands to one another. Naruto's full house. Yujito's 4 of a kind, with 4 twos and a king. Killer Bee's throwaway hand with a single pair, 2 aces. And Han's straight flush, with the 8 of diamonds, 9 of diamonds, 10 of diamonds, Jack of diamonds, and Queen of diamonds. What? Yujito's eyes widened. Nuu, my chips. Naruto slammed his head down on the table, his eyes starting to redden slightly. Damn. Fu whistled in approval. Looks like a victory for me. Han said with a chuckle as he dragged the pot to his side. A straight flush. Roshi shook his head, a smirk developing on his face. Talk about beginner's luck. Only hand that could have beat that would have been a royal flush. Han snorted in response, yes, but of course, I'm only a beginner. I forgot the gray chips were the highest value, after all. Heh. Hee hee hee. Roshi chuckled lightly to himself as he rubbed the back of his head, yeah, my bad. My bad. It's fine. I was hoping you all would follow through with that line of thought. Han admitted with a chuckle, was hoping someone would think I was making a minor mistake as a newcomer. Or at the very least that I was bluffing and using my rookie status as a veil. When in fact the real veil was that you had about as strong of a hand as you could have. Yagura rubbed his chin in thought as he smiled back at the Gobi Jinchuriki. Well played, Han. Indeed. Well played. Yujito smiled in response. Her smile then faded as she turned to Bee, as for you, what the fuck was that? Why'd you raise the pot with that weak as hell hand? Was hoping you'd all buy the bait. Guess it cost me great. Bee replied sheepishly. I fell for that bullshit. And lost all of my gray chips. Yujito grit his teeth, I'll remember this, Bee. Bee shook his head, don't hate cause of your mistakes. You should have known to hit the brakes. My chips. Naruto continued to whine to himself, seemingly ignoring the others around him. The game returned to normal as the Jinchuriki and Hotaru proceeded to play a few more rounds. After weeks of intensive training, it was truly necessary for one another to relax in this environment. Their poker night would go down as one of their most enjoyable nights together throughout their training. 6 days until the exam. After finishing another group training session, Naruto created 2 clones, who walked off with Hanabi and Kanji to begin solo training. The original Naruto stayed with Katsumi, who tilted her head slightly at him. So, let's get back to work. And this time, I got something special. Naruto noted, you remember that conversation we had before we went to the exams, right? Where I said you were going to be the muscle of the team, right? Katsumi nodded her head as Naruto reached into his flak jacket and pulled out a scroll, so, I got a jutsu that's really gonna help with that. He tossed the scroll over to her. Katsumi caught it and proceeded to unravel it, looking at its specifics. Earth style, stone golem. She mumbled. So, this is an A-rank Earth style jutsu that apparently IWA tries to really keep hidden. Per what I was told, no one outside of Uegakuer knows this jutsu. Naruto admitted as he rubbed the back of his head sheepishly, let's, not let anyone who doesn't need to know find out that I'm going to teach this to you. I kinda convinced old man Roshi to give me the scroll, so he's doing me a big favor here, you know. Seriously. Katsumi's eyes widened as she stared at the scroll in her with a new light. A sense of awe developed on her face as he grip tightened, and she started to grin, it's that big of a deal, huh? Yeah, kinda. Naruto chuckled in response, old man Oniki was apparently fond of it. The jutsu lets you create a stone golem, either from the ground around you or from your mouth, molding the earth affinity chakra in your body. It's an incredibly strong and defensive technique, and it also opens the door to even more jutsu that you can use with the golem's body. A jutsu that no one outside of IWA Shinobi have ever learned. Katsumi's grin widened as she was already starting to fantasize about creating an army of stone golem that she led into battle. She shook her head, pulling herself out of her daydreams before nodding her head, let's begin right away. Just a reminder, this jutsu is an A-rank technique. So this might take a long time. Naruto said. His eyes then narrowed slightly. Also, I was being serious about keeping this jutsu a secret. But that's less for political reasons and more to hide your secrets. If you do manage to learn it before the exam starts, and I have faith you will, I don't want you using it in the exams. This is something I only want you using in the invasion, if you need it. Understood. Understood. Katsumi nodded, her face growing serious. I'm not concerned about the exam, if I were to be fully honest, Naruto-sensei. My priority is the invasion. That's good to hear. Naruto nodded his head. A few seconds passed before the grin returned to Katsumi's face as she opened up the scroll and started to read it fully. Naruto stood by her side as he began to follow her example, helping guide her in the direction to mastering this new jutsu. Absolutely ruthless. I can see why Zabuza-san speaks so fondly of you. Misora noted. Anko chuckled in response as she walked down the streets of Kumogakure alongside Misora. The two had just finished a sparring session with one another and were now walking together back to the apartments assigned to the genin teams. Both were moving slower than usual, however, as their bodies were covered with bruises. Anko had a few visible, deep cuts on her skin while Misora had burn marks that she was going to need to get treated. Just let me know whenever you want to do that again. That was definitely needed. Anko replied, her hands going to the back of her head. You use the hidden mist jutsu differently than most shinobi I've seen, by the way. Is that a bloodline for you? Some type of mist manipulation? I wouldn't call it a bloodline, it's more of a hidden technique, like the techniques of the Yamanaka clan or Akimichi clan in your village. Misora replied, shrugging her shoulders. The Kawada clan traces our roots to Kawada Muichiro, who was a confidant of the Shodai Mizukage, Byakuran. They forged Kirigakure together, and Muichiro's contribution to that was the creation of the mist that surrounds and hides Kirigakure from outsiders. He taught the jutsu to the Kiri shinobi, and it has been taught throughout the village's history, but there are certain attributes that were only passed down to his blood descendants, such as myself. Huh. Interesting. Anko rubbed her chin in thought, kinda weird, I've never heard about him before. Not necessarily. Misora shook her head. Considering how closed off Kirigakure used to be in regards to the other major villages, it's only natural. She then eyed the Konoha Jonin curiously, although, since you are also technically a Kiri shinobi and a member of our Seven Swordsmen, you probably should be better familiarized on our village's history in more detail. Yeah, I know. Anko sighed, I got to study more. She then tilted her head slightly, kinda weird, though, that this guy is credited for the mist that surrounds your village, but he never became Mizukage. That sounds like he helped set up the village, but never got the full credit. All he did was assist with keeping the village secret. He didn't unite the village. That was all Byakuran-sama. Misora replied with a snort. And if Muichiro sounds impressive to you, you should look into the history of the Shodai Mizukage. Oh, I already know plenty about him. Anko replied, bringing her hand to her chest. A blacksmith turned shinobi, who forged all 7 swords used by the 7 swordsmen, renowned for having the best kenjutsu in recorded history, even greater than Iwa's Kurogane clan and Tetsu no Kuni's samurai, and the strongest fire affinity seen in anyone outside of Hai no Kuni. Byakuran united Kirigakure under the iron grip of an absolute juggernaut of a human being. Misora smirked in response as she crossed her arms, so you are familiar with some Kirigakure history. Hey, I said I got to study more. But that doesn't mean I knew nothing. Anko said, smirking back, I also know dash. Kirigakure Jonin-san. Anko's and Misora's conversation came to a halt as they were approached by a teenaged girl with long black hair, styled in a ponytail, and brown eyes. The girl wore a Shimogakure forehead protector around her neck and had a standard Shimo uniform on, with a white, stylish jacket over it. Sorry to bother you too. She mumbled. I, just wanted to ask you a question. Misora tilted her head slightly, a question that took you so long that you had been following us ever since Anko-san and I left our training ground spar. The Shimo genin paused for a second, her cheeks blushing red in embarrassment. Anko, meanwhile, turned to face Misora with a curious stare. She'd been there at the training ground. She asked. I noticed that she was following us when we got back to Kumo, but I never noticed her back there. Why you noticed me? I didn't even go to the training ground, though. I'm so sorry. She mumbled. I merely sensed your presence. I have particularly enhanced chakra sensory abilities, especially if I previously had been exposed to someone's chakra signature before. Misora elaborated. Her eyebrow then raised slightly. We met during the second exam, yes? You were one of the genin attacked by that false Kiri shinobi. Why yes. She nodded her head. F. Fujiwara Yukihana. And nice to meet you again. Yukihana. Like the name. Anko said, before her eyes narrowed. So, what do you need? Well, why you see? The Shimo Kunoichi's words started to trail on slightly before she bowed, facing Misora. Please. Take me on as a student. Both Anko's and Misora's eyes widened in response. I beg your pardon. Misora asked. I thought it was absolutely incredible how fast you defeated that guy back in the Rayun fields. It was so cool. Yukihana stated, bringing her hands together as her eyes started to almost light up in a way that startled Anko. I want to be a better kunoichi, so will you train me? Why? Misora asked, tilting her head. I'm not from your village. That's no matter. Yukihana shook her head, grinning in response. My parents are very wealthy back home, so I'm sure they'd pay you enough money to move to Shimo. It's really pretty and we can dash. I'll cut you off there. No. Misora shook her head, causing Yukihana's eyes to widen. No offense, but I am rather loyal to Kirigakure. No amount of money will sway me from my village. Then what if I move to Kiri? She mumbled in response, poking her fingers together. I'm sure my father would be willing to let me move, but I'd have to get my mother's permission, and dash. You'd turn your back on your home village like that? Misora frowned in response. I'm not quite certain why you wish to be taught by me, but you do not appear to be an idea student if you have no sense of pride for the village you took an oath to serve. And no, I'd remain a Shimo shinobi, it would only be for a little bit. It's just. Yukihana shook her head, looking down in response. And no one really puts much effort into being a shinobi in Shimogakure. My Jonin sensei is supposedly one of the top of our village, but I was informed that he's more akin to a chunin from another major village. Yeah, that's true. You Shimo shinobi are notoriously shitty fighters. Anko noted, nodding her head. Yukihana flinched in response, which caused Anko to raise an eyebrow. What? You just said that yourself. That's true, but... Yukihana bit down on her lip. I don't want that to be the case. I want to actually be a shinobi that makes my village proud, that puts Shimogakure on the radar of other villages. Misora was quiet for a moment before she sighed. She took a step forward towards Yukihana, which caused the Shimo genin to flinch in response. Fujiwara-san, my duty is to my own genin students. I need to ensure they are trained properly. Misora stated sharply. Yukihana's lip biting grew harder, and it appeared like the girl was about to start crying. Misora sighed once more as she brought a hand forward. However, if you wish, for as long as I'm here in the village, I'll offer to train you for an hour and a half each day. No more. No less. And only you. Is that satisfactory? The Shimo genin's eyes widened as she immediately rubbed at her eyes, getting rid of the wetness that had started to form. A grin developed on her face as she ignored Misora's handshake and rushed towards her with a hug. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. She exclaimed over and over again. Misora remained quiet for a moment as the Shimo kunoichi continued to exclaim her gratitude multiple times before rushing off in order to prepare for a training session tomorrow. When she finally left, Anko turned to Misora with a curious expression on her face. Any particular reason you agreed to take her on? Anko asked. I mean, it's not like Shimo and Kiri are allies. I'm not quite certain. Misora admitted, rubbing the back of her head. But I suppose I will find out tomorrow if I made a mistake or not. Anko snorted in response as the two jonin continued on their walk. 5 days until the exam. Upon finishing another group session with his students, Naruto's shadow clones escorted both Kanji and Katsumi to keep working on their other individual practices. Naruto and Hanabi remained alone. Hanabi brought her hands together as he looked at her sensei intently. Naruto-sensei, are you wanting to work on my gentle fist more? Or should I focus on more medical ninjutsu? She asked. I feel I'm getting stronger with both, in addition to dash. I do have something special I want to work with you, Hanabi, but I got a question I wanted to ask you real quick. Naruto asked. The Hyuga's words died on her lips as she tilted her head in curiosity. Did you ever get an answer to the question you asked me a while ago? Huh. Hanabi blinked in response before her eyes widened. You mean, about what kind of shinobi you think I should be? Yes, but rephrase it. Naruto said, crossing his arms. What kind of shinobi do you think you should be? Hanabi was silent for a moment as she closed her eyes in thought for a moment. A few seconds passed by before she opened her eyes again, staring intently at her Jonin-sensei. The best I can be, she said sharply. And what does that mean? Naruto asked. I'm a collection of everything that has made me who I am. Hanabi admitted, her eyes narrowing. I'm a Hyuga clan shinobi, gifted in the gentle fist. I'm studying medical ninjutsu, using my Byakugan to better recognize injuries and provide optimal healing. She then gestured towards the snake around her neck, who looked up to her, and I have an ally in Hebai Hiro, who both serves as a friend and is willing to help me out in combat. Hebai Hiro smiled in response but did not say anything and laid his head against her neck once more. But that's not answering the question, what does that all mean? Naruto continued to press, you are all of these identities, and you are striving to be your best. What is that to you? Hanabi tightened her fists for a moment. I intend on being the strongest shinobi I possibly can be, to keep my village and my family and friends safe. I still need to figure out my niche, but I know I'll find it and excel there. Good to hear. Naruto smirked in response as he brought his arms to his side. You definitely have time to find your own niche. You're still a genin right now and really early into your career. I just wanted to make sure that you found an answer that you were satisfied with. Why? Hanabi's gaze softened slightly as she stared at her Jonin-sensei in confusion. I mean, it makes sense if you think about it. Naruto shrugged his shoulders in response. If you still got questions about yourself and your own worth, how can you actually expect to grow stronger? Subconsciously, you'll hold yourself back. Or, that's how I see it at least. Hanabi hummed in thought for a moment before she nodded her head in response. That makes sense. Now, I actually got another technique for you to learn. And for Hebai Hiro, as well. Naruto offered, causing the snake to perk up slightly in response. The Uzumaki reached into his flak jacket and pulled out a scroll that he tossed over to Hanabi. She quickly unraveled it, with both her and the snake started to read the jutsu. Ninja art, poison fog. She read. It's a little something I picked up from Yotakata, one of the other Jinchuriki I'm training with. Naruto said, his smirk widening into a grin, I'd like to teach it to both you and Hebai Hiro. I have an idea on how to incorporate it into your gentle fist. Really? Hanabi's eyes widened before a grin of her own developed on her face. Then tell me. Where am I? When Isarabi opened her eyes, the world around her was blurry. She could not fully process what was happening around her as she started to pull herself off the ground. She could not process how long she had been out. The last thing she remembered was that Kabuto said he wanted to do another round of experiments on her. She consented and that was where her memory ceased. I feel so sore. I'm going to have to ask for a break from these experiments for a little bit. She internally grumbled as her hands traced her body, everything feels sore. I'm going to have to train. Her eyes widened as her mind caught up to her feeling. Her hands, actual hands, were tracing over her body and feeling skin. Human skin. She continued to rub on every inch of skin, checking for any scales. She felt nothing but skin. Did it work? She mumbled to herself, feeling hope rise throughout her body. She jumped up from her position and she was now fully standing. Registering that she was still in the cave that Kabuto and Haiden were camping out in, she rushed over a small lake and looked down at her reflection. Immediately, she stared to cry tears of joy. He did. He actually did it. Ah, you're awake. Her eyes widened in response as she turned around, seeing Kabuto approach her. The silver-haired man adjusted his glasses as a chuckle escaped his lips. My apologies for putting you out for 2 days. I wasn't expecting you'd stay unconscious for this long, but I guess your body needed time to adjust. The man's words died on his throat as Isarabi, once again, closed the distance between them and pulled him into a tight embrace. Kabuto's eyes widened as Isarabi clutched onto him tightly, sobbing into his shoulder. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you so much. She repeated over and over. Like the last time she embraced him, Kabuto froze. He tried to return her hug, but his body was not responding to that thought. He remained stiff, unable to move, as Isarabi continued to hug him tightly. After nearly a minute like this, Isarabi finally calmed herself down and ended her embrace. She rubbed at her eyes, which were still wet with tears, as she looked at the Akatsuki member. I'm sorry. She mumbled. I need to remind myself why you don't like contact like that. It's fine. Kabuto finally mumbled, adjusting his glasses. I'm simply not used to it. In truth, Isarabi's hugs reminded him of Nono's. Perhaps that's why. A second passed before he adjusted his glasses once more. As I mentioned when I first brought this up, I was able to alter your physical appearance back to normal, but I can't do anything to the actual changes done to your DNA. To demonstrate what I mean, please channel chakra. Isarabi nodded her head and began to channel her chakra. Immediately, her appearance reverted back to its Kaima form. She then stopped channeling chakra, causing her appearance to return to that of a normal human once again. I see. She mumbled in response as she brought a hand to her chin in thought, I won't be able to get rid of it. But it's not showing anymore. It's, as I said, the best case scenario would be. Kabuto reminded. That's acceptable, yes. Of course. Isarabi nodded her head as she tightened her hands into fists, it's better this way. I'm not the weak little girl that Amaki experimented on anymore. I'm strong, now. She then channeled chakra once more, returning back to her Kaima form, I will never be weak again. The two were silent once more before Isarabi turned her focus solely to Kabuto. A grin developed on her face as she brought a hand to her chest. I owe you a debt that I'm never going to be able to properly pay off. She admitted, her grip tightening, but I will definitely try. You say the word, and I'll do anything. You know your organization's plans, right? Kabuto nodded in response, causing her grin to widen, I'll kill whoever you need me to. Just give me the heads up. Heh. Kabuto grinned in response back, thank you, Isarabi. 4 days until the exam. Alright, let's eat. Koji nearly shouted. Hinata, Shikamaru, Ino, and Shino chuckled in response as they watched the Akimichi dig into his plate of barbecue. The three eventually turned to their own plates and started to eat their own food. It's so good. Hinata sighed as she savored the taste of her steak for a second before turning to Koji, thanks for the invite, Koji-kun. Don't worry about ID. Koji mumbled between bites before he swallowed the food in his mouth. He grinned as he eyed his plate, trying to figure out which piece of meat to eat next. It's been a long time since our teams went out anywhere together. It's a shame Naruto couldn't be here, though. Ino admitted with a sigh, I was kinda hoping to ask him about how Kanji-kun's training was going good. I got to talk to Hanabi a little bit ago, and she said their training is going good. Hinata offered. I would imagine it's going well. Shino said before he turned his attention to Hinata and Shikamaru, how is your training going? Koji, Ino, and I have really taken advantage of our time and having dedicated weeks to training, so I can only imagine how you two have been spending it. Oh, same. Shikamaru said, sighing slightly, training with Homura-sensei, training with Katsuya-sama, individual training sessions, shogi matches with my dad, sparring with Hinata, Anko-sensei, and Kuratsuki. A snort escaped his lips as he crossed his arms, I've actually been training too much. I'm trying to not overdo it any more than I already have so I don't injure myself. Same. Hinata nodded her head in agreement. I've been training in Ryokai Cave every day and dash. Koji nearly choked. Koji. Ino's eyes widened as she turned her attention towards her teammate. Are you okay dash? The blonde noticed that Koji had not choked on his meal and was, instead, staring forward towards the door to the restaurant. She noticed a waitress leading 4 Kyumigakuer shinobi towards a table. 2 of them, a man and woman with similar blonde hair that appeared to be related, she did not recognize, but the other 2 were a pair of shinobi that she remembered. Ah, it's her. Ino said with a grin as she turned to Koji, who was already starting to blush. What was her name again, Koji? Karui, right. Why do you remember that? He mumbled, shaking his head. Hinata tilted her head slightly. Do you know them? No. 2 of those Kyumo shinobi are ones we crossed paths with in the street one day. We had no conversation with them. Shino shook his head before a chuckle escaped his lips. However, Koji appears to be interested in the girl with dash. Shino. Koji turned to face the Abarame with a scowl on his face. Not you too. Don't tease me about this too. Alright Koji, this time is your time. Ino declared as she stood up from her seat. We're going to introduce you and you're going to impress her and her friends, okay? Ino. Koji stood up, shaking his head. Don't you dare. What if she dash? His words died on his lips as Ino left the table and started to walk over towards the Kyumo shinobi's table. Ino. Koji hurried behind, trying to stop Ino from moving further. The blonde continued to rush past him, heading directly towards the table. The 4 Kyumo shinobi all turned their attention towards her as Ino looked at them with a grin before introducing herself. Hinata, Shikamaru, and Shino all stared at the scene for a few seconds before they shook their heads and turning back to one another. Poor Koji-kun. Hinata mumbled to herself, should we help him? Unless you wish to have Ino claw your eye out, I'd recommend not. Shino suggested with a chuckle, she is rather cavalier about this. How do I know this? She is the same way in regards back in Konoha whenever I am around Fusan. Fu. Shikamaru blinked in response. Do you have a thing for her, Shino? I am not quite certain. Shino admitted, adjusting his sunglasses. I will confess that I enjoy spending time with her. She has a passion for insects that I don't believe I have witnessed in anyone other than other Abarame clan shinobi. And conversations with her are rather intellectually stimulating. True. Shikamaru nodded his head, chuckling. Yeah, she's a lot smarter than she carries herself. She makes conversations interesting. And she is really pretty, isn't she? Hinata asked. Shino did not reply slightly, but a slight pinkish tone developed on his face, which caused Hinata to grin in response. You do think so, don't you? I won't deny that. Shino admitted. Why don't you ask her out when this is all over? Shikamaru offered, shrugging his shoulders. Maybe dash. You think you can out-eat me just because you're big, don't you fatso? I'm not fat, damn it. That's fighting words. Shikamaru, Hinata, and Shino turned their heads towards the Kyumigakuer shinobi table in time to see Koji take a seat at the opposite side of the table to the blonde male Kyumo shinobi. The other 3 Kyumo shinobi were staring back and forth between him and Koji while Ino stood in front of the table, looking on in horror. Atsui, please don't make a scene. Amwa grumbled, shaking his head. Stay out of this, Amwa. The man hissed in response before looking Koji in the eye. Name's Atsui. I'm the hotshot who's gonna out-eat you once the meal comes out, you fat bastard. I'm Akimichi Koji, and I'm not going to let those insults slide. Koji shouted back, his hands tightening. You don't have a shot at beating me, I will crush you. Well, looks like that meeting didn't go the way Ino wanted it to. Hinata noted with a giggle. Indeed. Shino nodded his head as he studied his teammate. Beyond the abstract horror on her face, she looks angry. I feel the only thing keeping her calm is the fact that we are in public. I presume Koji is going to hear about this later. Well, she did sort of force this. She's gotta live with the consequence. Shikamaru said with a snort. His eyes then moved over to Karui, who was chuckling as her eyes seemed to focus slightly on Koji. A smirk developed on his face as he shook his head, but who knows, maybe that will end up working. Certainly seems like that girl will remember Koji now. Conversation between Shikamaru, Hinata, and Shino came to a halt as the three started to focus all of their attention on the Kyumigakuer table. You summoned us, Oyashiro-sama. And Oya's hero took a sip of his coffee before turning his attention to Chino, Naoki, and Yakumo. The three took a few steps forward before they bowed their heads towards him. A smirk developed on his face as he set his coffee cup down and brought his hands together. Earlier today, Akatsuki sent over all the money. Oya's hero stated, the Kyumigakuer assignment if officially ego. Do we have to do this? Chino asked, tilting her head slightly, can't we just run with the money? Oya's hero brought his hand to his chin, as if in thought. He then quickly shook his head, nah, that won't be necessary. I don't want to make enemies of them. Especially since that organization is about to get really profitable soon. His smirk widened into a grin, I'm confident they're going to pull this off, you know? I think this invasion on Kyumo might be enough to wipe the village. And just imagine the power vacuum losing one of the 5 major shinobi villages will create. His hand went over to the desk and pulled out a small fan. He then proceeded to fan himself slightly, starting to chuckle. I think we're not too far off from a 4th shinobi world war, if all the dominoes fall the way I'm expecting it to. That's where we come in, offering both sides our services through different contacts. The amount of money that's about to come in. He sighed contently, as he shook his head, if we play our cards right, the amount of money we'll make is limitless. Chino, Naoki, and Yakumo said nothing in response, simply staring at their boss. After a few seconds, Oya's hero finally stopped fanning himself and his eyes focused on the three. He pointed his fan directly at Chino. Now, the request for our assets in general is to just cause chaos and kill indiscriminately. All of you, feel free to do just that alongside the others. I'll pass that order on to all the others. Oya's hero stated. I was told the information about our assistance to Akatsuki was leaked out, but luckily none of the exact information about specific Kekkei Genkai I control was leaked. That still gives all 3 of you the element of surprise in a fight. His eyes then focused on Chino, especially you. The Katsuri Yugan will definitely starter whatever poor bastard that has to fight you. I'd hope so. She replied with an obnoxious sounding giggle. She's so fake. Yakumo noted, taking in a deep breath, trying not to show her own dissatisfaction. So we know our assignments, what is yours, Oyashiro-sama? Naoki asked. I don't have one. I don't need to have one. Oya's hero clarified, scowling in response. Akatsuki hired my assets, and that is you. I technically don't have to do anything. He shrugged his shoulders, his grin quickly returning, if you do need me, though, I'll be looking around for more tools to collect. There's a Terumi on the Kirigakuer Genin team and I'd like to acquire him to replace Futsu. And if there's any other interesting assets, I'd like to obtain them. Chino, Naoki, and Yakumo were silent for a moment. Oya's hero continued to chat with them, giving them orders from that point, but the 3 had mentally checked out of listening to them. After a few more minutes, the man had finally dismissed them and they walked out together. A few seconds passed by as they continued to walk through Oyashiro's mansion. After they had made it sufficient enough distance away from Oyashiro's office, the 3 finally dropped their neutral expressions. One of us should kill that Terumi kid. Naoki suggested, bringing his hand to his chin, better to save him the trouble of being forced into Oyashiro's servitude. We can't do that. This is when we finally get away from this asshole. Chino said, shaking her head. Once the invasion starts, I'm going to free Amuda from his cell and have him join up with us. Then the 4 of us need to leave. Agreed. Yakumo spoke softly. I don't wish for any good fortune for Oya's hero, but I do hope he is right about Akatsuki's victory. A small smirk developed on her face. Imagine the 4th Shinobi World War happening soon, imagine all 5 great nations falling. Sounds almost too good to be true, but maybe it can happen. Chino noted, smirking as well, I'd love to be involved in that. Likewise. Naoki nodded his head in agreement. The three bodyguards fell into silence as they finally separated from one another. 3 days until the exam. Anko breathed heavily, struggling to stay on her feet as she stood in Ryokai Cave, directly in front of the White Snake Sage. Their training session had been going on for 3 hours now and the Jonin was starting to feel slightly winded. The White Snake Sage focused intently on the shinobi for a moment before her eyes moved over to a puddle of poison that was directly in front of her. She focused intently on it for a moment before she turned her head and started to chuckle. I will confess, Anko-chan, that your development as a sage compared to Hinata's is rather interesting to me. The White Snake Sage said as she breathed out a poof of smoke. Anko titled her head slightly in response, what do you mean by that? I mean in regards to where your strengths last. The White Snake Sage clarified, chuckling once more, I was told that you actually used our clan's ninjutsu techniques, such as the hidden snake hand and its variants, much more frequently compared to Hinata-chan. From what I understood, she only used the summoning jutsu and none of the related techniques that you, Orochimaru-kun, and Kabuto-kun knew. She breathed out another poof of smoke from her cigar, and yet, her skill with generating our clan's poison is exponentially superior to yours. Exponentially. Anko frowned at the word. While she considered herself rather proud, Anko was not against the idea of Hinata growing stronger than her. That was the whole point of training someone. In a perfect world, the next generation would grow stronger than the previous and fix their weaknesses. The thought that any of her students being better than her was actually something she was looking forward to. Being told that Hinata was exponentially superior, however? Anko bit on her lip hard, trying to stomach the thought. Did I injure your pride, Anko-chan? The White Snake Sage chuckled in response. How amusing. I didn't expect to offend you. I'm not offended. Anko replied, bringing her hands together slightly, I'm just curious, I guess. To be honest, I'm not quite certain why Hinata-chan picks up on our poisons so fast. I think perhaps it has to do with her Byakugan, maybe. The snake offered. Whereas you have to make changes to your poison's potency based on feelings alone, Hinata-chan is able to see the makeup of our poison compared to hers and has been able to adjust accordingly whenever differences have been spotted. That makes sense. Anko noted, closing her eyes in thought. So since I'm going by just on a feeling, it's taking me longer to make my poison just right. That would be correct. The White Snake Sage nodded her head, with that in mind, I think it might be more fruitful for you to focus on where you excel over her. After all, you have a time limit before your mission is ready. Anko's eyes opened in response, and what's that? Hinata's skill with our poison is one thing, but I believe you take in much more natural energy than her. As a result, in regards to senjutsu, you definitely are able to use more of it for stronger techniques. She elaborated. With that and this invasion coming soon, we should focus on using all of that nature energy. I see. Anko said, bowing her head. I'll take that. Much easier pill to swallow. A smirk developed on her face. All right, Hinata, you found your niche in this field, but I have my own. And I'm not going to let myself fall behind you like that. Your fire affinity is your strongest, yes? The White Snake Sage asked. Anko nodded her head in response, which caused the snake to smirk as well. You are aware that our sages could also colloquially be referred to as dragon sages, correct? I was not. Anko shook her head in response. Dragons share a lot of superficial similarities to snakes. Our heads, our elongated bodies, our scales. I could go on. Some say that the first dragon you humans imagined was actually a snake. The snake replied as she breathed out even more smoke. It is curious, though, where the fire-breathing myth came from. As she chuckled, she breathed out even more smoke from her cigar. The smoke started to spread throughout the top of the cave entirely as she turned her head upwards, although, I do believe I understand where the origin of that legend came from. Sage art, fire style, sea of flames. The White Snake Sage opened her mouth and breathed out a massive firestorm from her mouth. The individual waves of the firestorm almost appeared to look like snakes as they crashed into the ceiling of the cave. Upon making contact with the smoke in the air, an explosion was ignited, covering the entire cave's top half in fire. Anko winced slightly as she began to drip sweat from her body. Her eyes widened in response, as her eyes focused intently on the flames, watching them melt through the ceiling and extending the cave even higher. Both Anko and the snake were quiet as they simply stared at the flames. Anko watched the fire move throughout the ceiling, continuing to burn without any abandon or signs of stopping. After a few minutes, the white snake sage opened her mouth, causing the flames to rush back from the ceiling, moving again like waves of fire snakes before returning to her mouth. Upon swallowing the flames whole, the sage breathed out another large of smoke, causing Anko's eyes to widen. I am almost certain that even the ocean does not have enough water to douse those flames. The white snake sage noted, well, Anko-chan. Are you interested? Yes. Very much so. Anko bowed her head. The snake chuckled as she and the snake summoner went back to training once again. Another day she isn't waking up, huh? Karen noted with a sigh. The Kyuzagakuer Jonin received the notice from Masakado and Susumu about Teiwa's injuries. She was not certain of the specifics, all she knew was that she was meeting with a spy within Akatsuki and was attacked by one of Akatsuki's top members, but she rushed over to the hospital upon hearing about her condition and made sure to visit her every day, waiting to greet her once she woke up. She never did. From what the medics had explained to her, Teiwa was placed under a genjutsu just before she succumbed to her injuries. Being hit by a genjutsu just before unconsciousness was one of the most malicious things a person could do to someone. The body would be too focused on trying to heal itself to afford the chance to handle the mental strain from the genjutsu. Even for someone as proficient in genjutsu as Teiwa would not be able to dispel it so easily in her current physical state. With each passing day, it was becoming more and more like Teiwa was going to be unconscious for a month. Such bullshit. I didn't even know she was in Kyumagakuer. I haven't even seen her since the Uzushiagakuer mission. Karen mumbled to herself, bringing her hands together, haven't spoken with her since and the first time I see her, she's in a coma. Karen was not certain how much time had passed since she arrived, but after what felt like an eternity, the door to Teiwa's room opened and another visitor walked in, Uzumaki Masakado. A small smile developed on Karen's face as she nodded her head at her fellow Uzumaki. No improvement, huh? Masakado asked. Nope. Karen said, shaking her head, I was just keeping her company until one of the medics comes back to check on her. I see. Masakado sighed, well, thank you for that, Karen. I'm sure Teiwa will appreciate it. She is going to wake up, right? Karen asked, looking down slightly. Masakado was silent for a moment as his eyes focused on Teiwa's unconscious body for a few seconds before he turned back to Karen. A small smile developed on his lips as he walked over towards her position and put his hand on her right shoulder. I'm positive. Beyond just the medics predicting her to be alright, beyond Tsunade saying she will be okay. I just have a feeling, I guess. Masakado said with a chuckle, I got to trust the Uzumaki clan instincts, I guess. A frown developed on Karen's face, you mean the same instincts that led to you attacking us in the Uzushiagakuer temple? That. Masakado's smile immediately dropped into a frown of his own as he bit his lip for a second in thought. A sigh escaped his lips, I was out of touch with reality back then and still grieving. I acted without logic back then. That was not following my instincts, that was my anger acting out irrationally, and it's something I will always regret. Karen did not say anything in response. Masakado's grip on her shoulder loosened as the man took in a deep breath, his eyes moving back to Teiwa's body. He stayed quiet for a few more seconds before he started to speak again. When I say my Uzumaki clan instincts, I meant that I've buried a lot of people, some of whom I was hoping were simply in a coma, because I made up some excuses to think that they were still alive. Karen turned her head to face the former Uzukage, who continued to speak, at this point. I think I can tell when one our clansman is actually close to death or not. His smile returned slightly, and I have a feeling that Teiwa is okay. Just have to make sure someone's here for her when she wakes up. Karen was quiet for a moment, simply staring back at the elder Uzumaki. After a few seconds of silence, a small smile developed on her face as she nodded her head. I'll trust your instincts, then, she said. The two Uzumaki remained still for a moment in the room before Karen turned towards the door. Well, If you're here Masakato, would you mind keeping her company until the next medic comes around? She asked. If I can get out a little earlier, I'd like to see if my team is willing to start training again an hour earlier. Fine with me. Masakato nodded his head. How are they doing, by the way? I don't think I've met your students yet. That's intentional on their part. Karen sighed in response. Masakato's eyes narrowed in response, but before he could say anything, Karen continued, their training is going very well. If this were a standard Chunin exams, they'd all become Chunin with flying colors, I think. That's good to hear. Masakato noted, they're prepared in case something happens after the exam, right? Yeah, but they're probably going to keep their distance from the action. Karen answered as she walked towards the door, that's what we planned for them. For them. Masakato's eyebrow raised slightly. Are you planning on helping in the invasion? Well, duh. Karen snorted in response as she turned back to look at her cousin's bedridden body. I know I'm not going to be able to fight against the guy who did this to Tewa, but you can bet I'm going to help fight against them. Akatsuki's been hunting Naruto and they did to Tewa. Her hands tightened into fists, it's personal. 2 days until the exam. You all arrived? He noted as he opened the door to the Raikage's office, coming face to face with Jiraiya, Mei, and Kurotsuki. Have a seat. The other 3 Kage nodded in response as they entered the office and followed the Raikage. Unlike the room's standard layout, he had set up a square table on the left side of the room, by the windows. Directly next to one of the chairs was a fridge. The 4 Kage each took a seat at the table, with he taking the seat next to the fridge. He opened it before pulling out 4 bottles of sake. He slid 3 of them to his 3 guests before he opened the 4th bottle. Surprised you're having a meeting with us and you didn't invite Gaara. Kurotsuki noted as she stared at a bottle. I thought I made it clear when I sent Darui and Mabi out with the invitation, this isn't a formal meeting, so there's no need to drag him away from Shimigame Island right before he leaves. He noted. Besides, I was informed that the Kaze Kage does not drink, so I doubt he would enjoy this much. I am more surprised that you even invited us over to begin with. Jiraiya admitted, chuckling, you never struck me as much of a drinker yourself. I'm not. But God knows I need a couple of these. He grumbled as he immediately chugged his bottle of sake. He drank about halfway through the bottle before setting back down on the table. I haven't been able to relax in months, so I figured it would be nice to unwind. And I figured you all have been as preoccupied about this too, so it would be to your benefit to drink as well. Trust me, I never turn down a gentleman's offer for a drink. Mei said, winking as she took a sip of her own bottle. This is Kaminari sake. Jiraiya noted, looking at his bottle. He chuckled as he opened up his bottle, this is one of Tsunade's favorites. She's got good taste. He nodded his head as he took another sip of his own bottle, brewed here in this country. One of the strongest alcohol drinks you can legally get. So, it'll fuck you up, huh? Kurotsuki asked as she took a sip of her own drink. Upon finishing, she whistled in approval as she lovingly gripped onto her bottle, oh, I like that. Drink as much as you like. He said, gesturing towards the fridge, I got plenty. His eyes then narrowed, just don't puke here. I will kill anyone who vomits in my office. The 4 Kage grew quiet as they focused on their own drinks. He replaced people's bottles as they finished, and Dode came into the office to drop off some carriage at the Raikage's request. The group simply indulged on the food and drink for a moment, enjoying a quiet moment to relax. After about 15 minutes of silence, he turned his head towards the window. He looked out at the streets of Kumogakure for a moment before he sighed. Kumo's never been invaded before. He mumbled, drawing attention to the man, I am not looking forward to seeing the effects of this. No one should like the idea of seeing their home get invaded. Mei noted, frowning in response, I still remember leading the invasion on Kirigakure during the Civil War. I knew it had to happen and will never regret it, but there was a certain melancholy feeling of seeing streets I walked down as a little girl completely destroyed, even if the destruction was necessary. Necessary. Jiraiya repeated the word with a grunt, says something about our world that violence like that is necessary, huh? Suppose it does. The Mizukage hummed slightly, but there's really nothing we can do about that, can we? Guess not. Jiraya's eyes moved towards his own bottle of sake, gripping it tightly. There's just so much hate in this world. It's something I always wanted to do something about, but never knew what exactly to do. You can't try and do anything about it. He shook his head. Hate will always exist. That's the way the world works. It's an endless cycle. Jiraiya sighed in response. An endless cycle that hurts everyone. Kurotsuka finished her bottle of sake. As she set down her bottle, a frown developed on her face. I've seen it take over someone. It turned Kamaizura Suzumibuki into a monster, whose hatred for Konoha turned into a hatred for loyal Iwa shinobi who did not agree with her plans to go to war. Mei nodded her head in agreement. It turned a lot of Kirigakure shinobi into monsters. Tomo, Karatoriki, Unmo, Jinpachi, Kushimaru. I could go on forever recounting all the promising Kirigakure shinobi that turned on everything Kirigakure stood for just because of their hate alone. I don't really care about hate. We aren't gods. No one can do anything about something as arbitrary as hate, so it's pointless to even try. He said as he chugged another bottle of sake. Within seconds, he finished the whole bottle and slammed it into the table, causing it to shake slightly. All that matters is keeping our villages safe. True. Mei said, taking another sip of her bottle. That's why we're here, though. Hopefully, in 2 days' time, the biggest threat to our village's safety and security will be gone. It will be. Kurotsuka stated sharply, her hands tightening. Akatsuki will fall? Yes, it will. Jiraiya nodded his head in response. The 4 were quiet for a moment as they all held out their bottles. Doing a cheers together, all 4 downed the bottle entirely before continuing. It would be a surreal sight to see for many past shinobi, to see 4 of the 5 united under one conviction. Despite their differences in personalities, beliefs, and experiences, all 4 were genuinely united and were going to do everything in their power to make sure that Akatsuki failed and fell. You made ramen. Naruto nearly shouted as he walked into B's kitchen. The Uzumaki took a sniff of the aroma of the room before a grin developed on his face as he rushed over to the table. The remaining Jinchuriki and Hotaru followed suit as B and Yujito started to pass out individual bowls. It was my idea to work with the noodles, so you best enjoy, cause I wasn't frugal. B noted, plenty of all the toppings you could crave. Anything to make my fellow Jinchuriki rave. B did do most of the cooking. Make of that what you will. Yujito noted, chuckling as she took her own seat. Yagura tilted his head slightly in response, are you a particularly good cook, B-san? All jokes aside, he's actually really good when he actually bothers. Yujito noted, gesturing towards the bowls. I think you all will love it. It smells so fucking good. Naruto sighed in contentment, almost drooling. He quickly shook his head as he broke apart his chopsticks. Let's eat. The remaining Jinchuriki followed suit, and within seconds the group started to eat together. As Yujito had said, B's ramen ended up being delicious. The 10 remained quiet as they simply focused on devouring their meal. That was so good. Naruto sighed in contentment as he set his bowl down upon finishing. It almost reminded me of Ichiraku's. That's that ramen stand in Konoha you took Han and I to, right? Rashi asked. Naruto nodded his head, earning a smirk from the elder, would love to go and try that place again. That was probably the best ramen I've ever had. B shook his head, frowning, praising someone else's meal instead of your dinner? Damn, do I feel like a real winner. He means no offense, B-san. Han spoke up with a chuckle, although I must confess that I really enjoyed that curry chicken ramen Ichiraku-san made for us. I would really enjoy going back someday. I'd love that. It's been way too long since you two visited Konoha. Naruto exclaimed as he focused on the other Jinchuriki. Actually, I'd love to take all of you to Ichiraku someday. My treat. Your treat, huh? Yotakata smirked in response as he finished his bowl. Fine with me. I'm sure Kiri would permit Hotaru and I to travel to Konoha sometime. Kiri permit? Yagura asked as he turned to face Yotakata. I don't recall you ever asking for permission to travel anywhere. I believed that was part of your conditions for siding with the rebels. Ah. Yotakata rubbed his head in response, his smirk softening into a smile. I'm actually intending on going back to Kirigakure and reclaiming my shinobi status. Yagura's eyes widened in response. Are you serious? Yotakata nodded his head, which caused Yagura to smile back. I'm very happy to hear that. It will be great having you in the village. Good on you, kid. Rashi nodded his head, looking over at Yotakata. Your village needs you. More than you probably realize. He then turned downward, staring into his empty ramen bowl. I know that's how it was for me. Rashi. Han frowned as he placed his right hand on Rashi's shoulder. The Yonbai Jinchuriki turned to his friend, smiling at him, before turning his head back to his bowl. His hands tightened. I always told myself I'd like to do what you actually were doing, Yotakata. Rashi admitted, rubbing the back of his neck. I always wanted to leave IWA and just get away. Roam the earth, see everything it had to offer, and write some good books along the way. Always thought the village wouldn't really need me. A sigh escaped his lips as an image of Oniki entered his mind. I was wrong. IWA needs me, now more than ever. He then turned back to Yotakata, nodding his head once again in approval, and Kiri needs you too. I'm aware. Yotakata replied, bringing his hands together. He turned to face Yujito and Killer Bee before bowing his head. Thank you. For what? Yujito asked. The training here was for our benefit as much as yours. No, beyond just that. He said, shaking his head. I got closure here I was never expecting to get. For the first time in my life, I feel prepared for the next stage, and I am excited for it. I owe that to this experience. He then bowed once again. So, thank you both. Yotakata-sensei. Hotaru smiled in response as she leaned slightly against the Rokubai Jinchuriki. I second that. Fu added, bringing her hands together. Yujito and B turned to face her. This has always been something I was doing wrong. I always thought there was something wrong with me, being unable to control the Nanabi's powers properly. But I can finally do it, and I feel like that's helped me in more ways than just fighting. She bowed as well, causing Yujito's eyes to widen. From the bottom of my heart, thank you both. Don't be so cheesy all of a sudden. Yujito mumbled in response, avoiding making eye contact with either Yotakata or Fu. It doesn't suit either of you. Are you certain of that? Han asked, drawing her attention. I would agree with their assertions, as this experience had me confront the demons of my heart that I always was too cowardly to face. Why you all keep this up, and you're gonna make me upchuck? This is way too sweet, I can't handle this treat. B grumbled out a rap, shaking his head slightly. Take the compliments. This experience really has had a positive impact on all of us. Yagura added, smiling, I am no exception to that. While I still have a ways to go with my own mental health, my time here has genuinely helped me experience joy again and gave me the tools to stop hating myself. That is a gift that I know I'll never be able to pay back. We all owe you, B-san. Yujito-san. Gaara spoke, bowing his head as well. Stop that, damn it. Yujito nearly growled in response, her cheeks tinting pink. Naruto's eyes moved from each Jinchuriki to the next, the group he had been living with for the past month. All 8 of them were people he had known prior to this training session, each with differing levels of relationships. Now, though, he saw all of them in the same light. You know. Naruto started to speak, drawing attention towards him. I grew up an orphan and didn't have a family. I know that's something a lot of you can relate to, it was something that always really bothered me. I wanted that family bond. It's why I was so happy to hear about other living Uzumaki. A chuckle escaped his lips as his smile widened. Family, though, goes beyond just blood and genetics. I consider you all my family now, you know. The room grew quiet in response, as if the others were processing his words. A few seconds passed by before Killer Bee broke the silence, laughing as he brought his arm around Naruto's shoulder. You peeked inside my head, 'cause that's what I've always said. The Hakubi Jinchuriki declared sharply, I always thought of y'all as my sisters and brothers. Us Jinchuriki gotta stick together, 'cause there ain't no others. Family, huh? Gaara brought a hand to his chin in thought before nodding his head. That really is fitting, isn't it? Fu said, giggling slightly as her eyes moved over to Yujito, I guess that really does make you RM dash. Finish that sentence and I'll cut your tongue out. Yujito hissed in response. Before Fu could respond, Han chuckled as he looked over to the group around him. I always considered Roshi to be my best friend, and Naruto my younger brother respectively. This only feels like a natural extension of those thoughts. He stated. I could get used to having more family in my life. Temari and Kankuro are all I had. Gaara stated, his eyes focusing on Naruto, my mansion has always felt somewhat quiet. Consider all of you welcome whenever you step foot in my village, no questions asked. I may take you on that, Kazekage-sama. Fu spoke. I always wanted to dash. Gaara. The Godame Kazekage shook his head, if we are all committing to this family notion, then I would like to not hear any of you call me by title. Please, just use my name. Understood, Gaara. Fu nodded her head, smiling at the redhead. To be honest, I don't really like the word family. I usually associate that with my parents, who did not have a particularly positive relationship with. Yagura admitted, shaking his head. However, I strangely don't mind the thought. A smile developed on his face as he crossed his arms, I suppose it feels more natural with you all. Makes sense. Roshi nodded his head, my own family, the Kinryu clan, are people I never considered family. But you guys. He smirked as he brought his hands behind his back, what the hell. I'm old enough to all of yours grandfather anyway. I don't think we need to actually slot into specific family roles. Yotaka noted, chuckling. We're not blood related, so those would literally just be words. Hey, roles are important. We need a mother figure, after all. Fu declared before turning to Yujito, and luckily, we have Dash. Don't make me repeat myself, I will cut you. Yujito nearly hissed. She then shook her head, turning to Naruto, look at this mess you caused. It's all so cheesy. I guess. Naruto shrugged his shoulders, chuckling, but you approve of it, don't you? Yujito did not immediately reply as she simply stared at her fellow blonde. A few seconds passed before a smile developed on her cheeks and she nodded her head, I do. A lot. Her whole demeanor relaxed slightly as her eyes moved from each Jinchuriki to the next, you all were thanking B and me earlier, but I should be thanking you all. This was probably one of the most enjoyable times I can recall having in a long time. Thank you all. No, thank you. Naruto replied, shaking his head. A grin developed on his face as his hands tightened into fists, now, we still have something to do. 2 days from now is the invasion, and we have to make sure Akatsuki falls. Obviously. Yujito nodded her head once again, her own hands tightening, we'll crush them. The room grew quiet for a moment as everyone fell into comfortable silence. After a minute passed before Hotaru cleared her throat, bringing attention to herself. Sorry to ask like this, but I'm just curious. She mumbled, can I also be considered part of this family? Huh. Fu blinked in response before grinning, of course. In-laws count as family, so once you and Yotaka finally get married, you'll be one of us. Huh. Hotaru blinked in response, her cheeks darkening. Fu, what the hell is that supposed to mean? Yotaka nearly shouted, his own cheeks growing red. The room erupted in laughter as the Jinchuriki started to tease both Yotaka and Hotaru, much to their chagrin. While they all enjoyed their time together, Naruto's eyes continued to move his newly identified brothers and sisters before he closed his eyes, smiling to himself in contentment. One conversation helped cement it, his family had now grown exponentially. Now, all he had to do was do his best to make sure his family stayed safe. 1 day until the exam. I can tell training was rewarding for all of you. He noted. All 9 Jinchuriki nodded their heads in response as their eyes met the Raikages. Upon their arrival in Kumigakura that morning, the 9 were immediately summoned to a meeting in ES conference room, alongside Jiraiya, Kuratsuke, and Mei. More than rewarding, it was a blast. This group here is stronger than the last. Just you wait and see, bro, what they can do. Ain't nothing going to be left of Akatsuki but guts and goo. B declared proudly. Good. Because I stand by what I told you and Yujito, if a single one of you dies, then you two are both getting executed. ES eyes narrowed sharply as he crossed his arms, that goes especially if either of you die. I'll force Jiraiya to teach me Edo Tensei and revive you both myself just so I can kill you two again and again if you have the audacity to die tomorrow. No, Jiraiya shook his head, frowning. If I haven't learned that horrible jutsu myself, why the hell would you think I'd teach it to you? Relax, Isan. We got this. Yujito said, bringing her hand to her chest, we're ready. I feel even more confident than when I first suggested this. Good. The Raikage nodded his head. I believe you were already informed, but we did receive information about Akatsuki's plans. Mei spoke up, bringing her hands together. Of course, we can assume things have changed. You all must be planning accordingly for whoever you all end up fighting, but we can assure that you all will be engaging their leader. That Pain guy, huh? Naruto mumbled, scowling, he's an Uzumaki, right? One with the Rinnegan. Yes. Jiraiya nodded his head. Uzumaki Nagato. A good reminder that blood relation doesn't mean anything. Just because this guy's an Uzumaki doesn't make him my family. Naruto noted, his scowl deepening, Uzumaki Nagato, huh? I'll kill you. For everything you've been trying to do, I'll make sure you die. His mind then flashed to the image of the masked man he encountered in Yagura's mindscape, that goes double for you, Madara. We do have some more plans we need to work out specifically. We'd like your input and discussion when drafting them. He stated. We're just waiting on one more dash. A knock to the conference room's door sounded throughout the area. A moment passed before the door opened, revealing Hatake Kakashi. Kakashi. Naruto tilted his head slightly in response. Hello. Kakashi waved his hand at Naruto. His attention then focused on the cage. My apologies for running late. To be honest, Kakashi, you're only late by a few minutes. Jiraiya explained with a chuckle, I was honestly not expecting to see you for another 2 hours. This is a pleasant surprise, so please join us. Kakashi nodded his head as he walked around the conference round table, taking a seat next to Naruto. Is Hatake Kakashi assisting us? Han asked, tilting his head slightly in confusion. While I do agree that he is capable shinobi that can keep up with us, why specifically him? He'll be assisting, in a manner of speaking. Jiraiya noted. We have news about their Uchiha Madara that Kakashi will be able to fight back against. The Jinchuriki all grew quiet as the cage began to share the information they had, as the group began to finalize their strategy to take down the Akatsuki. God, this is going to be crazy. Naruto sighed. The strategy meeting lasted a lot longer than the blonde was expecting. Upon finishing it, he left feeling rather tired as he walked down the streets of Kumogakure. As he walked down the streets of the village, he noticed that the villagers were not glaring at him the way they had when he had first arrived in Kumo. The Kumo residents appeared mostly indifferent to his presence, and there was even a civilian couple that waved at him. After he waved back to them, he brought his hand to his chin in thought. I guess, maybe they've gotten used to us being here. Naruto said, a small smile developing on his face. At least that's one thing nice to see. A yawn escaped his lips as he focused back on his walk. I gotta stay rested for the big day tomorrow, probably should take a nap or something. After a few minutes of travel, the Uzumaki finally arrived at his apartment complex. He went up the stairs towards his apartment before unlocking the door. I know Ma and Pa dropped off my students earlier, wonder if they're home or if they're doing something. Naruto's words died on his lips as he opened the door and came face to face with someone, Hinata-chan. Hinata smiled in response as she reached out to him and pulled her boyfriend into a tight hug. Welcome back, Naruto-kun. Hey. Hinata-chan. A grin developed on Naruto's face as he tightened the hug. Hinata was about to say something, but Naruto cut her off with a kiss. She immediately closed her eyes and kissed him back, relaxing into his embrace. Nearly a minute passed by before they finally separated. God, I've been wanting to do that for so long. Naruto said with a sigh as he walked further into his apartment, with Hinata following behind. Same. Hinata sighed in content. The two walked over to the kitchen table and sat down. How have you been, though? How was training? Very good. I don't think I've ever felt stronger. Naruto replied, You. Same. I've taken to training in Ryokai Cave every day. Hinata added. A grin of her own developed on her face as she pointed towards herself. I'd say I'm probably a better sage than you are. Oh really? Naruto's eyebrow raised in response. Care to prove it? Sure. Hinata nodded her head, although, we should probably save sparring until after the invasion. Just in case. Yeah, makes sense. Naruto noted, well, so what do you want to do, then? Well. Hinata's words started to trail off for a moment as her cheeks started to redden slightly. Your students are out. They'll be gone for another 3 hours. Oh. Naruto tilted his head slightly in response. Your students arrived early today. I asked Hanabi if she could take her teammates out for a bit. Hinata noted. Ah. Naruto's eyes lit up in realization. His grin widened. So, you wanted some alone time, huh? Yes. Hinata admitted. Both of their cheeks started to redden slightly. I really wanted to spend the day with you. I know there's also Shikamaru-kun and Anko-sensei and others, but I've been missing you, and it's just been way too long. She mumbled in response, so, please forgive my selfishness. I just wanted to see you today. Hinata. Naruto's words started to drag on for a little bit before his grin lightened into a smile. He walked over towards her and held out his hand to her. Hinata grabbed it, locking hands together, before he pulled her up from her chair. She yelped slightly. It's not being selfish. I've been feeling the same way. I really missed you too, you know. He said. Naruto. Hinata smiled back. I got a lot of things I can tell you about Shimigami Island and the training and the other Jinchuriki. And there's a lot of things I want to hear about your time this past month and a half. Naruto stated. But, right now, let's just enjoy being back together for a little bit, Yes. Hinata nodded her head in response. In an instant, Naruto's and Hinata's lips met once again. Their embrace tightened as they continued to kiss one another passionately. Their hands grabbed onto each other's bodies as their kiss deepened. A few seconds passed by as Naruto's hands went to Hinata's jacket and unzipped it. Hinata responded by taking off his flak jacket. Within seconds, the two hurried off to Naruto's bed together, where they shed the rest of their clothes and their embrace only grew tighter and tighter. Tomorrow was going to be a day from hell. Even in a best-case scenario, the day was going to be absolutely exhausting. But for a moment, the two forgot about everything except themselves. And in that moment, everything was perfect. Check the description for the links to the author.